Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Loaded.
Yeah. What? Yeah. 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 What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you smell it? There's a life force in the air today. I am Tom Pollock here in Huntington Beach with my friend Levy, getting ready for a good day of battalion. Trying to lean in there, not sure they're going to catch you. I'm good, man. It's the first sunny day, first regular weather day that we've had. Everyone's out in LA. They're expecting to be sunny, 80 degrees, you know, go hang out on the beach, but it's been a little gloomy today. First glimpse of some nice weather.
One of these teams are as well.
Yeah, and we slowly see some teams rolling into the venue. We're going to jump in. First best of 3 is going to be Sector 1 versus Western Jesters. We're going to be streaming all the games today on the main stage, so you will see the player cams and things like that. So it's just, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a good one. Tons of good games.
Nice. Today was a good day.
And we're getting our coffee delivered to us, slid across the screen.
feels
As I was
so
saying, the
extra
teams
right
are
now.
coming through. London Esports already here practicing. I wouldn't be surprised to see Endpoint come in just a little bit. Magically appearing drink on the screen from my buddy.
I mean, the production value, you can't buy that.
I'm excited, man.
I am so excited for the Sector 1 West Jesters game. I mean, yeah, such a lot riding on it. I mean, I'm surprised as well to actually see 3 teams and 1 NA. I was really hoping we'd see, 2 and 2. I think that would have been a nice story. But yeah, for sure, Western Jesters are now the hope for NA.
Yeah.
I'm hoping they can take it to the final. At the very least, we can get a good series.
Yeah. Heartbreaking to send home Sentinel after watching those games. We thought it was going to be close, but Zlatan was, I think he was maybe 1 round off in his prediction. It was a close game there on Manor, but
Yeah.
sadly they go home, and so did the other 4 teams. As we hear, knife round has already started. Already going to hear the claps and the yelling. I can guess that Sector 1 won it. We heard a lot of simultaneous clapping yesterday. Is that those guys that do it?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of facetiousness from London Esports, and I think Lick It Up also giving it back is as good as London were given. But yeah, this is what it's all about. I'm excited to see the teams on stage and get a little bit of trash talk going.
I believe the vetoes have happened, so this is going to be Manor, Liberation, and then Coast, and we're already in it. Knife round's done, and looks like Sector 1 decided to take Axis, unless maybe something strange is going on.
Yeah, I think they're just deciding what they're going to do here, but hopefully Manor the first map. Yeah, we're sort of going into these blind without knowledge of the veto. It's interesting to see what's happening here with the first, serious best of 3s, I guess.
So I think Western Jesters, they did somehow, maybe something happened there. Oh, maybe the timer's off, who knows. But they were saying against Endpoint on Vanguard, obviously they don't really play that map. I feel like from Western Jesters, they probably just banned out those maps straight up. They Vanguard Invasion immediately out, and then just, play the defaults. We're going to have Manor, Liberation, Coast, basically a rerun of yesterday.
Oh, shame. Are we going to go through an entire land without seeing derailed? It seems like a possibility right now.
I think Endpoint banning against London Esports are going to force one of those maps to come out. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Endpoint just goes ahead and bans Liberation or bans Coast and uses it that way, because I feel like, as you said, they practice those maps. They're good on Vanguard, they're good on Invasion, and they're good on Lib. So they're good on everything. I think we'll see the derail today.
Yeah, hopefully so. And I think you're also touching on there the 2 differences we have with the semi-finals at the start here. Obviously, that London Endpoint game, they've played a lot against each other the past few months, whereas Sector 1 and Western Jesters going in a little bit blind. Obviously, they had that best of 1 game, but I'm sure some people did some research last night. But yeah, interesting to see how it goes down. And as you were identifying yesterday, players like Disrupt getting away with cheeky plays that you guys would otherwise predict in NA. So yeah, very different match here.
Yeah, it's specifically a few spots that these players just, it's hard to play against a team that you've never seen before, and that's what kind of makes them the wild card in this group. Sector 1, Endpoint, and London all scrimming against each other, and not even just scrimming, playing against each other in basically every tournament that's happened for the past couple months,
Exactly.
whether it's online or on LAN. So I think this could be a wild card. I got to go with Western Jesters.
I
In
respect
my
that.
heart, I think they're going to win. Maybe a 2-1. I think it's going to be close, but talking to both teams, I think Sector 1 are feeling confident in themselves. I think they are you kind of in their same boat? You think it's going to be easy for them?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Western Jesters is so strong in this tournament, but you're repping them. I've got to rep my boys, Sector 1. Yeah, I think it is going to be a close series, and I think we'll definitely go to that 3rd map.
Yeah, we'll see if they can come out with the energy, as we are going to hop into the first game of the day. Best of 3s all day, playing for their lives, as there are only 4 teams left for the, I believe, $12,000 grand final
What a
prize.
spicy buy from Sector 1 here. 4 smokes in that first round from the Axis side, Ally side. It's really to see what they plan to do here. Definitely a close range B hit, it looks like. Disrupt might have an inkling. I think he's perhaps seen a head popping over the wall.
He certainly did. Ritual playing in his shed over here as he does so many times, and it's going to be up to him and Blade to team together and make sure that they get these entries before they get too far onto site. We have Blues who's just walking in the front door, and Western Jesters already cheating over. They have 5 players that are kind of half rotated, so they will be able to back them up. Ritual gets the first on the Blues, going down, getting up in the top corner, needs to get the second, and does not. Goes down as well as Blade, so this bomb actually is not quite there as Disrupt gets an early +10. Only 3 players alive. Western Jesters can't finish it off, so 2v2 now as Kosje still has not got this bomb.
Yeah, Disrupt nicely slotting himself in there through the allied side attack. Unfortunate that Rob was a little bit too far away to make his lurk work. I think, yeah, Disrupt got away with a real steal there. And unfortunately, Kosje now with it all to do. 1 versus 2 against 2 default guns, but with a grease gun. Not ideal.
No, and I don't think any of his teammates died relatively close. They had 4 smokes, so there's no, M1s for him to pick up. So he's going to have to stick this bomb. I think Western Jesters are just holding their angles, playing off each other, making sure that Kosje doesn't cheat up into this barn, which he may try to do. But I think a win here is Kosje getting the bomb down.
Absolutely, yeah. Interested to see if he gets a bit greedy, maybe tries to push up for a clutch here. Certainly in his scope of ability, but might not be the most sensible decision.
A bomb is going to be planted. Western Jesters aren't going to try anything too special, and they need to really make sure they group together here. Kosje now going to go play long. He is getting tagged up and trying to snake himself back on site. A little lost there as he doesn't decide if he wants to go long or how he wants to do it. But Western Jesters with a strong first round. I really like the call. We saw Disrupt jumping up, and they over-rotated, and it worked out for them. Yeah,
absolutely. And yeah, an interesting strat there. I think Sector 1 maybe have a few things like that in their back pocket for this game. But yeah, it didn't quite work out. But they'll be happy with the bomb plant here. And perhaps going to save one more round and then get a full by the next.
Yeah, we see, what, 3, 4 coins. Probably going to see some scopes today. Want to see that battle rematch between Robert and Wally. But
absolutely.
Honestly, I don't think Wally's going to pick it up all that much on this map. I think we may see West get it a few more times. Or I don't know. I don't think the Axis are going to buy it all that much. Maybe some unscoped cars, though.
Yeah, it's interesting. They play quite differently as per map, don't they, the Western Justice side, as Wally picks up the nice early frag onto Dins. Obviously, the allied side here just buying default guns and smokes, so won't be too unhappy to get a disadvantage in this round of all.
And it was kind of a half buy. We see carbines and smokes, 4 smokes, so Sector 1 expecting to get this bomb down as Robert opens up A long with another frag. Wally's kind of alone over here. We see Disrupt running all the way over. Blade's going to try to cheat up maybe. Ritual with him through B. Gets the first. Wally just taking his time, making sure he gets the second kill, and cannot. Kosje with a good movement there, making sure that he cleans up Wally, and Disrupt missing some shots in the back here as they are completely smoked off. 3 come through, and Sector 1 in a 3v3 definitely can get this bomb down, as they will. Oh, Disrupt almost getting him through the smoke there. Won't find him, but they do have an early rotate from Ritual coming up long. Going to be important that he finds this kill onto Robert.
Absolutely, yeah, that slow rotate, because they went right around the back, but he really needs to make this pay off for his team to get this retake.
I think you wait for him to close the gap and then kind of collapse in once he finds it.
I quite like the spot here for Sector 1, but perhaps over-peeking a little bit, not believing Ritual to be so close. Blade takes a fight on site, picking up another frag here in this round.
And they're not going to peek him in a 1 versus 2. Going to smoke off long. Knows that there's a player in barn. Got some blood coming on the screen, but didn't actually take any damage. And just tapping the bomb, and he may just want to save this SPG at this point. Not going to win this fight, going to go for the knife, but Nielsk wins it, and a bad round for Western Jesters. A great win for Sector 1 on the eco.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Western Jesters won't be too aware of the mixed buy that their opponents went into, but Sector 1 will certainly be feeling confident enough of that. And SCG, Garans, and MP40s in the back pocket. Their economy is looking healthy.
Yeah, it's Ritual on that flank, can't get the kill onto Robert, and him staying along there means Blade has to choose one of those players, but neither of them really push. They just play their time and make Blade make the move. So a good round for Sector 1, and Western Jesters' money reset here. West was able to buy up another STG, but this kind of make or break. They completely use their economy, and it works out as Wally gets an early kill.
Yeah, and unlucky not to get the nade frag there on the B side player as well. Yeah, might take that frag with the default
shots
gun.
from Ritual.
That's going to feel good.
Maybe we'll see another blow for blow type game as we saw Sentinel and London Esports. It didn't really slow down at any points, and it kind of got away from Sentinel. But Western Jesters starting on this axis. They don't really have to set the pace. They need to have Sector 1 come to them. So if Sector 1 want to slow it down, they can. It's not going to work, though, as West is pushed all the way up through A long. Gets the reads that no one's mid and can do that safely. Sector 1 with only 2 players alive. Some time to work with, but going to be hard if they want to get this bomb down.
Yeah, coming right off that reset, they look really confident here. And Sector 1 unfortunately not making the best use of all that money and utility they expended.
I love that pre-held angle that Ritual had. He knows that the only way he can die is if someone gets on top of that white box while his teammate's watching and just beams him in the head with that MP28 and may be able to pick up that gun without spending too much money at the end of this round. But Blues opens up with a headshot onto Blade, is holding that angle. 30 seconds left, so may just be looking to do some eco damage here as the bomb is down back in the fountain area.
Western Jesters moving in though, surrounding him. They don't look too keen to let him save this. Perhaps waiting to the timeout to pounce. They have left him the opportunity to back out towards his own spawn.
And he's probably going to get away with this save. I don't think Western Jesters, specifically after losing that round, want to try to do anything special. They need to keep these guns, but he may run into Disrupt here in Trench. He may pre-peek it. We'll see. Tries to jump out and does get the gunfight onto Disrupt. That's a big kill. I think he may have had the STG there. And almost, maybe could have got another. Blue so scary in that close quarters with the Thompson. But Western Jesters do take the second round, and this is what I've been excited to see. Robert picks up the scope.
Yeah, absolutely, but no one answering his challenge on the Western Jesters side just yet. Wally content to hold that SCG, but he's been getting good frags through that wallbang so far.
A lot of utility coming out for Western Jesters. Not the best buy since they still have 2 Gavairs, but full nades and smoke, so we'll see if they can put them to use.
Yeah, Second sort of falling back from the default here. A few opening gun exchanges going out as Rob picks up one onto West. Blade trying to chime in, forcing them back into their own spawn, so unfortunately Sector 1 not getting any B control here, which sort of allows Western Jesters a lot more mobility around the map.
Yeah, Robert with that scope gets the pick onto a long, and Wally might shoulder peek this as well. Robert's not going to miss that. That's actually Disrupt trying to chime in and do his work, kind of make up for the death that West had, but it's not going to work. Robert already getting 2 kills with this scope, making it work. A 2-man, though, from Wally. Kajj is there to clean it up, but a little bit close here for Sector 1 as they do get the bomb down. They still have a player in top manor who could cause some trouble, but also maybe a little late to get to the rotate.
Yeah, Sector 1 really relying on those lurks right now. Not getting punished too much, but this might be the start of it as Ritual picks up the frag, leaving just Dins alone on the side. Rob is running back round.
Rob with that scope there long is just going to be holding a tight angle. Blade's going to have to do something very special here if he wants to win this. He needs to find at least one of these or just stick the bomb, but it's planted for both the long players. He's expecting one to be dark, but they are not. Now it's up to Ritual with this STG, getting some damage done. He does tag him out. Robert knows he's lit and looking for the bomb. Ritual jumps up, and Robert, he is still tagged up, and nice first shot kill. And Rob with 3 kills, a good round. They're blow for blow.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm wondering if Wally will pick up the scope and try and answer that challenge. You know, pretty uncontested frags there, but Wally obviously doing good work with SG that round as well. Brought it back, made it very close.
I think that'll teach West a lesson there. I think he tried to wide peek on that A long, and I think as we've seen Sector 1 on this map before, Rob's going to be playing that, and A is just one of those sides. If you get that pick, your whole team can just kind of flood onto site, maybe take A barn control, so you need to make sure if that player dies that you rotate quick, but there's always a potential someone can go
The
back.
aggression from West, sadly getting punished, but I love seeing them getting a bit more aggressive and trying to take the game to Sector 1, but unfortunately, Sector 1 right now expecting every angle. Disrupt gets one, salvages something from the otherwise poor round coming out here.
Yeah, I believe Blade goes down trying to cross the car. They're going for a hyper-aggressive playstyle here as they only have Gavairs and default weapons. That's why they are expecting Ritual to be there. Since the rest of his team is playing like that, Disrupt maybe getting baited out, knows that someone's going to try to push, can't get either of them as they go together. And the last player alive is Wally, but he's spotted out by Niels, who does get the kill as he tries to re-peek. So Sector 1 taking the first lead of the game, 3-2.
Yeah, interesting one. Sector 1 just going with another default there, sort of taking their time. But I did like the fact that Western Jesters went for an aggressive round, but yeah, Sector 1 dealt with it very nicely.
Yeah, unfortunate there for West. Niels, or I believe, was it Niels who got there quick in the, he kind of thwarted his push. If West was able to get through that smoke and flank through Trench, maybe going to be able to get 2 kills, but it does not work, and Western Jesters' money is still looking bad. 4 Gavairs, and I do like that they're sacrificing that and just buying utility instead of, you know, default buying, and there you go, utility coming into play.
Absolutely, and yeah, Rob getting tagged down real low as well, so unlucky not to get 2. Definitely going to soften the impact of this B site hit, and obviously bomb currently not accessible to them.
Good to see Wally is coming out strong because I think this is one of those maps that Western Jesters need him to show up on, specifically because he plays this A and mid position. If he needs to rotate, he needs to be able to find those kills, and Blade gets a nice early one on Blues.
Okay, absolutely right. This is reminders of the games yesterday with Sentinel just tit for tat, and we'll see if one side takes the advantage here. runs away with it, as we saw yesterday. Din smoking off the site.
Ritual's been in here just about every round, and if he can get a kill, it would be good for him. He gets the first, a nice first shot headshot on the Dins, and now has this MP40 and can just start spraying as soon as they come through. Does not get the first as Blade walks through. Nielsk is there to trade him out, but Disrupt wall banging the site before Blade gets taken out. So it's a good teamwork there. Blade and Ritual playing off each other in that B bomb site, and it's tied up once again.
Yeah, and as you said, making it work with the default guns and the utility, you know. Yeah, really falling back on what was essentially a very weak economy to shut down Sector 1's push.
And we'll see it now. Blade does have that unscoped car. Would love to see what he can do. I think it was Blues, actually, that tweeted out yesterday that he's the undisputed GOAT on the unscoped bolt, or just the bolt in general. So would love to see where he's going to play with this. I know he likes to get hyper-aggressive and get onto that car position. And it looks like he's actually making the strafe now. So Blade already is at car with the car.
He's going to find a few players contesting it, though.
Disrupt needs to be careful. He jumps here. He doesn't go down and is tagged. Wondering how that isn't a headshot, but it's not. First kill comes out for Blade. Blues is down. And that's actually Disrupt going down at Woodwall. Dins was able to find the headshot, so maybe some weakness over here on B, but it doesn't matter. Nielsk is here on A site, finds the feet as he tries to run back. He is holding this angle, maybe trying to bait some type of play out. But Wes is just staying there, knows that there's two, and needs to find them both if he's the only player here. Gets the first and tries to strafe back to Hay. Thinks maybe one's coming through A barn. Turns around at the good time. He is tagged up a little bit, and Kostya able to close out that kill as his teammate rotates through A barn. Ritual's going to be here with the MP40 already. Starts spraying. Din's not able to turn on him, and the bomb is now being down. Actually, no, it's a fake plant. So Blade going to have some time to rotate. And
yeah,
I think he's holding this. He is. Kostya goes down. Smart play from Western Jesters, and nice on West to not get baited out and at least get a kill there.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Blade really needs to pick up with that car there, and he absolutely steps up to the plate. Good couple of frags there to take his 4th round for the team. And yeah, he's leading the way for his team alongside alongside Wally here, and Neil's on the opposing side. 8 frags, so leading the way on the server. And
if you see the Western Jesters names there, they all have the heart with their Sentinel players, all repping their NA boys, even though they were knocked out. So good to see some camaraderie and fighting for their friends. And this is going to be, I think, a full A hit.
Yeah,
West, though, with the scope, is going to wide peek this. Want to see if West can maybe pick up this kill. Strafing back and forth, and he does not. There he is. Nade comes out on both Dins and Kostya. A fat hit marker as they're going to walk through A barn as well. Western Jesters need to rotate with them. West is spotted and doesn't take the shot. He's going to have to rotate into an unfavorable position. Sector 1 have slowed down, but they still do have numbers.
So now the rotate does come in from Western Jesters. No, it's a full commit. Niels picks up their first frag though. Disrupt, great positioning here. Picks up one onto Dins. Well, with the revenge frag chiming back in. Site control already obtained in Sector 1. But there is a thorn in the works, but Blade does get taken down by Niels. Clearing out that smoke nicely.
Sector 1 just kind of tearing apart this A site. Walking through smoke was Blade there, but it's not going to work out. Wally still is in Ivy. Can't really prevent this bomb from actually going down. And we've seen Western Jesters with some good retakes, but this is hard to do. A nice +10, but it's not enough. They just peek West at the same time. He wasn't able to get that peek when he strafed out into Dark Barn, and then no one there to really cover for him as they come in A barn.
Yeah, and certainly some nice frags there from Disrupt at the end, but you know, would have loved to see a bit of a save there because both teams just have horrible money for the past like 5 rounds or so. It's just tit for tat. It's just frantic gun battles at these sites.
And I think a poor economy is going to benefit the Allies almost 10 times out of 10 because you really need to run it up on Axis side. As you said earlier, we've seen London come back, especially on this map against Sentinel. As soon as you get Axis, it should be the side you're winning out. So Western Jesters maybe need to tune it up a little bit and stop losing these rounds. But Sector 1's got to be feeling good. We hear him yelling over there just about after every win, so they're feeling happy with their progress so far.
A very different play from Sector 1 side. Very split up across the map, but Ritual here might be able to shut down this big attack, but just under his sights. Oh, you hate to see it. Dins picks up that entry frag.
And Blade actually got tagged by an M1 there as well, so B site's open. We do see, I believe, that's Disrupt down in bottom trench, and the bomb is down kind of in a strange position. Din's now picking it up, going to have to ferry it through house, and he does. West on the other side gets a +10. So Robert and Nielsk down. Retake looks a little more reasonable now as bomb's going down, and I think Western Jesters, based on how they're moving, may try.
I thought it was an A. Yeah, they got drawn over towards the rotate. They didn't realize it was a B, so it's going to be a tough retake here. But they are nicely spread out. Just got to get hustling.
Kostya going to see a player there, calls it out. Din's fine, Disrupt. Kostya gets some tags in there, almost flicks for the one shot, but can't quite find it. And he's going to be proned here. So much laying down here on the side of Sector 1, and it's working as the Western Jesters players haven't been expecting it. West now alone. Kache is going to come in behind him, and another good round as Sector 1 are establishing a pretty hefty lead early on in this first half.
Yeah, really interesting play there as well. 3 to B, 2 to A. Completely drew the attacking side over, and West got that +10. They thought it was an A hit, but yeah, it worked out, but certainly looked bizarre on the mini-map as that was unfolding.
Yeah, I think they have to be keen to know who exactly they are killing. West with those 2 A kills, but it wasn't any of the players that Ritual had seen or died from. Blade didn't die from either of those. They were on B site. Blade died from Kosje on B, so maybe just a bit of a misread there, or maybe they were trying to retake together, but it does not work out as Western Jesters are down now 4-5 in the 10th round.
Wally here, a little bit of aggression, which is nice to see. I think, unfortunately, that last round they got aggressive, got punished. Rob picking up the frag onto Ritual, so they will be a man down.
Kind of a white box nade there, not going to find anything out, but Blues is just kind of lurking up with this Thompson. If he takes out Disrupt, it could be bad for Western Jesters. Disrupt, though, laying down. Blues, actually, neither of them tagging each other up. Wally goes down. We saw him trying to get aggressive, but it is not going to work out.
Such a methodical play here from the Sector 1 side. They're really getting a lot of back control without getting punished for it right now. As the B-side hit does come out.
The only one on site, and he's not going to be able to get anything done. Disrupt getting on top of this grill. West gets Blues, who is being a little bit of a pain there, playing in the big barn position, but Sector 1 falling off of their highly held positions and just going to play for a smart retake. Be long, a nice last headshot there from Dins, and alone now is West. Sector 1 are rolling over him.
Yeah, and I'm liking the shout, liking the cheering. The first, I think, 2-round lead we've seen. So yeah, great stuff. But wonder what Western Jesters can do to try and step up to the plate here. Maybe buy some scopes, change something up. You know, there's still 2 rounds to play with, and they've got quite a good amount of money to work with.
Maybe take a timeout.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we
slow
saw
down Sector 1 more than anything. Super
underused yesterday, wasn't it, at the time? Malfunction only a couple of games towards the end. But yeah, perhaps they're just feeling confident, felt they got unlucky and happy to take their game plan to the enemy now.
We're going to see the bolt on West now. Wally does get a headshot. I believe that's through the smoke onto Kosje. West is going to be holding long with this car. It's going to be up to him to challenge Nielsk and Robert, who are both over here. So maybe going to be another A hit, but some type of call comes out, and West retreats all the way off. Western Jesters not having the strongest holds on A. They have been able to shut down the plants and things like that before, but West is all the way fallen off, and playing an Ivy is going to be exposed from A barn if he chooses to peek. But he does get Robert. A nice shot coming out from him. And the bomb's now running back. Nielsk a little scared to push onto site.
Yeah, I think the Western Jesters side heard your feedback earlier. They've stepped off a bit, not giving those entry frags away so early on. So yeah, good to see West holding a more passive angle and just letting them come to him. Dins here, trying to feel out something in the B site. Figuring out if his teammates can approach this as the optimal bomb site to take. But finding nothing so far. Very quiet play here from the Western Jesters side. Like it. Different change of pace indeed.
Yeah, for sure. And an 8 comes out. Does not do any damage as they are walking onto site, and Western Jesters have struggled a little bit with playing in this shed. They need to make sure they get these kills before their teammates go down, and this time it is working out. Blade falling, and Ritual actually... Oh, no. Ritual falls. Blade is still there cleaning it up, and a good hold. Got a little confused on who was playing where, as it looks like they may have switched it up a little bit. We see XLZ Ghost back there cheering on his buddies, taking in that coach role now that he's been eliminated.
Call him out like that, man. Harsh, harsh.
Now that he has chosen to stop playing in this tournament.
That's much better, thank you. But yeah, for sure, Western Jesters looking favoured taking this final round. But yeah, Sector 1 taking that timeout. Good. Trying to figure out how they can get that final round, because obviously allied rounds are precious as gold.
Yeah, if we can just take a look at the scoreboard here to see who's fragging where and what kills are looking like what. Nielsk sitting up at 11, and Robert kind of far down the scoreboard, but 10 kills of his own. Otherwise, Western Jesters are all sitting pretty similar to each other, so no one really standing out too much as of yet other than Nielsk.
Yeah, for sure, and I think Wally and Blade have been really stepping up on that Western Jesters side. And yeah, Rob has been getting some really nice picks with that scope. I think just West has been punishing these past couple of rounds, but apart from that, he's had a lot of freedom.
It's so hard because there's so much weight on the shoulders of the A player. If West gets 2 kills there, but they can still run back and go B, but if he doesn't get those kills, it's so hard to retake, especially against a team like Sector 1. We've seen that they save these smokes, and they just kind of plant the bomb, smoke everything, and sprint back to long, and it's just so hard to challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. As the timeout sort of comes to its end, Sector 1 here.
Sector 1 would be thrilled with the 7-5 here.
Oh no, very strong buy, pardon me, indeed. So got the scope on Rob and a lot of utility work with 3 SMGs. Figuring out where they want to take the site to.
Some early spams coming through, the nades coming out, but nothing landing as of yet. Kosje trying to kind of squeak his way up the middle of the street here, smokes it off so he has some more free movement space. Nothing really showing from either teams. I don't think either have really spotted an enemy on either side. Robert lurking up A long, but West isn't even playing there. He's kind of rotated off and he's just playing A barn.
It's turned into such a tense map, hasn't it? Both teams really conscious of giving anything away here. Looks like Blues will give a bit of information there away on mid. Both teams.
Robert and Niels slowly inching their way up A long. They're going to wait to see if these players can make enough noise at B and maybe try to fake it again. They've baited out a bad rotate from Western Jesters before, so maybe that is their plan once again. Blues with a nade and a smoke can potentially go over and throw these to fake it, but no, the call's been made and they are sprinting all the way off A site and they are going for a full B hit here. A minute into the round, only 35 seconds left. Nades and smokes not coming out quite yet, but Western Jesters are reading it. They're already over here. West has fallen all the way off A, and they have 4 players to defend, as it looks like Sector 1 are gearing up for an attack. The nades are coming out. Going to be up to Blade here. See if he can get one. Gets the first, looking for the second. Can't find it, but his teammate there in closet gets one. Disrupt West and his friends here to clean it up. Dins, though, making some effort as he finds 2 of his own. Only 12 seconds left. Is going to plant this on top of the bomb, and Western Jesters need to retake as 2. Dins is so scary, though. We'll see if he can clutch this.
Not started out how he hoped. Perhaps not in the best position here. He really needs to get his first frag. Will claim it. Playful now as Dins takes him down. 1v2 to close out the map, and Jesus.
That is a huge clutch.
In
Dins
fact,
with
was that
a
1
4K.
versus 4?
It may have been.
Anyway, 4K nonetheless. What a round from him.
Not a player you want to do that against. I think he maybe thought he was a little bit tagged up still, but would like to have seen Western Jesters go as 2 in that clutch. Got to make sure you don't get tilted after throwing around like that, but Sector 1 are playing so well. We heard them all screaming over there. That's the clutch they want as they are up 7-5 now on the Axis side in the second half.
Yeah, geez, and what a crazy round to witness as well. All 10 people up as they hit that B site. Absolutely frantic, but here we are into the first round of the second half.
4 carbines coming out for Western Jesters. Kosje going to be getting close here, and he may be spotted out, actually, so he's going to try to smoke this and get into house. His teammate Dins finding a headshot onto Disrupt, so a nice early kill from them. Almost everyone on Sector 1 getting taken very low, but no one really dying other than Blues, who was trying to push up that street. Blade, not sure he's going to peek this. He does spot him out, not going to find the kill, as he knows these Sector 1 guys peek together, and he's not going to get baited out to jump. Meanwhile, Wally kind of trying to weasel his way through A, and he is going to get to Hay. Not sure that he knows Robert is here. Kind of strange that he sprints around and kind of gives up his position as Niels comes back from Maze and finds that kill. So Western Jesters now in a 2 versus 4. Not too much utility to work with as they're both just on carbines, and that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. A really aggressive start from Sector 1 here on the defensive side, maybe taking Western Jesters by surprise in the first opening seconds of the round. West all going for the flick. Would have been nice, but unfortunately 35 seconds ago, no bomb picked up and no map control at all. Blade here is in a good position, trying to spot out this B-bomb player that he suspects might be there. But is the crossfire obtained from Sector 1? Will they pick him out from one of the many angles? He's worrying about them all. And will get spotted out, yeah. Nice crossfires there from the Sector 1 side. Unfortunately, a little too much, a little too late, as West gets taken down as well. 8-5 here.
Din's not dying, man. A 3K on that round as well, and he is shooting up with the kills. Now moving into the 14th round. And Sector 1 looking very scary. Western Jesters had their lead earlier. They were going blow for blow, and now they're just kind of, you know, falling downhill. Din's setting up at 16-8.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't seen him die in a couple minutes.
Yeah, the pain train's really rolling up for Dins here. He's moving into motion, and that's pretty scary at the start of this best of 3. Really weak buy here from the Western Jesters side, so just trying to save a little bit of coins, but only 4 in the bank. It's not ideal. The Sector 1 themselves don't have that much.
They are getting aggressive at car again. Ritual is able to kill Dins. Kosje getting taken very low if they decide to push this house, but Blues is there with him. 2 MP40s in house on Blues and Kosje. That's a scary stack to run into.
Yeah, so aggressive here again and again on this site.
Fake reload from Blade as they are going to double peek him. Oh, Blues doesn't even need Kosjay's help as he starts pre-firing it. Blade goes down, and now a 3 versus 4. They're going to try to work up Woodwall. Nielsk, I'm not sure if he knows they're there or not, is going to get the first as Disrupt can't find the headshot, and the Woodwall player is rotating all the way off to get the bomb. Could have been something special, but it's not. Wally now trying to get this pick on the Robert over here today. We'll see if Robert and Wally can deke it out and see who comes on top.
No, they've got time to work with. They are moving towards one site, but unfortunately, Wally gets taken down, just leaving West with all to do, a little bit far back from the action.
So much movement coming out just in that little gunfight. We see Robert leaning to the left, takes one shot, and then ducks under to the right, and Wally's just not expecting him to be kind of on that angle as he repeats it. West trying to get another turn on kill, but Kosjay strafing out the top of Barn. Sector 1 feeling themselves as they are just expanding this lead round after round. Only 4 coins on the side of Western Jesters apiece as they have not gotten this bomb down.
Yeah, but they've gone for 2 split rounds the past 2 rounds, and now they've figured out how Sector 1 are playing. I really like seeing them make a concerted effort to hit a site or take some control on the map.
Yeah, they may be able to punish this aggressiveness into that B house that we've seen Sector 1 establishing. They get Kosjay and Blues there, and one of them's running through street. So you got to think if maybe someone was able to dodge the nades and get there with a bar or a carbine, they'd be able to shut it down. But doesn't happen as of yet, but it does look like it will be a B take. Blues and Dins teaming up with an early kill onto Ritual, and Blues is going to push through Trench. Dins getting another frag. Kosjay pushing through Wally with a nice headshot, pre-aiming that angle, and Blues hears all these nades. He's going to be a pain if he decides to push around. Dins on site is reloading and tagged up, but he has no help. He gets the first, just going on the other side of the tree, gets the second, looks for the third, and a plus 15. It's too easy for Dins as he has 2 4Ks in the first map of the day.
Oh, damn, the first concerted site hit we saw from Western Jester's side, but unfortunately, just a good shutdown from Sector 1. And yeah, Dins is really fired up right now. He's got to be on like 20 for 8 now. Crazy.
Yeah, it could even be more than that. Western Jesters need to do something to tune it in, and Sector 1 don't have to change a thing up at all. We saw Kosjay strafing out of that barn, and I feel like they know how big their advantage is. They can just kind of play around at this point. Obviously, they want to finish the map, but they have so much room to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. I really hope Western Jesters can punish them for being aggressive in these next few rounds. But interesting also to know whose map this is. Perhaps this is the Sector 1's pick, and perhaps, you know, it's the way it's supposed to go, as Rob does pick up a frag onto Wally, unfortunately.
Oh, Disrupt looking for the headshot there, maybe looking to open up some type of B avenue, and that's where we have seen him have success earlier, but it's just not coming through. Kosjay with another kill onto Blade. And this is the difference. We see Dins with the STG, Robert with the car. We really didn't see Western Jesters get their guns going on that last side. They were opting for the utility and the nades, and they were able to get a few rounds, but they weren't able to sustain it as, I don't know, Dins got a plus 15. We haven't really seen anything like that come out from Western Jesters.
Yeah, absolutely. Not really seen the individual brilliance come forward to shine, except for a few nice car shots.
Oh, Kosjay walked through and taken a little long. I'd be mad. Not sure why Ritual's just kind of hanging behind that door, but it works out for him as he kills Kosjay. Not expecting someone to be on top of the mid shed here. And Western Jesters only 30 seconds to work with. I like how they've slowed this down, and they are splitting up a little bit. They really need to try to get this bomb down. 1, to get the economy going, and 2, they need to start winning these rounds before Sector 1 get on map point.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit lost here, and unfortunately, I don't think it's going to work out the way. Oh, what a shot from Ritual. Never mind, he's opened up that A side for himself. He can find this final player. But Rob, too good, hitting that flick shot onto Ritual. Now just Disrupt, left to get this bomb site down.
We haven't really seen Rob miss.
Yeah, no, he's been so good this map. I think, you know, obviously Dins here is racking up with the big multi-kills, but Rob has been really consistent.
And you got to expect him to be over there. He's been basically on this A side of the map since round 1 of this entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven't really seen Western Jesters step up the plate to try and take the fights to him, try and take those, for want of a better word, scope battles with those unscoped cars and things like that.
Yeah, would like to see Wally pick up a Grand or pick up a scope of his own and go challenge him. As when Western Jesters beat London Esports on this map, it was because Wally stepped up on the Allies side and started getting opening picks on A, and that looks maybe to be exactly what they are doing, as West and Ritual are going to try to team together and get Robert. Need to make sure not to get too aggressive. Oh, Blues with a nice headshot on the Disrupt, strafing off top of that wood wall.
He's feeling it. He's so confident, just jumping all around the map, not getting punished right now. And yeah, feels bad. Disrupt not happy with that one.
Robert actually does. I'm not sure if he missed or if he just took it to scare them off, but is peeking long and misses once again. Nielsk is there, though, sitting in maze to kind of clean up after him. The smokes are out as someone is flanking through. Blade gets that kill, and they can maybe call this off to go through B as 2 players have already rotated. And that is going to be the call as they are rotating through drop. Blade is trying to get into trench and stop this from happening, but they are taking a little too long as Blues is able to secure himself a spot in Big Barn. So a good pivot here coming out from Western Jesters. If they can get this kill onto Blues, this B site is open. Not sure if Blade saw him jump across there or not. Blues could get a little too aggressive here, but a smart player, not sure he's going to show.
Yeah, in only 30 seconds, they really need to get a pick here. West trying his best. Of course, he gets forced back here, so they'll have that information on where the players are at. And the double kill from Blues, so strong here. Tagging up the player on the B side as well, and that's going to be a little bit too much to do. 15 seconds, bomb down. Ritual all alone, and cleaned up by Niels.
I think Ritual needs to push up together with them, or I think they spent too much time at Woodwall just trying to get these picks and these pre-kills before they're able to get to site, but they didn't even clear site as Blues was laying down. The info was given, and he gets a nice +10. Ritual not able to secure the clutch, and we are on map point as Sector 1 are up 12-5, really just handling Western Jesters.
Is that the first scope we've seen picks up from the Western Jesters side for West?
It is.
Nice.
We'll see what he can do with it. Maybe he's going to challenge A long here. West, a very capable scoper.
A little bit different spread from the Western Jesters side,
Oh.
unfortunately.
Robert strafing on top of that wall. West goes down, and Robert is feeling it, just hitting just every gunfight he gets into. Wally does get a kill of his own, though, so a 4 versus 4 coming out. Disrupt up on the ledge, maybe going to see one get top. Big Barney is going to get peeked, can't find the headshot, and falls right off. Western Jesters, they're in a 4v4. Maybe if they can group together and go on to Robert, they'll be able to shut him down, but I don't think they will.
Yeah, Sector 1 look quite comfortable in this 4v4. Got all the map control they need, and yeah, not giving anything away for Western Jesters. And yeah, as we pass the minute mark, a little bit of control taken, but perhaps not enough as Dins takes another one down, Blade down. Wally Disrupt and Ritual left to try and take them.
Dins is so scary on this STG. Feels like every other round he's just getting a headshot out of nowhere, and it's really been working out here for Sector 1.
I think this is the slowest paced map we've seen in this tournament so far. So much pressure on both sides here. They know what's at stake, and yeah, rounds are really going down to that final 15 seconds.
At least Western Jesters are grouping together. We've seen Blues walking down and up these stairs like an escalator just about every single round here. But Din's just playing in Shed. Disrupt not aware that he's going to be peeked from that as his team's supposed to be taking B, and they're not. Dins has no reasons to peek as Blues is holding down the white box, and it feels like such simple play coming out for Sector 1, and it's just working. They're going to Halo nade him, and they close it out. Blues with his 3rd kill of the round, and Sector 1 are victorious. They got to be feeling good after that. I don't think they're worried at all coming into the second map.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Dins there, 23 for 9, top of the scoreboard. I would not have called that result at all. Yeah, decisive from Sector 1 here, and I hope, you know, Western Jesters can shake that off and get some momentum going, get some confidence building, because they definitely have what it takes. Just Din would pan out for them on Manorhouse.
Yeah, and that's Din's there on the far left side of your screen, sitting up 23-9. Looks like a pug scoreline, honestly.
Yeah, Jesus, we've seen so many top performances from players at this event. Like, yeah, individual performances really taking teams towards the finals. Good to see.
So that was going to be Manor. We are going to see Liberation next, and I think, I know people say that Western Jesters, one of their strongest is Manor, but we saw them handle Sector 1, right, on Liberation earlier yesterday?
That's a good question, actually. It's all starting to blur into one, but I'm sure in Tom's notebook you got the exact score in there somewhere.
I believe
Come on, don't
it was like 13-7 or something like that. Western Jesters, let's see here. Western Jesters 13-4 over Sector 1 on Liberation.
Wow, spicy.
I was talking to Kostja yesterday, and he said he's never felt so, you know, flustered or lost. And I don't think Sector 1's really been handled that well at this tournament so far. So maybe Western Jesters will be able to pull it out, but I don't know. That was a really scary performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, they looked a bit lost there. And, I mean, yesterday we saw them so convincing in so many games. Maybe they just need to get the cogs in the engine turning, get some momentum building, get some of those players, you know, really building up those individual performances. Like we saw from Dins, that +15 on the B site. Like, that's the sort of thing you need to take your team through to the finals. Yeah,
Western Jesters definitely have the players that, you know, can have the same things. We saw early, Blade and Wally and Disrupt, but it just they didn't keep that energy, and they fizzled out, but definitely capable of going to it. But we're going to jump into some replays here from the first map of the day, and I'm excited because I feel like it's going to be the Dins show.
Yeah, quite possibly so. Yeah, Dins and Rob show with a few special mentions from Western Jesters side is here. Yeah, early punish for the shoulder peak there on West, unfortunately, from Rob.
Blade here with the car. He was able to get so aggressive so many times here, and if he was able to do it more, maybe it would work out, but this is Ritual with a +10. Sadly, they could not retake, and this is kind of the turning point. Dins, this is, I think, where he gets the 1v4. There's the headshot. Oh, no, maybe it's this round. Ritual playing in the shed, and he just stayed there. This is the round. Dins has 2 already, and they decide to individually peek him. He's tagged up with that car, but it's the new patch, baby. People regenerate health so quickly, so he's full here, and he strafes out, knows where he's going to be. West can't clear him up.
Yeah,
and this is
what
the
a 1v4.
+15.
Yeah, from 1v4 to +15. Here we go. The Din show commences.
And he's so patient. It's not like he's like sprinting out. He's just ducking back and left and right on both sides of that tree. And it's, as I said earlier, it's kind of the movement. It's so frustrating to try to entry against someone. You hardly even see him. You can try to wallbang that tree and you can try to hold the angle, but you got to get to sight. His team's rotating, and it's just really smart play there to, you know, dodge back and forth on that. So
Yeah,
Dins
absolutely.
ran away with it. If they can shut down Dins, maybe they'll have some more success, but then you're going to run into Blues and Kosjay and the rest of the guys. So
Yeah, we've seen some stellar performances yesterday from Disrupt, you know, from Wally, Blade. In fact, all of them had their moments, so we know they have that ability. So I just really hope they can bring that to Liberation, maybe get another 13-4 scoreline. That would be the perfect thing to build their confidence and get that third map, because obviously that's what they've got to look to take now.
yeah.
And yeah, deny the 2-0 from Sector 1, which would definitely be an upset. I would not have predicted that at all.
They're going to have to come out swinging. I'm not sure what side they want to start with, if they get the Allies, if they get the Axis. See Disrupt over there rocking the T-Pole shirt, so I'm getting some representation up on the main stage. But I don't know. I don't know what they need to do. If they can come in with that same thing that they did yesterday, I am positive that Sector 1 have rewatched that game, so maybe they're going to have some set nades or some strats that can counter that. But a little nervous if you're a Western Jesters fan here. 1 game away from elimination.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just a question of confidence. So hopefully, you know, they've taken a little bit of a break, gone and enjoy that California sunshine, and have a bit of a game plan to go into Liberation here.
Yeah. And as that's happening, more and more teams are rolling in, not only to watch, but Endpoint is here, so wouldn't be surprised if them and the London Esports boys maybe got in some pugs or some scrims to get ready for their games. But that's going to do it for the first one of the day. I think players are just going to take a few minutes, and I think maybe we will too. Maybe just give them some time before we hop back into the second one. If you're just tuning in, this is Huntington Beach, California at localhost. I'm Tom Pollock, joined by my friend Levy. Make sure to follow us both on Twitter. It was up there for a while. I don't tweet anything good, so.
No, same. Don't bother. Fragadelphia, though. Pretty good social interaction on Twitch chat. Banging.
Yeah, so make sure to follow the stream. Make sure to stick around, and we will be back in just a few moments with the second game on Liberation. Hello, everybody. We are back. Tom Pollock and Levy here on the main stage, casting the second map in a best-of-3, jumping right into it. Sector 1 up 1-0 against Western Jesters, and Robert opening up quick with a headshot onto Disrupt.
Yeah, full default buy from the Axis side here. Pretty strong start to their defense, but Ritual does pick up on blue, so 4v4 here. Charming in with that grease gun nicely. Neil's checking some angles, overthinking it a little bit, and West does punish him. A little bit more of a bit more of a confident start from Western Jesters here. Nice.
Yeah, and that was some of the critique of talking with Western Jesters and some of the players watching was they're playing scared. It's similar to how they were playing against Endpoint, where they just kind of threw it away. This player coming into yellow, Kosjay with his grease gun, going to try to jump back around, but Blade jumping with that M1, and Western Jesters is looking alive here to start this off, and they are screaming. I went and talked to Wally after last game. He said, I'm going to start yelling. I think that's exactly what they need to do.
Exactly, yeah, just no respect, trash talk them, roll on through to the bomb sites. Awesome to see. Yeah, that's a totally different Western Jesters. Glad the Rakers helped them along.
Yeah.
In Sector 1, yeah, they're going to need to try and find a foothold into a newly rejuvenated attacking side.
So if you were not around yesterday, you didn't get to see the clinic that Western Jesters put on against Sector 1. They were up 13-4, and that's how it closed out. And that was when they started on the Axis side, I believe, and they're starting on Allies, and 2 early nade kills coming out. Already 3 early nade kills coming out. Sector 1 not able to get to site. Disrupt killing West, standing up at his desk, Wally not even at his mouse. And yeah, looking good in these first 2 rounds. We'll see if they can have that same energy running into the gun round.
Is this the same team on the server? This is awesome.
This is more what last Fragadelphia was for the Western Jesters. Screaming at the top of their lungs after every single round, standing up, asking what they're doing, and I think that's what they need to do to take this map off Sector 1.
And it's what the spectators are here for as well. We want to hear the trash talk. We want to hear the banter, the LAN rivalries that will ensue.
It's all in good faith, though.
Absolutely, absolutely. Western Jesters here with 8 utility. Sector 1 just focusing on getting some guns, 2 SCGs, 3 MP40s, and they try to maybe hold some keener angles, not get picked off by the nades this time.
Sector 1 just with only 2 smokes actually, but they do have full guns. Western Jesters need to make sure that they're not playing, too aggressive after being excited on those 2 rounds, and it looks like they're not. They have done a full default. They only have 2 smokes to work with, so they're just waiting for picks here, waiting for Sector 1 to get overly aggressive or just kind of see if maybe Blade with this M1 can get a shot on that upper window or just see what can come out. But it is definitely a slow round compared to the first 2.
Yeah, absolutely. No one wants to give anything away now on the Sector 1 side, give Western Jesters any more momentum. They're taking their time, still happy. Minute on the clock.
Yeah, Sector 1 really haven't moved since they've gotten in their spots. Disrupt going to try to clear through mid and is up on this market stall. Hasn't really seen much in front white, and I don't think they've really had to clear all that much on the side of Western Jesters, as Sector 1 are playing very far back on the B side. Disrupt with a headshot on the Dins, and that's going to open up A. Blade on the other side of the map gets one as well, so just like that, a minute into the round, they shoot 3 bullets and they hit both. Or 2 of the 3. Headshots on both of them. The call is for B.
Yeah, in Sector 1 there, as you were saying, holding their positions, then they move out for no reason, give away 2 nice entries. So Western Jesters here taking this B site. Rob is there, answering down on 1. They're in that dark area, they've got full B site control now. Move down Kosjay.
Oh,
down on
Niels
Niels,
gets the first, gets the second, can get a plus 15 here as the bomb has stopped being planted. They are faking it. Only 7 seconds left. They need to get this down. Niels is tagged up in yellow, and they are going to stick this, so pulling this back, making it a lot closer than Western Jesters want it to be. Hasn't been able to get off, and West does secure it, so very close. I think Niels maybe could have gotten that bomb planter.
Yeah, I think he overthought it a little bit. Just thought he'd sit in, maybe peeking him, trying to shoot him down. But yeah, ultimately the planter was really caught unawares there. He could have probably taken that round. So yeah, worrying stuff for Western Jesters there, but they do clean it up. 3-0 lead, and looking a bit like they were yesterday on Liberation.
Yeah, and this is what we've been waiting, kind of a rematch. Wally picking up the scope. Not sure if Robert's going to be able to have enough money to buy it on his own side, and he's not. So he is going to be sitting on the STG. Still very dangerous with it.
Sector 1 now, the players acting a bit scared there. Besides Kosjay, again, playing very slow at the start of this game, but Kosjay is looking to get a bit of information, get a bit spicy on this middle area. Nielsen's get taken down by Disrupt, though, so they've opened up towards that A site.
Kosjay as well pushes all the way through orange and is going to be able to sandwich this player in green. West almost gets the frag onto him, and he may actually be spotted here, baited out as someone pushes through the street, and Dins with a nice headshot onto him, so they clear up any type of A-side push, but Western Jesters see what's happening, and they decide they need to push into Dark. Blues is tagged up a little bit. Robert is already there with the STG, and Western Jesters are falling. Only one player alive now, and that's going to be Blade. Robert with nice headshot onto him, and it falls apart. Sector 1 able to start streaming on their own over there as they secure an important round.
Yeah, it was really important there just to dent the momentum of Western Jesters. I think they're coming into this new map very invigorated. And yeah, nice to see Rob there as well stepping up, because obviously he was quite a pivotal player in terms of consistency in the last map.
Yeah, Kazj just pushing all the way through mid-market. No one really holding it on the side of Western Jesters as they opted to just hold these other angles, and he was able to kind of put a dent in their team. He kills one and then collapses on West and allows Dins to jump off White Box for a nice headshot. So that round is now done. Heading into the 5th, Western Jesters up 3-1, but kind of resetting the money a little bit here and stopping Western Jesters before they can run away with it.
Yeah, a lot more aggressive mid-market here from Sector 1. Rob getting taken down the B site. So they really need to chime in with a return frag, try and even up here. Looking a bit sparse on the ground currently on the map, the defending side. It's Kozje searching for a way into this round.
Kazj did hear one player underneath of him. Not sure he's going to wide peek this as he knows someone's holding it. And he is Ritual with a nice headshot and baiting that out. There's a lot of A presence over here from Western Jesters. Nielsk is still here and goes down. West knows that there's a lurk, and Blade is just making noise at wood wall, or at the half wall, is taken out. As now it's just Blues left alone. Not sure he made his position known. And Western Jesters looking good. A kill apiece on all their players, bar Wally.
And a lot of A action this map on Liberation, which is quite unusual. Lots of picks going there, both sides on the greenhouse. They will know where Blues usually plays. He might just consider a save here.
Especially now that he has the Grand as well. Blade did a good job selling that. He got that opening pick onto Robert, so kind of baiting some players to rotate off, so then Western Jesters are essentially in a 4v2 on the other end, and that's going to do it. Sector 1 are going to go down 1-4. They do have some money coming to them after this round, especially with Blues going to be able to donate a lot and still be on some strong guns. So Western Jesters looking like a different team coming into the next one, but this is kind of what we've seen before. The NA teams come out strong in the beginning, and then as the game settles and teams adjust, they haven't been able to hang, and we'll see if they can on this one.
Yeah, absolutely, and almost a team ace there in that round. Everyone's stepping up to the plate, so it's good to see, yeah. Really rejuvenated, past out the coach of XLZ having the desired effect on the American side.
Scary to have Mike playing against you, or playing not against you, but with the guys. He's just going to be yelling at you the whole time, pumping his boys up, and we'll see if they can keep that going. Gonna see what Sector 1 does to change things up. They don't want to, maybe they'll call a timeout soon if things don't go their way after this round. Maybe they'll do an eco and push together, or it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of adjust things. Last time Western Jesters were able to extend their league and keep going, Sector 1 didn't adjust. We'll see if today in the group stage they can, change things up.
Yeah, absolutely. And interesting also to see no scopes being picked up by Rob on this side. Very content just to seal that SDG on the B side and really help hold that site. But B isn't where the problems have been happening, unfortunately. It's towards A. They just keep getting picked. You will see another split round coming out from Western Jesters, trying to gain some map control and some information into this round. As Kozje does get aggressive on that mid and A area. And yes, finally they take control of the A side, the defending side. Something goes their way.
Yeah, and they do it by wide peeking together. Din's getting an orange, and I think Kozje jumped out, or maybe vice versa. But yeah, not too much going on for Western Jesters on this round. Wally just going to try to find something going on. Blade with a nice shot onto Dins. I'm not sure where that was. I think that was maybe at the top of the street. But a 3v4 for Western Jesters. Going to see what they can do if they group up and try to hit B, or if they're going to try to dissect A. But Kozje in a building with an MP40, it's so hard to play against.
Yeah, interesting to see him not playing that dark side, but you can play anywhere equally well. Those tight angles, very scary indeed, but Blade thinks he might have spotted a player. Checking angles meticulously. They have plenty of time to work with here. 3 versus 4 definitely doesn't count them out of this round. Very spread out though on this allied side. Content to just gain some information, take their time and try and get a pick, which they've been doing very successfully so far in this half.
Nielsk just kind of laying down here. If Blade does walk on the other side of the tank, he may be able to find a nice headshot, but he's going to fall off, as it looks like Wally is calling something, saying, hey, I have some map control, but Kozje's still in there, and they're sprinting off. Only 20 seconds left. Western Jesters, I think they hear him, and Sector 1 are maybe going to start rotating. We see a player on that market stall. It's going to be Kozje. Oh, no, Nielsk is able to kill Blade. And now only one up. It's going to be Ritual with the MP40. Tags up Kozje. And Nielsk with a nice second headshot of the round. So some good A control. Maybe Western Jesters think they need to go back B, but just an aggressive push early in the game secures that round for Sector 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And also some slower play here from the Western Jesters side, which saw them employ a lot on Manorhouse, which obviously didn't work out too well for them. Do Western Jesters usually play slow, or would you like to see more fast play from them?
So their defaults, I feel like they're either on site within 10 seconds, or if their defaults work, they don't fear taking a round to only 20 seconds. It just doesn't look good for them when they've only got 1 kill and they're at a man disadvantage. But they definitely are not opposed to playing it very slowly.
Drop there being so successful in mid and A area and getting picked. And he will try again, take the early battle, but Koje knows enough to back off quietly and take his fights elsewhere.
Disrupt does like to stay on this wall, so maybe he could potentially get a pick on this blue player if he finds the off angle, or just hold some type of entry with the M1.
Such a different playstyle from a lot of the European players, so interestingly, you've obviously played a lot with him in NA pugs and understand, but for us EUs, he's certainly playing a lot of aggressive maneuvers that we're not quite
out in
used
the
to.
open, right? Just kind of jumping on top of things, baiting it out, and I think he's confident enough in himself to win those gunfights, and also confident that his team would trade it out if he falls, but doesn't see anything, as Sector 1 are not giving them much to work with. And they're playing passively on B site. We've seen Sector 1 take a lot of yellow control in matches previously, but they're not really doing that this game. Disrupt is going to run into, I believe, either Niels or Kazj here. Starts spamming and is going to try to get that wall bang. Does not, but Niels jumps in top green and finds him. Should be aware that a player is going to be there. Blade taken very low, and they actually do kill Robert off top of sight. An early nade coming out, kind of stopping that from happening. Blues just holding it down. Their nades are not working, and now 4 players closing in on this site. Ritual getting a lot of damage done. Sector 1 not re-peeking. Blues spraying through that wall, holding down Dark. Wally only with 1 bullet in his clip. And 4 players on Western Jesters with a late entry on B cannot handle it.
Sector 1 almost up to their previous tally on this map. Only got 4 rounds against Western Jesters yesterday on this map, so looking a bit more confident. But Western Jesters will have a good amount of money to work with in this round. Perhaps time for a change of pace and get back that momentum.
Yeah, and they really just need to kill Blues there. They got the peek on the upper player, which is usually the harder one to get, but Blues just playing it smart. None of their nades really landing or doing enough work there, and he's able to stay alive and wait for his team to rotate. And just as you said, maybe Western Justice needs to go back B, and that's exactly what they'll do. Not after, or not before Blues gets an entry kill, though.
Yeah, 5 Thompsons picked up, full utility, really committing to this site here as they clamber onto it. Managed to make a bit of a foothold, but there are Sector 1 players playing in those smokes. Real nice and close, but Ritual doing fantastic work there, clearing them out as they jump through the smoke, challenging them one by one. Now found in a 1 versus 3.
Is it too late, though? He is upper, and I don't think he expects a player to already be here. Robert with that STG. Ritual getting taken very low, and he's just kind of spamming here, fighting for his life. Oh, that's a nice jumping shot from Dins there on the spawn wall.
Yeah, definitely a change of pace, but didn't quite work out for them. Sector 1 seemed to predict it and have that strong B site retake ready to go.
A little frantic there from Western Jesters. We saw B Arch was double smoked. Ritual was jumping through. Blade went down early, and no one was watching their Ivy push. So a little absent-minded there, and I think maybe they need to go on carbines or do a default and slow things down just to get their minds clear and think, hey, let's figure out where they're playing and what we can peak together, because they haven't really done things all that much together, and when they do, it just feels like they're, holding W with their head down.
And a very different buy now from the Western Jester side. Full rifles all round. Garans and Bars trying to take maybe a bit of a slower play, get some long-range picks. Looks like Niels maybe the action man here to take first contact in the round.
Needs to be careful peeking against this Garand as West with a nice headshot. There still is a player on A site and actually almost gets him through the smoke. Still very lit, and maybe just going to be able to bait out enough rotates as Robert now is in green. Western Jesters need to make sure they're not too excited after 1 kill that they overcommit to a site, because there's already 2 players rotated. Kazj is still here in market. Disrupt maybe seeing the barrel of his gun or knowing he's there as he's still up on that wall position. Kazj here at the car could cause a lot of trouble, and he is killed by Robert, who is in that top green spot, just playing off each other so well. Kazj didn't have to move.
Yeah, you almost wonder if that was a setup bait there, just sticking the barrel out, letting Rob get that easy frag.
Blade going to try to work through mid here, and it may have worked, but we already see Dins rotating into that top white, so as soon as he shows himself, Dins is going to be there as the rest of his team's lined up to take A. It's only going to be Robert playing here in bottom green still. He's going to have a lot of work as they start to entry, but if he gets his kill, he can just rotate off up top, gets the first, and they're not playing with each other. Western Jesters are going down. Blade gets the first, is going to get spotted, and Dark goes for the jump shot, can't quite find it. No reason to turn around and get that 1 shot. Robert with a nice 3K, and Sector 1, they're figuring out Western Jesters, and they're shutting it down once again.
Yeah, is that 5 rounds in a row now? Just, momentum completely switched, and it looks back to the way it was in the previous map, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there with Western Jesters' play on the A take. West gets that pick, and you either need to go or they didn't really clear all that much. And as you said, with Robert playing in that top green, I'm not sure if Kosjay specifically knows that his gun barrel was showing or if Disrupt did actually know where he was, but we've seen them bait out those similar kills. Niels did it earlier. You got to be aware. If someone spots you market, there's going to be a top green player. But on to the next round, Robert with a nade kill and Blade going down 2 times to nades, and he's kind of one of the important fraggers on their team on this map specifically.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Western Jesters are sort of falling into their default right now. Perhaps need to change something up, but Disrupt certainly not content to let this round lie as he pushes aggressively for a little bit of information, trying to clear some space for his team. They are quite far back on the other side of the map, so perhaps not exactly what they need right now as they sit into this 4 versus 4 with a minute on the clock.
Would love to see a Silent climb up the ladder and see what kind of work can get done with that.
Absolutely, yeah. It'd be nice to see some just confident play, which they had in the first few rounds.
He has been going on the other end and getting on top of the market stall. Robert strafing around with this. STG looks like he can maybe close this kill out. Oh, some aggressive play from both of them, confident in both of their peaks.
Oh,
Disrupt going to get up, and he has been spotted. Nice headshots from Niels. A little scary there to challenge that, but he does and wins it. It's the 3rd time he's won a gunfight from that position, and now Western Jesters only 35 seconds left in a 2v4. Feels like a familiar position.
Yeah, and Wally's got the bomb, but he knows he's got a player near him as well. He just doesn't know exactly where. Taking that gunfight from his teammate as well. Ritual just backing him up, hoping to see if anybody pushes up information on A site, but Sector 1 playing patient for now. Wally will be resigned to concede control of that area and go back to the old trusted B site.
Oh.
15 seconds on the clock.
It's a save.
Yeah, I think they just left it too late. They just realised perhaps don't have enough to work with, don't have enough information. Perhaps a little bit optimistic there to look at the B site play. Ritual here trying to defend his teammate with the more precious arsenal on his body, obviously.
Hey, Allies side save is definitely not a good sign here for Western Jesters. And Wally, goes down at the last second. Blues finds him, and so does Ritual. Doesn't even work out, and they die after time. Ritual and Wally both on 0 coins.
Yeah, that's gut-wrenching there, unfortunately. Both sat with 0 coins, and yeah, I like the timeout here. They really need it just to take a moment to focus and think together as a team how they're going to approach this attacking side. I mean, I'd really like to see them get 6 here, to be honest, on Allied side.
Yeah, I think they kind of need to. I'd say, depending on how the teams play, I don't know. It's so strange to see what teams are Allies-sided, what teams are Axis-sided. Obviously, Western Jesters was so strong on their retakes on that B site, so maybe that's what they need to do, but I don't think it matters. If Sector 1 have this momentum and Western Jesters can't really clear their head, they seem off. Wally's sitting at 1 and 7. Blade hasn't been able to kind of open up the map as we've seen him do before, and when some players show up, the others don't, and I think that's the problem.
Well, hopefully this is the moment the NA team can start making a comeback into this series. Seen a few moments of brilliance early in this map, but unfortunately going the way of Sector 1 right now in this second map of the best of 3.
A 5 carbine buy, and they're defaulting. They're just kind of sitting, and even though it's not an aggressive play, and maybe they've been doing this way too much. Oh my goodness, wow. Kosjay with a wall bang onto Disrupt there. Knows that he's been getting up top, so why not shoot before he can even get there? I do like this though, Wally working up mid. Not sure he's been spotted, but could get a nice headshot onto Dark if he is aware. Wally taking the fight, and then he is baited out. Robert straights right back around. Is in the middle of the street, and West does get one. Kosjay's there, though, and trades it out. Blade trying to work up this half-wall position on the B. Isn't spotting Blues anywhere, so should know that he's in this dark position. But what do you even do? It's so hard to kill.
Yeah, it's so tough to take that fight, especially with a carbine. Ritual here, 1 versus 4. Going to be a bit too much to do. And yeah, it's interesting to know as well, the Sector 1 side, obviously Din's cleaning up shot from the last map. He's a bit quiet right now, so the rest of Sector 1 stepping up to the plate.
Oh, Ritual with a nice knife at least, a silver lining in that round. Joe, one of the better knifers, and we're going to move to the last round of the half here. Sector 1 up 7-4. Western Jesters really looking to get another round on the board, and that's why they saved for this last one. But Sector 1, all of them, it's nothing special. 9 kills, 9 kills, 9 kills. They're all playing well. I've been impressed with Nielsk specifically in that kind of mid and green position. Yeah,
absolutely. I think, yeah, they've all been stepping to the plate in their own way, but would love to see Western Jesters get this 5th round and then really take it to on the Axis side, perhaps where they feel that's strongest. But clearly, you know, Sector 1 have done their homework on the defensive side for themselves after lost yesterday's game. Moving towards this B side now. Definitely a change play from Western Jesters, looking to get this round quick and easy, but Rob has something to say about that, taking down West early on. I think the defensive side sussed out what's going on as Blues steps up to the plate in dark area. Several men coming to take him down. West challenge back to frag onto Rob. Blues picks up another. Can he get the 2nd and potentially the 3rd here? and seal the nail in the coffin for this half.
3v4, Western Jesters got to be careful that they don't get closed in on Disrupt. Just prones under his scope, and that's how you get him out of blue. Just kind of play under where he can see. Doesn't look like there's any post-plant nades, and Bomb is going to be stuck. He's going to peek it, and Neil's going to get some damage done. A headshot on the Disrupt at the last second. Kosjay's going to flank around, and Wally is their crux player here. Kosjay's behind him, finds an easy kill, and now it's up to Ritual in a 1 versus 3. Kosjay just killed him Nest, so he is going to see him in just a moment here. Ritual gets run, tries to get the second, and cannot as Din strafes down. Takes him low, but not low enough, and a team ace for Sector 1 as they secure their 8th round on the Axis side.
Yeah, poor Ritual. He's been in that situation a couple of times now. Just one man left all alone against several Sector 1 players, and yeah, 8 rounds in a row. What a convincing change of momentum for Sector 1 on this map. And yeah, worlds apart from their game on Liberation yesterday. It's
been quiet over there on the Western Jesters side, as they haven't really been able to string rounds together since those first 5 or 6. And see him on the screen there. A little bit different energies on both sides. XLZ Ghost trying to hype everyone up on the right, and on the left, it's Sector 1. Dins, Kosjay, they're happy. They have no reason to change what they're doing. They're winning every gunfight they get in.
Yeah, don't fix what's not broken, but maybe there's something different planned from Western Jesters here. See what they can do on the defensive side. Yeah, another big smoke play coming from Sector 1. They do love their pocket strats. They've got reserved for day 2. But Ritual taking that first fight. Wow, yeah, completely sandwiched here from the attacking side.
Yeah,
Wally here's going to have to step up to the plate.
Oh no, needs to find that kill as Dins is able to just jump out top green and find a headshot onto West. Up to Wally as 4 players are closing in. He does have someone spawn street that's holding for him, so he shouldn't get flanked. Blade is there. Wally does see one, starts shooting, can't connect these bullets, does get him at the last second. Now it's Dins alive on site. Blade is still there. Robert gets him though, and now it's just up to Disrupt in a 1 versus 2. Should see Bomb, and he's getting very aggressive. It looks like he's trying to get onto site. Oh, sorry. Coming out back red. I was looking at the wrong player on the minimap there. Regardless, Disrupt just sprinting straight to site, and Dins is a monster with a 3K that round.
Yeah, what a take on green there. Like, Ritual was just absolutely hamstrung by that. Players appearing from left, right, and center. So
they smoked off green. 1 ran in the front door, 1 climbed up the ladder, and then 1 ran straight through market. And an interesting take. We really haven't seen that before.
Yeah, and especially how did that player get through mark without getting punished? That's Ritual's not going to be happy about that one.
No, it's definitely we heard a lot of smokes come out, and one of them must have been a set one, as it I think he's able to just climb around on the one side of it. A nice church nade coming out, taking them very low, but Kosjay somehow on a sliver of health is going to be able to regen.
Yeah, if that second church nade landed, this round might be very different. Wally still has something to say about that, taking down Niels for the entry frag for the defending side.
Kosjay may clear this angle, but there is someone already pushed up aggressively in market, and that's going to be Ritual. If he can find this headshot and win market control, that's going to be huge, but Kosjay checks it. Sorry, that was West that was in market, and Dins has found his way all the way onto A site. Ritual may have been smoked off, but Dins is going to be some trouble here. I'm not sure he was spotted. He's going to be able to flank both of these players, saying, hey, let me make this play, and we can take B easily. Seems 1 in the B arch, and taking a few too many shots there, but Disrupt will go down, and now this player upper is going to be in for some trouble as Dins sees his head, starts getting shot at, but will not quite close out the kill as Dins is just running back and forth, causing trouble here for Western Jesters. Wally doesn't even go to fight with him as he drops, and now it's a 2v4. Blade alone upper, and Ritual jumping up in spawn. Sector 1 are looking to win their 10th round.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Din managed to get through there and had so much freedom just taking gun battles with 3 different players as Blade does pick up the nice smoke frag. Taking into a 2 versus 3, but it might be a little bit too late as his teammate not in the best position, getting tagged up as well and forced back, and he's worried about his own back.
Oh, a nice headshot, so this is doable. A 2v2 now, 25 seconds left, and this will be huge if Western Jesters can secure this, but we see Blues is already pushing up through street, so he's playing kind of the long con here. Roberts all the way long, and they have just taken so long to even start to attempt to get to bomb site. Blade's not going to be expecting a player behind him, and it's up to Blues now. He should know. Oh, I think he knows that he's in the arch, sees him, and he's going to stick the bomb. Ritual's not going to be able to win it as there's only 5 seconds left. He's running away. A great attempt there on the retake. It just takes a little too long, and Blues with a huge clutch making up for it, as last time on this map he let the bomb go, but he will clutch this out.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a good attempt to retake Western Jesters and such great shots coming out there from Ritual and co, but yeah, not enough, unfortunately. So close, gut-wrenching for them.
Yeah, and they can't afford those type of losses. That is now the 15th round. Western Jesters only 4 on the board. Struggling to wake up here early in the morning on Sunday, and it's Sectors 1 games to win.
Yeah, and we see Roll picking up that scope, trying to do some work like he did last map. The Sector 1 players getting tagged down a little bit. West equally, but no frags just yet.
Yeah, so much nade damage, but no kills coming out, and that's where the difference is, as Sector 1 were finding their actual kills connecting. So these 2 coins being expended just for info at the very least, but it's not enough. Maybe Disrupt is going to be able to push through here, and Blues is already behind him. Dins with another frag. Does see one here in bottom green. Can actually throw a nade to flush him out. Lands on the other side of West, so he doesn't even have to move. If only they knew, on the other side of the wall from each other. And they are collapsing as they have a player flanking through. I don't think Wally's going to be expecting Blues to be walking all the way around him. Robert kills him. Blues didn't even have to make a sound as West is now alone in a 1v3. Blues spots him, and now Blade is going to try to have to work his way from B site in a 1 versus 3 with only an STG and a very, very big dream.
Yeah, messy minimap there as players managed to get it all around. So much freedom for the attacking side, and Rob picking up a nice shot as well, and now just Blade. 1 versus 3 against 2 SMGs and a scope for the retake. Really need this round, obviously. It might just be a little bit too much. He's checking the right sort of areas, but going to be running out of time here real quick if he doesn't start to make something happen.
They're not really giving him anything, and he's been checking these angles. There still is a player in green that he has to worry about, even if he does find these headshots. Knows that there's 2 there and gets a lot of damage on both Blues and Kosjay, but it's not enough, and that's where the difference is. These players are playing with each other, and Sector 1 are not.
Yeah, and it's the clock's close to midnight now for this Western Jesters side. Really need to pull something out of the bag, and hopefully that's a signal for a timeout right now, trying to reevaluate what they're planning and see if they can get something from this map.
Yeah, look at the difference in the faces there as they're smiling all the way over on Sector 1, and the Western Jesters team just trying to bring back, trying to get some energy in their game, as that's what they were lacking. Ritual not able to hit that barrels jump just to get some info there in market. Doesn't matter too much, but this is the mid-smoke that we've seen happen so many times coming out for Sector 1. They just throw that, and they're able to kind of freely walk up without getting challenged from anyone in market. And Robert already opening it up with a kill onto Disrupt. Dins as well. Sector 1 just feel like they're dropping on every gunfight. Going to be up to some big plays here. Ritual does get the first. But with these big positional players dying, Niels can do stuff like this and just walk straight through. Sees the gun barrel and...
yeah, so much freedom there, isn't there? Just like not being punished at all there, unfortunately. And Blade will be finding himself in a 1 versus 4 here to deny the map point. He does pick up 1, but there's going to be a lot to do here. Yeah, just a bit too much here. And Dins, hear the shout coming out from him as he picks up the 3K there, and the round's taken to match point on Liberation, the final map.
Yeah, Dins checking the scoreboard. I think Dins is 17-9.
We were saying earlier. Yeah, on defense, he was a little bit quiet, but as soon as they've gone to that attacking side, he's just ramped up the frags.
And the rest of his team as well showing up. The worst player on their team right now is sitting at 11-8. So all positivity for the side of Sector 1. And this is the polar opposite of what we saw earlier in this tournament as Western Jesters ran away with it. Sector 1 showing that maybe they're a little more polished in a LAN environment, and no nerves coming into this game as they are cool as ice. Look at, you talked about freedom. Niels just ran up mid. No one's watching. Oh,
wow.
Niels with a 32-man, and they're going to take this B bomb site for free. This looks like it's the end of the tournament here for Western Jesters, unless Ritual and West can have a nice 2v4 retake, but it just doesn't feel like they can.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a big play as you want to go down in the History Battalion. They can somehow take this and deny the series win and ultimately getting knocked out. It's just West and Ritual to pick it up here for the American side. Trying to find a way into this round in the right sort of places. The gun battles just aren't going their way, and that will be it. Robert sealing it with that 2K at the end. And Sector 1 take a convincing win, surprisingly. 2-0 here in the semi-final to progress, to our grand final here at Fragadelphia.
Yeah, huge plays coming out for Sector 1. Europe takes it. All the NA teams are out now.
But massive props to Western Jesters, though. I mean, yesterday they were so good, and it's just unfortunate it didn't quite come together here. I think we saw a revitalized Sector 1 here this morning, and maybe just Western Jesters, didn't go their way on this occasion.
No, and Sector 1, they came in second at this last LAN against all the European teams, and they look scary today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say, man. I think I was expecting so much. I was really expecting potentially a Western Jesters win there, but, just a bit unfortunate this time around.
It felt like they weren't really able to switch things up when they went wrong, and we saw in both of these games, they came out so strong. Being Western Jesters, they were able to go round for round. They were able to establish an early lead, but Sector 1 able to identify, hey, this is what we're doing wrong. This is what we can change. And with that, they just run away with it on both maps.
And I think I'm right in saying that. Did they take 13 rounds in a row there? 13-4 in the end?
I don't want to give you the answer.
Yeah, fair enough, because I was about to say, those first 4 rounds was absolutely fantastic for Western Jesters. We saw the commitment, we saw they were so enthusiastic, so ready to go, and then we just saw them, I think, fall back into their comfortable style of play they had on Manorhouse, unfortunately, and played into Sector 1's hands.
Yeah, it's just not a lack of energy, but they weren't able to keep their momentum going, and I think that's one of their strong suits, and just didn't really hear much yelling coming out for him. You got Sector 1 on the other end screaming after every round they win, and for good reason, as there was incredible performances. We saw the replays on the first map, Dins with a 4K and then another 4K. Nielsk there at the end of that game, just walking up street, getting like 4 kills without anyone seeing him. So
yeah, just pugging,
right?
Pugging on man.
It felt like that, but I think we may have some replays from that last game. Be interested to see what was picked out as it was just kill after kill after kill. Sector 1 weren't losing their fights.
I did like this from Disrupt though. In these first few rounds where they really had a lot of control, just really decisive play and really confident. Niels Kill almost taking that 1 versus 4. I think a little bit more confidence there. He might have had it.
Ritual was able to get these 2 frags, and this is when the game started to kind of switch on their B takes. Look, it was just 4-3. Now it's 4-8 on the scoreboard. Din's flicking right to Disrupt, and then it just wasn't coming together for him. And so that was 4-3. They won 13-4, so at least 9 in a row.
Yeah, not ideal, but as we bid farewell to Western Jesters, obviously Sector 1 progressing to that final, and they're looking really strong here today. So yeah, we'll be seeing soon who out of Endpoint in London will be facing them, but Sector 1 will be feeling comfortable, I think.
Yeah, so make sure you guys are sticking around. We still have tons of matches to be played. We are going to see London Esports versus Endpoint next, but we're going to take a short break as the computers need to switch out and, give players some time to warm up on the main stage, but I don't know, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to a good series.
Hell yeah, it's going to be a big one. These guys have a big rivalry going, and yeah, it should be a fantastic game.
So that's going to do it. Make sure you stick around, and we'll be back after a short break.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Loaded.
Yeah. What? Yeah. 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 What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello everybody, the break is over and we are already on the first map of London Esports versus Endpoint, probably one of the biggest rivalries we will see at this tournament. I am Tom Pollock, joined by Levy at Huntington Beach, California. Who are you favoring?
Oh, that is an excellent question. I mean, Endpoint obviously favoured here, but such a big rivalry between these two British orgs and these two teams that have played each other so many times. Replay of the Epic Land final as we see the opening frags chime in this first round on Manorhouse.
Yeah. Full-on B-take coming out for London Esports as there is a one-for-one trade, Fake with a nice kill, but is taken out, and the bomb is planted. People are in prone, and they are rotating off of site. Now, Endpoint did save a smoke, and that's going to be Cinda that does have it, so we'll see if he can smoke off long and maybe try to retake with his team, but Zlatan in a good spot where he should be able to at least get one kill.
Yeah, super slow here by Endpoint, really patient. Don't seem too fussed by the fact the bomb's planted, there's only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, Endpoint looks like they want to group together and all go white box. Now they're all sprinting, and they're going to come around this quarter. Prone peeking, Zlatan's still here. They're not clearing it. Time is kind of running out. Only 20 seconds left. They need to kill 4 players and get this bomb down. Cinda going to jump right on top of site, and he's looking for the bomb. Can't find it yet. Marked with a kill, but Zlatan in that position. Gets one, trying to jump through and get the other, and he cannot. The leader cleaning things up, and now it's up to Repland, and he lost this round. Bomb is not being defused. And London Esports screaming after the first round, have to be happy with that.
Yeah, for sure. And Zlatan lurking through that smoke there, somehow getting the double kill with the grease gun. Fantastic start for them. We're feeling really happy about that one.
Yeah, it seemed like some mixed decisions on what they wanted to do. Only 20 seconds left on the bomb timer when they wanted to. It's just, you can't do it like that. I think their plan was to smoke it and have him jump and defuse on top of the bomb while they challenged, but as you said, Zlatan got 2 kills and they just couldn't find him. Yeah,
it just didn't seem to work out there. Endpoint a little bit of indecision early on, maybe hoping London would give them away some easy picks, but London so far disciplined on that first round. I'm really happy about that. Obviously buying a couple of Garans and Thompsons and plenty of utility into this round, whereas Endpoint going for a bit of a save here, just Gavers across the board.
Yeah, so how the vetoes work, this is a best of 3. Map 1 was chosen by London Esports, so this is their pick, so you're going to hope to see them play strong here. Rebirth does get a kill on Fake, and Endpoint's choice was to get aggressive on B with their default weapons. We see 4 Gavers, but this is going to be a full A take, so Endpoint are either going to retake together or try to save. I'm imagining once this bomb starts to be planted as London are clearing A, they're going to realize no one's there and get a free plant, so it's going to be up to Rebirth to clear out the players rotating through.
Yeah, for sure. And Endpoint just gone for a B stack there. Unfortunately, didn't pay off, but you know it's the way it rolls sometimes. And Reflexer there, first man to try and rotate, getting tagged up a little bit. Mark's sort of aware there might be a lurk around here. Obviously, Rebirth getting that frag early in the round. Mark keeping this player over here. Obviously, advantage towards Rebirth. The longer they waste trying to pick him off.
Yeah, he's wasting his time for his teammate, which is going to be Cinda there, to maybe come with him and get the kill, and he does not, as Rebirth doesn't even get it. It's actually taken very low, but not able to get the kill is Cinda. Replan with the Gaver, and I'd like to see them just kind of suicide on site. You really don't want to go into this next round with just Gavers, so if they can get a frag or 2, get some money up and, you know, don't die after the round timer as we saw happen. So Pete Dizzle goes down, Reflex are looking for some 1-taps, and it's not going to happen. London are coming out very strong here so far.
Yeah, Rebirth here with 4 frags. Might even get Replan here if he doesn't manage to survive. So just cleaning up shop, really. I think absolutely they went for the play, just as you said, trying to get some money, trying to get some of the weapons of the opponents, but really disciplined play from London here.
He switches to the player cams, and oh, I didn't know who got that kill, but based on the reaction, it's going to be London Esports. After time, a good one to get. That's London Esports on your right. You have Daxton, Zlatan, Rebirth, Mylan, and very far down there is the leader, and on the other end you have Fake. Is that Reflexer, Mark? Who's down at the end? Is that Cinda all the way at the end?
Cinda and Replan at the end, yeah, and Fake really close in shot. And yeah, if you're wondering about the names on the scoreboard, Daxton's tagged up as Zohan, big fan of the film lately, and Rebirth tagged up as Bratic.
A strange movie to be a big fan of. It's, you know, crucial Adam Sandler watching, if you're a fan of him.
Another eco here, well, from Endpoint.
Yeah, kind of mismanaging the economy, I feel like. And this is something I touched on with the Endpoint guys, is how volatile this game can be. London won that first round, and off of that, it seems like they're favored to just get 3 in a row straight from it. So eco rounds coming in so important, and we're going to see if Endpoint can maybe steal one off of them. Replan kind of peeking in mid here, spots one out, and there's some A pressure coming on long as well. The smokes are coming, so it looks like they may want to try to take this A site by force, but if they peek them, it wouldn't be surprised to see London just retreat back.
Yeah, 2 Finns here waiting to meet the push, and London just feeding their way into the round. Fake pick up a nice entry down to Daxton. At the 50-second mark as Delita comes in. Nicely gets the timing on Replan. It's going to hurt for them. Sind here trying to get a revenge frag and does claim it with the help of Reflexer.
He's going to go pick up that weapon, and Endpoint do have the 4-3 advantage. Didn't really seem like it, but this has been a slow round. Only 30 seconds left, and all of the London Esports players in the middle of the map, so they're going to have to decide where they want to go. It looks like it's going to be A site, but Zlatan doesn't expect one to be in barn. The bomb is now down, and it's up to Mylan, and this looks like it's going to be an eco win here for Endpoint. Mylan got to get the kill onto Reflexer at least, and looks like he knows that there's one mid, but with 15 seconds left and the bomb down, this round is going to go to the side of Endpoint.
Yeah, no, fantastic either of them, obviously, and look at their money now, 8, 7, 6 coins across the board. They can be super happy with this, so unfortunate. London let Endpoint back into the game early on.
The leader there on that scope. This is what we've been waiting for, and he's been so crucial to their success when he picks this up. It's not going to be any bolts or scopes coming out for the side of Endpoint, so maybe unchallenged, and maybe he can pick open this A site if he chooses to.
Oh no, Replan does pick up the scope there, just cast a cursing you, unfortunately, so maybe we'll see a little bit of battle going on there. Zlatan and Rebirth on the SMGs, just waiting for those nades. Coming through as timed. Plenty of utility on both sides here as Replan sets up a late nade.
Oh,
Oh,
could
looks
have some
perfect.
success. A plus 15 from Replan. Got to see it in real time, and that is going to stop any type of aggression from London Esports. Oh, what timing on that.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful here. Endpoint, obviously, very strata team, very well practiced. And obviously played against their opponents quite a lot, so a lot of mind games going on here. Zlatan tagging up that player in B-Barn, 2 versus 5. Not got much to work with here. Chris probably trying to save his scope, but Zlatan otherwise trying to do some economy damage to this stacked Endpoint side.
Yeah, the leader may, actually looks away at the last second. Said he maybe could have gotten that kill onto Cinda, who is pushing through A long, just trying to squeeze them in and make sure that they take these guns off their hands. Zlatan trying to peek that. We'll throw the nade up in the air, but he should see that before it lands. Reflexer up on the boxes. Shoulder peeking and actually teams up with his teammate to find that. Cinda's long flank finally does work out. And the leader in top manner here, 30 seconds to stay alive. No chance of him getting this bomb down. And Endpoint probably going to hunt. I think they probably know he has a scope on this round as they have not seen him yet.
Yeah, I don't know if he's giving the information away, but they are hunting him. Sin can smell blood. He's close now. And 20 seconds save. This is going to be super hard for him. And unfortunately gives that scope away to Sind.
And he's their A-long player as well, right? He can just hold these angles and no really kills coming out or bomb plant, so they're going to be poor on the side of London Esports. Endpoint answering back very strong after the first 2 lost rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. London here, I imagine, going for a little bit of a save. Yeah, picking up default guns and some smokes across the board, just trying to figure out their way into this round.
As a quick stat, Endpoint really has the number of London Esports. At Epic LAN, I think they only dropped 1 map, but it was a 5-1 map score through the tournament. Victory LAN, they had a 3-0 map score, and Endpoint really don't seem to struggle against London Esports. They really won out every match they need to against them. We'll see if London can, change things up and take this first map in the best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. But obviously, Endpoint no longer the back-to-backs decrowned by Game Agents last weekend, so perhaps that's knocking their confidence, and certainly London Esports will be looking to go against that. Wow, big push coming in here, but Reflex is here to shut it down, almost picking up, in fact, picking up that plus 15, and Sin cleaning up shop as well. Wow, big plays coming in here early on from Endpoint. Reflexer, Replan, stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, nice eco round from London Esports. We saw them try to get sneaky. They smoke off A barn instead of running through. They try to just go straight through drop, but it's not going to work as Reflexer is there. And checking the scoreboard, he's up at 5, Replan's up at 5. Everyone's getting their own kills. It's hits on different sides of the map, so no one's coming away with 10 kills here early on. But, something from London Esports is going to have to work on this round, as this is their second real buy, and they have 2 scopes.
Oh, good shot by Replan there. Zlatan just trying to dodge nades, get that early B pick, but Replan too quick for him. Sin picking up the frag as well, and yeah, Endpoint starting real strong here, but, besides those 2 plus 15s on the Endpoint side, which obviously helps you into the round quite considerably, but still quite close. Mark picking up another, and yeah, just 2 scopes here from the London side. They're definitely going to be trying to save this. Long save for these 2 boys, but well, Delita really pushed up aggressively, so perhaps not working in concert with Milet, but certainly got the ability to hit some nice flicks here and do some economy damage.
Yeah, he's kind of stuck here unless he prone drops off both of them, but he does make his noise, so he's going to be heard out and maybe able to get this kill. No, Replan is watching it, and so is Cinda. And that is 12 coins down the drain within a span of 3 seconds there for Endpoint, who are now up 4-2. London Esports back on a broken bye, and I'd love to see them hit a site together. It feels like they haven't since the first round.
Yeah, absolutely. Really concerted effort in the first round, but since then just sort of feeling their way in and giving away those frags. And also, I'm sure those multi-kills didn't help their confidence, but yeah, really need to work together here. And obviously Endpoint, looking at them, absolutely stacked economy. This is really going to be tough to break. So yeah, London really needs to get an edge into this attacking side, otherwise they're going to end up with a potentially 3-9-1/2.
Yeah, since that second round, Endpoint really haven't had too many players on their side fall. And as you said, looking at the economy, 5 coins, 8 coins, 6 coins, 7. So they still have money to work with. But Replan was trying to get aggressive and play on the other side of the smoke A barn. It's not going to work. And now London have a 5-4 advantage. And it's going to be important. They really need to win this round and keep these allies' side, they need to get a couple rounds. They can't let it get away from them. And with an early pick like that, maybe they can do just that. That being said, just a default. Doesn't look like they want to gather up and pressure anything, even though they are converging towards this B side of the map.
Yeah, again, indecision here with the team. Still struggling to figure out what to do with a minute on the clock left. Oh, shoulder piece coming in. Rebirth almost claiming that frag.
Yeah, it looked like he might get a headshot, but does not. And some info coming out at that player that peeked him, and I believe that was Mark. They have someone in house, and it's going to be fake, so kind of up to him to thwart this fountain push and make sure he keeps control of the house. Looks to the left just at the last second here. And he is being shoulder peeked, but Mark is there and cleaning it up for him. Mark gets the second, so Fake doesn't even have to show himself. Mark knows that there's one there. The leader does kill him, and they still have to clear Fake out of house, but he's just going to hold long as the rest of Endpoint decide to push on. Send it with a kill onto Zlatan. The leader jumping around, making his second kill of the round. Up at 3 already, so potential for an ace if he wants, and they're going to be able to get this bomb down. Not too much time left. Senda gets the first onto Mylant. And a nice round once again for Endpoint.
Yeah, fantastic work by Mark there, and yeah, Mylant lucky just to not die there, and obviously Dilly's cleaning up shop on that B site, but not enough to do. And Sin doing work with that scope, not a player we usually see pick it up, but if it gets into his hands, he's happy to use it.
That's what I was saying. I think on the maybe 3 or 4 rounds ago when the leader died toward the end, Cinda picked that up, and he hasn't died since then. We see 2 deaths sitting up at 9 and 2, the rest of them hardly falling as well. So a 5-2 lead for Endpoint. London Esports did get closer as it's been a 2v2 and there's been some clutches, but just not able to string together rounds since early on. And we'll see what they change up. The pre-nades are coming, and London aren't going to fall to those, but we do see a player pushed up aggressively, and that is going to be, I think it's Cinda on the other side of the smoke.
Yeah, and Endpoint picking up 2 really aggressive frags there. They're really taking it to the opponents and using those nades to control the map. But Daxton and Delita charming your revenge frags, but Sin still thorn in the opposing side, holding that piano area. Yeah, look at the spread of the team right now. Like, London Esports sandwiching Sin here, but he's still got control, and then his teammates just waiting to clean up shop if they extend out of that area. Delita
He knows he's
where
there.
he is. Picks up the shot. Nice work by him, bringing it back into a 2 versus 2 and bringing some freedom and breathing room as they have a minute to work with now in this 7th round.
His teammate, the leader, going to try to clear out the A-long position. Maybe they're going to be able to sandwich one of these players as Endpoint are split up. They have a lot of time to work with, 45 seconds, and the bomb's in their hands. But someone is pushed up. That's going to be replanted over there, watching A-long, and I think he knows the leader's coming out. Heard him, hits his unscoped car shot, and now it's up to Mylant at a 1 versus 2. Does have the Garand in his hands, so could maybe find a kill on long, but I'm not sure it's going to work for him.
Yeah, he's been getting good frags this weekend, but unfortunately not in a great position right now. And yeah, replan with 2 bolt rifles in his hands. One of the players you really got to fear with those sort of weapons. Does get the plant down, which would be a real boon for London's economy. Looking to take that fight straight away. If he can narrow this down to 1 versus 1, this is definitely winnable. Oh, replan misses the shot there. Taking the pistol frag. Brilliant work there. Now he's got that car himself, and it's a real win around now. Mark versus Mylant.
Would love to have seen him maybe just walk all the way around and kind of trick Mark here, but Mark's prone on the other side of this. Mylant is holding the right angle and gets a huge clutch. You hear them screaming over there, and that's a huge round. It felt like it was a dire situation in a 1v2, but with that pistol, takes out Sin long A, and maybe coming back and starting to get some rounds on allies here.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't have come a better time. You know, Endpoint's economy was outly running rampant, so many of their bolt action rifles, so that's really important to keep them in the game. But obviously, Endpoint full buying into this, full utility. London near full utility themselves. This is going to be a real important round to decide this first half. Made so lethal from Endpoint. London just about dodging them, but being delayed at the start of every round, allowing Endpoint to get that map control. As we see more of a B-heavy lean on the defense from Endpoint. London taking that mid-control, just trying to get some information as Daxton picks up the flag onto a Reflexer, opening that hole in middle. Replan having to fall back and try and play a bit more passive here, looking for a pick through the smoke.
And they still do have this player on an A lurk. That's going to be Mylant, who had some success earlier. Fake, though, in the house, gets a kill on Daxton, who was trying to strafe around and get some positioning. But Zlatan's already pushed all the way up into back big barn, and I'm not sure they know he's here. He was able to just walk straight in.
Yeah, and he could get this pick here on Mark. Oh, misses the shot, and unfortunately re-peeking that car is going to be a little bit too much. Zlatan finds himself in a rock and a hard place, trying to find a way out of this situation.
Doesn't look like that's going to matter as much. He's just over there to hold those rotates as the rest of his team is pushing A. Replan taken very low. He is sitting at this hay bales and could be naded, but it doesn't look like London have any. He smokes it and tries to... He's sprinting back and forth, just baiting for his teammate. Senda just staying alive on site, and that's all he needs to do. Gets the first headshot, looking for the second. Can't quite find it, but Replan's there, cleaning it up. Doesn't matter, as now it's up to Zlatan, who is able to make this lurk. Maybe potentially get a few kills onto A site, but it's just taking way too long. Only 20 seconds left in a 1v4.
Yeah, Mark's probably called this. He knows there's somewhere in the back, so they're all aware, checking their corners. But he might catch the A-bomb player unaware here, but looks the wrong direction. And Sin claims that frag. Brilliant work from Sin and Replan there with Fake helping up shop. A finish round for Endpoint.
Yeah, answering right back, and that was a big investment from London Esports. We see 2 coins, 3 coins on all of them, so it's going to be a carbine buy once again. Zlatan gets that Thompson, and I would like to see them just try to push on to B site together. they've done a lot of lurking and a lot of defaults, and they have 3 rounds, but I think we saw they were very comfortable on the Axis side, but they're going up against Endpoint, and these two teams, they obviously know how each other play, right? They know where they play, they know how to beat each other, and I think London maybe just need to go aggressive on one of these sites and steal around quick here before Endpoint builds up their economy again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they let that plus 15 need get into their head a bit. They're a bit scared of the nades on speed, so a bit wary of hitting that B site fast, but that just gives Endpoint so much room to breathe here.
Exactly. Fake just playing in this house once again, and he's going to be a pain when they try to push because, as we saw earlier, Mark's just holding the long position. Mark is in a different spot now, just playing, I think he's over towards A this time. Or no, he's in the house with the car.
Yeah,
Mixing up the mini-map a little
really
bit.
aggressive push up here. Mark claimed that first frag on Delita, smoking it off to retreat, but Daxton will punish it. So those trades actually going the way of London here. They find themselves in a 4 versus 3. Rebirth here, thinking there might still be another player trying to spy out the corners. Will be heard, but Myden claims the frag, and that is the B site almost opened up entirely. Replan does something to say about that. Keeps it level, keeps them in it. Replan and Sin, both with the scope in hand, trying to get another pick to open up this bomb site as the plant does go down.
Gonna try to hold the angle so no one can get post plant, and he does hit Rebirth as he tries to jump back. Now a 2v2. Sin gonna try to flank from the other side, and may find Zlatan here in trench if he is careful, but he's making way too much noise. Zlatan is peeking him, and a nice knife shoulder peek from Replan there as he tries to run around the corner. Is still holding that angle and misses his shots. Now has a scope in hands, looking to make a play. Jumps up, gets a shot onto Zlatan. Now a 1 versus 2. Onto Daxton. Now Zlatan is in a 1v2. Two smokes coming out as he looks to stick this bomb, and he will get on top of the site. Cinda gets the kill and a huge retake. Replan with 3 kills. Mixing up the names there a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Cinda's 13-3.
How do they make that work there? 2 versus 3, beautiful stuff. And obviously that shot from Replan pretty crushing. If you give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Yeah, both of them sitting up at 13 kills apiece, and Endpoint are up 7-3. London Esports really need to get at least 1 more round on the board if they want to feel comfortable moving into the second half. They did get the bomb planted, so are going to be able to buy up again. Need to see the leader come online and challenge these scopes and just open up some type of avenue for them to push through, because they've had to clear everything out themselves at close angles.
Yeah, totally agree with you. And Delisa's heard it. He's picking up that scope. Hopefully he can put some work to it, but Endpoint still throwing out all those stop nades, trying to get some early round advantages and constricting that London side, but 3-7, there's still a lot to work with, but Replan does claim that scope battle frag. Replan coming out on top again. Him and Sin absolutely on fire right now.
You just can't beat him. Not in this match. He's so turned on, and he's just not going to miss those shots. Reflex are playing in the top big barn, as it looks like London are trying to have a B take. Fake shooting maybe a little bit earlier there, and is going to be able to get at least towards B house. P-Dizzle with 1. P-Dizzle with 2 is traded out as Mylink claims his life. But now there's only 2 alive for London Esports. Fake found the first. Rebirth not expecting him to be up against that wall as he has been, and Mylint in the middle of the map here, maybe going to be able to find 1, but doesn't peek it, and Cinda gets another kill. Endpoint up 8-3 heading into the last round of the half.
Yeah, with the economy on London's side, it looks like it's going to be potentially a 9-3 here, which is a tough, clear hill to climb back from, especially on London's pick here. Surprised to not see him take a timeout here just to try and see what they're going to do, but they're just going to force up, try and take a bit of an aggressive round, it looks like, but not a lot of utility to work with. Going to be relying on those picks from Mylan and Delita. So good so far in this half, but not enough to transfer to the scoreboard.
Kind of some aggression coming out as Fake is not playing in the B house, but is playing up in trench, and we haven't seen them push through here, so London Esports may be taken aback if he does decide to go through this smoke. Not going to quite yet. Knows there's one on the mid roof, but it's too late as Latin already got that kill. Or Zohan. I'm mixing up their names, man. Daxton. Maybe he'll just switch to Zohan. Maybe if they win this tournament, he can just go by that.
I think we'll need some, maybe a wig put on top of his head to look like Zohan, unfortunately, but there we go. Mark claiming another bolt frag, and they've been so deadly this Endpoint side. Oh, unlucky not to get the frag there. Mark really coming to life on this B site. Replan does help him out.
Kind of lucky to be alive as he got tagged up by that Grand, the second shot not hitting, and they're taking a little bit of time to push B if that's what they're choosing to do. Replan able to get up on the stairs as his teammate is flanking, send it in a dangerous position if one of those comes to try to peek Water Fountain or go out front site. He will be holding it as they are now jumping across, and bomb is now being planted. So Endpoint in a 2 versus 2 retake situation at this point.
Bomb planted.
Sim being super aggressive with the scope here. Unusual to see him play this weapon, but he's certainly not confident. London not giving anything away here. Really need this 4th round to take into the next half. Replan just hoping he gets a peek out of them.
Replan's going to have to make a move. It looks like Rebirth and Mylan have chosen their strategy. Oh, walking around at the last second, and Rebirth goes down. I think he knows that he's close. He's just holding the angle, waiting for Mylan to peek. I don't think he's going to, but Replan almost certainly going to peek it. He's shouldering now, and he was spotted out. Going to try to strafe around, not shooting high enough, tries to turn. A valiant effort, but Replan with another 3K, and Endpoint looking so strong this first half, going to end at 9-3.
Yeah, so dominant this tournament so far, not dropped a map, and yeah, really decisive, looking to put the naysayers down, who maybe trash talk Mark a little bit after sadly the back-to-backs fell to the powers at the Sector 1, and then Game Agents taking that victory. So looking to stamp a name for themselves at this this tournament. Replan on 17 for 5, Zend on 15 for 3. Massive numbers coming out from Endpoint right now.
Yeah, Fake and Reflex are only at 6 and 5 kills, not what you'd expect to see, but they really haven't even gotten in that many gunfights. We haven't seen them die all that much, only 6 times and 7 respectively, but London Esports just not really challenging Endpoint on many of these sites, and they're able to have some key performances that kind of extend this lead. So we'll see if London can bring it back. They have a strong Axis side, as we already have seen in this tournament, but it's going to have to be something special for them to bring this game back 9 rounds.
Yeah, I think the defensive side really suits the style of play for London, but Endpoint will have some super secret strats ready to roll out, I'm sure. As we see a bit of a weird split from them coming out in this first round. See if London can figure it out. Mark fishing for some info, taking that first fight. Tags exchange, but no frags. Still a lot of time on the clock here. I mean, Endpoint is so good with those rotates, happy to switch their game plan totally on a whim, on an entry. Looking for that opportunity right now. Yeah, they have 2 players almost all the way up A long, and Bomb is over towards B still, so it doesn't even matter really what happens over here. Reflexer's going to get peeked, and he has a teammate there. I think they're going to bait this out and see if Replan can walk through and find him, but he is prone underneath of him. Only 48 seconds left in this round, so not the most time in the world to work with, but Bomb is being ferried. Replan confident that he's going to be able to get this kill, and he does. Baited once again as Reflexer wide peeks it. Replan knows exactly where he is, finds the second headshot of the round, sitting at 19 kills here in 12 rounds. Daxon able to get the kill onto Cinda, but Replan's looking to make it 3. And it's very low as someone from top Big Barn is shooting at him. We see P Dizzle in the middle of the map, stopping these rotations from coming through as of yet, just causing some trouble and delaying any type of retake possibility. Yeah, Mark really picking up the lurker role in this map so far, and it seems to be working out great. Unfortunately there, the rebuffs a bit out of position on that A side, allowing Replan the opportunity. Flexer picks up one, and yeah, looking to really hold this side right now. Jackson picking up the tags. Already got 1 frag in this round, but I think that's going to be all that he wrote, and then he goes down. Zlatan as well, and a decisive start to the half for Endpoint. Yeah, a big round that London Esports need to win if they want to get their economy going and really run away, but they do not get it going. They're going to have to buy up, and it's kind of a force here from this round forward. They can't really afford to save and try to play for anything else, so we're going to see all Gewehr's, some smokes come out, and sadly for them, no nades. They can't really get any of these early picks with some good set nades. They're just going to have to bite the bullet and play aim battles. Yeah, absolutely. This is the ghost of last half coming back to haunt them when they perhaps should have taken a timeout, perhaps should have taken some saves. Now they're backs against the wall on this map. Got to force into it. See the nades raining in from London, not connecting with anyone as Endpoint really going for this fast take here. Yeah, and why not? They know they got the bomb down, and they're going to be rich and they have the gun advantage. They do get 1 kill as he's just jumping straight in the front door. Reflexer with 2. Now the beat hold is dead. Daxon with the MP40, maybe going to be able to get some work done if he wide peeks out White here, but he has a teammate peeking Reflexer, making it 3. Why not? P Dizzle already lurks through mid, looking for that nice headshot. Jumps out. Braddock is there to kill him. Looks for the +10, can't find it, and he's going to be pushed from all angles as Endpoint are up 11-3. We're going to head into the 15th round, and it's looking dire for London already. Yeah, absolutely. Not as close as we'd hope, especially on London's pick. And Reflector sometimes just seems to get that confidence, just fly through the site, taking gun battles left, right, and center, and somehow making it work. Brilliant from him. Yeah, Endpoint just running straight to B site there with their gun advantage, and not many kills coming out for London Esports, so it's going to be another broken buy. They have no nades. They have MP40s and an STG, but no nades, no scopes, no bolts. It's going to be hard to hold against a full Thompson with a scope Replan, and it's just a lot of utility coming out for Endpoint. Bit of a slow round coming out from Endpoint here, trying to ferret it out. Bit of a split, trying to sow some misinformation. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Rebirth here. Claims that really important first frag and the second. Beautiful stuff from him. exactly what they need at this point in time with backs up against the wall. Fake here, looking to even the odds. Picks up Mylan, taking that B-barn control with his teammate.
Daxton doing a good job here, not going down quite yet as he is regenning someone on the other side of that wall. That's Sin, and he does get the kill. So important that he locks down that positioning. Fake walked all the way through B house and kind of position swapped with Zlatan, but it's going to be Replan with that scope bringing up the back. Fake does go down, and now it's a 1v4, so London Esports firing back quickly on a nice hold on basically all sides of the map.
Yeah, it's good to see Endpoint for once being in a position where they have to say backs up against the wall. Obviously, you can never count Replan out, but 40 seconds and with the bomb a little bit further away than he'd like, probably just going to back off for the save. And how do you think this map's going? What did you expect out of this matchup with Endpoint in London?
Well, I'll tell you, it's a lot different than the first series looked, but at the same time, it's kind of similar as London Esports won some rounds early. They got the first 2, and then they've only won 1 in the past 12. The second one's going to go to them, so they're going to have 4 on the board. But I don't know. These teams, when they dominate, it's just they start running away with it, and it seems like anyone's capable of it. As we said, Western Jesters ran away on Liberation, and then Sector 1 ran away on Liberation the next time. This time, Endpoint's running away on Manor. We'll see if it's going to be a repeat where they run away on Manor or Lib the second map as well. But I don't know. It feels like a nice shot from Replan as they are pushing him. It feels like London are just kind of slow to get going here. We haven't, Daxton was the guy that we were watching last night as they knocked out Sentinel. He really came to life, 20+ kills on each map, and we just haven't really seen them get all that much accomplished. The leaders having to scope into a very hot Replan and Synda who haven't been missing shots. It's just not working out for them, and now, finally, they're going to be able to get their economy going a little bit. They have 2 nades in their hands, so maybe they can get some work done with those, but they're just going to have to clean it up and make sure they're holding, and that's a way to do it. The leader with a nice early kill.
Oh, unlucky there. That nade was almost perfect. Probably could have cleaned up +10 and shot this net round down early, but lucky for them, Sind and, well, most of the team really on default guns. Only Replan picking up the scope, relying on him to open up this round for them, and let's hope London don't give them an easy access entry into this B site. Yeah,
this is kind of the half eco off the back of Replan saving. Probably a good choice not to invest all into it if they're only going to have Thompsons. They do all have carbines, and they still have a lot of utility. It looks like they want to take this B site, and they have the guns and the nades for it. They're just going to have to make sure they don't get killed by both Zlatan and Mylan, who are playing a pretty default hold, both in Cubby and in the shed.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Zlatan come alive here. He's such an important player for London. I think maybe showing too much respect to Endpoint right now. When he gets his confidence building, he's such a dangerous player. Love to see him let loose, and perhaps he'll have an opportunity here as this round unfolds. Mylan, his teammate, his French compatriot, taking down Fake. They're increasing the advantage here for London. Perhaps an entry into this map for them.
So still holding, only 30 seconds left. And they do not. Oh, they do. Replan with a nice frag. Mylan has not moved from shed, and I believe they know he's here. Is relying on his teammates to rotate. Mylan gets the first, looking to get the second as they are peeking from far away. He does. Now only 1 player alive. Replan is dead. Now Zohan with 3 assists on those last couple kills. The very rare +9 coming up on his screen, I'm sure, but a good hold from London Esports, and this is what they need to have happen. Keep getting these rounds, and here we see full nades coming out from all of them. That's the first time they've been able to buy utility, basically, this whole map.
Yeah, I mean, they actually have what it takes to take this all the way to 13 or perhaps just overtime. I think it was a really good round for them. Well worked, a lot of teamwork there. Even though we saw Replan with that nice bait with Sind, that was real key from Endpoint. But London's still taking it down, and even Rebirth, a little bit of the BM shooting the body. Not sure Endpoint will be letting guess them just yet, but these teams definitely capable of a bit of trash talk between the 2 sides.
Nothing special coming out quite yet, although they do have control of Car and the short B street, and they've kind of hopped off site. Obviously, Synda doesn't know that, but he's on the white box and may be able to establish some type of control onto B if he can find them in the house, but is getting pushed by Mylan. Not going to be looking to his left, doesn't expect anyone to walk out, and he does go down for it. So now B control completely established. They know Mylan's there, but they don't know Zlatan's at Car, and he can be a real pain once this is spotted out. Looks like they're going to try to come through Trench and drop to take control. Not looking to the left as Daxton finds 1, Daxton finds 2, and Daxton does not find the 3rd, gets the assist on it. Only Replan left. And not a great round from London Esports. They just kind of walk through the middle of the map with no smokes or nades up, but I don't think we mentioned it was a full eco. They still have a lot of money in their wallet. Yeah,
I was going to say, this is the double eco from them. Well, almost 2 half ecos. Obviously, Replan bought into that scope last round. Or actually, no, he saved it over, didn't he? So actually, 2 complete double ecos. So this next round is going to be really important as we go into the 18th. Real litmus test for whether London can get the foot back into this map, or Endpoint are going to take match point. Or map point, I should say. First map in a wonderful best of 3 here at Fragadelphia.
Yeah, it's been a good tournament so far. Just had to see Western Jesters go out, but we're hopping into... I'm so glad that we get to see Endpoint and London Esports playing both for their life in the tournament. We will have the deciding best of 3 for 3rd place later on, so whoever loses this will play Western Jesters for that, but these teams meeting kind of relatively early in this, as the winner will go on to play Sector 1 in the Grand Finals, but we are far off that as we're still on the first match.
Mylan here posts up an aggressive peek. Great to see him on the scope. Obviously, big background on scoping, and great to see him feeling confident. Zlatan here just found out the B side, unfortunately, has been wrestled away from him whilst Mylan was posted up, getting another frag down to Reflexor. So Endpoint have maintained control of that site, but at what cost? Zlatan, brilliant frag on the edge of the smoke there. And yeah, this is such an important round, as we said, coming off the back of that double eco. Endpoint being shut down here. Mark, though, still something to say about that, as he does pick up Mylan here.
A nade still left over, and oh, he might try to back off this site, and I really do like this play. If they can get off a site and the sprint to A, maybe get this bomb down, they still have 45 seconds left, and he's clearing everything. Not sure if he's just doing it for posterity, or if he's going to try to cross here, as someone behind him from Garden is holding it. Just going to watch Mark's adventure here decide where he wants to go. Just walking around in the middle of the street, kind of baiting, waiting for Replan to get one of these frags, but London aren't giving him anything. Only 30 seconds left. For a second there, it looked like they may want to go back to A, just how Mark cleared the whole site, but maybe just doing his due diligence to make sure no one was hiding in a spot that would kill them before the bomb goes down. And that's exactly what's going to happen now, as Replan is holding the quarter. Mark's going to stick this plant. No post-plant nades coming out, so they will at least have the economy advantage as they do get it planted. Replan playing far away. Mark close, misses his first spray. He's going to jump around. Replan gets it. Daxon gets the second kill. Replan tries to come through. Nade would have landed on him anyways, and a really good patient play from London Esports to secure their 7th round.
Yeah, good work there, trying to bait out the shot from Replan. As soon as the shot rings out, they both climb onto the site and take them down. But yeah, I mean, I would have loved to see the rotate there, but I think Endpoint were just scared. There were some people in the back they hadn't quite cleared, so forced, unfortunately, to take that B site. They did maintain control early, but sadly at a bit of a cost. And, oh, interesting, a timeout here, probably from Endpoint, I imagine, as London have gained a bit of a foothold into this game. They've got enough money to buy into this, but Endpoint obviously pretty disciplined with their economy. Might be looking to do something different and just chat about it a little bit, as we see Mark there giving the pep talk, arguably the most successful IGL in Battalion history, going up against the London side that really want to get their first major series win against them.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about, obviously Mark's been so successful. See Daxon clapping over there on the right side. London's waking up and they're starting to open it. Replan sitting at 22 kills. Cinda hasn't really done all that much since I think he's been on 15 for a few rounds. But as I was saying, Mark kind of coined as one of the best IGLs, but when I speak to him about it, he says Reflexor has a lot of play as well. They both call off each other, and it's cool to see that kind of dynamic where it's not all one guy. There's a lot of input coming in from 2 different players on the team. Yeah,
no, I think that's very good to point out, actually. I mean, the IGLs get a lot of credit, but those mid-round callers supporting them also equally important. Reflexor on the Endpoint side, and Delita also helping out with the IGL duties on London. See Delita taking that tight angle, but Replan punishing that repeak. And that's exactly how Endpoint want to move into this round following the timeout.
Yeah, not expecting 2 to be over there, even though that is kind of the signature Endpoint play. Send 2 over to A long and just kind of default on the rest of the map while you decide what you do. And I think they're maybe going to try to bait out or rotate as they throw a smoke into A, but London are keen to it. They're not going to go too early, and Zlatan playing all the way up, and Fountain may be able to get 2 to 3 kills here as they're going to walk through. He just needs to make sure he holds this strong. We'll see if they clear it. They are taking their time checking their angles. Behind him is Mylan on B site, so he's going to be there as the exit strategy. Zlatan with 1, Zlatan with 2, going to strafe around and doesn't quite get the 3rd, as he is going to be circled in on Fake is going to come out and kill him. Mylan, as I said, has the car, and he does get the kill onto Sind. Fake was close. Not sure if they saw him walk through those arches or not. Maybe able to get some damage done if he walks all the way through. And he looks away at the last second, does actually find him and gets the spray through. So now a 2 versus 2 as Bomb is getting to site, but Daxon's already there. Replan throwing the smoke. Only 20 seconds left in the round. Should be able to get the plant here. No nades coming out, but Rebirth and Zohan both going to try to retake this site.
Yeah, if there's a play you don't want to be in a 1v2 against, it's certainly Replan. Thinking about the aggressive play, might get punished here, but it works out beautifully. Now Replan's narrowed it down to 1 versus 1, 35 seconds on the clock as Rebirth up against him, equally an excellent clutcher in his own right. And Replan will pick it up, taking match point. Brilliant play from him.
25 and 9. Such confident play to smoke that off and walk through the edge of it and then just go back on site. And that's got to hurt for London Esports. They've been doing so well on this Axis side, and it's kind of all for nil as he brings it to match point in a 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, I think Replan's a really smart player in his own right, and after that timeout, he'll be thinking about the opportunities he could take, and we saw him obviously pick up that frag on Talita and then fly across the other side of the map and pick up the 1v2. So yeah, really pivotal player for Endpoint here in this map.
Fake with the important kill onto Mylent there as well. Latin doing his job, getting the 2 before they're able to get there, but it was just too much from Endpoint.
And London really backs up against the wall. They needed this map win, this map pick.
That's going to be A site open as the leader goes down to an aid. The call comes out, and they're taking a little bit long to get onto site, but it looks like that's where they're going to posture. London Esports grouping together here at Big Barn as Latin tries to flank all the way through. Still does have a nade, so maybe if he hears this bomb being planted, could steal a nice free kill. Spots 1, and will spot 2, so we'll be able to make this call that they're going, and sees all the other 3 as well. Up to Rebirth here, walking through the smoke with the MP40. Maybe he can get some work done if he doesn't get killed by the players long and doesn't find the first. Mark is aware and checks his back. The nade had already come out from Zlatan, so the bomb's down. London Esports in a 2 versus 5 just to make sure they stay alive in this first map, and now it's up to Mylent. 40 seconds and 5 players to kill. Pretty easy round here for Endpoint.
Yeah, not the way London want to get out of this map, but fortunately that's all they wrote is Endpoint do pick up the final frag, and that will be 13-7 on the first map. Really similar scenes as we saw in the last best of 3 with Sector 1 over Western Jesters, and Endpoint and Sector 1 certainly look like the 2 strongest teams here today.
Yeah, and Endpoint aren't standing up and shouting or screaming anything like that. Relatively calm from both sides. The legend himself, Lens, standing behind with the camera, but just that was a really well played game from Endpoint.
Absolutely, yeah.
What was it, Replan and Cinda in the first half, and then Replan just went on, I think, what was it, 25, 26 kills on that one. They just really, there weren't too many weaknesses that we saw, and there weren't weaknesses that we saw that London took advantage of. Once they got to Axis, they could string together a few, but it seemed like too little too late.
Yeah, absolutely. When they get fired up, when they get going, I mean, what do you do in that scenario? So good.
Yeah, and
in fact, I think we have some replays here, seeing some highlights of the Replan and Sin show.
I'm excited. I don't know what clip, because I feel like they were just getting kill after kill. We had the plus 15. We had another 4-man, I believe, but it's going to be on the 4th round as they try to come through. I believe this is Replan's nade. So such a treat that we get to watch it. So set up to be perfect, especially with the timing, and could have gotten 4 if one more walked through. And then this is Reflexers plus 15 as well. Just such good aim, not missing a single shot there.
Yeah, and Talita with the cheeky no-scope onto Sind.
It's so hard to come back and play against something if you get plus 15. It's such a moral loss. It's hard. Replan with a nice shot here, and I believe this is where they retake together. I think he jumps and gets the headshot here as well, or just a normal kill, and this was hard for London to lose there. Yeah,
and this round was really interesting as well, like Replan in this second gun round of the map, just really getting an opportunity, and Rebirth being caught out unawares, and yeah, just giving Replan entry into that site. And I think, yeah, we've seen some really differences here. Oh, nice shot by Replan there as he goes to the save. Like, we almost saw Zlatan pick up that plus 15 there, but, you know, that one frag can make all the difference. Just managed picking up 2 and then unfortunately getting picked up by on B-House. In fact, we have the replay here, picking up those 2 frags, but I think panicking as he gets shot in the back and unfortunately getting taken down.
This is the last kill as Replan picks up that clutch, and he's got to be happy with that, man. A 1 versus 2. It's going to be that nade kill again, but it's just... It was off the back of so many different performances. There was a lot of things that London Esports didn't really try. Towards the end there, they tried to come through that A smoke, and I think maybe they could have challenged A long a little bit. I think one of the things that was a disadvantage is the leader just wasn't able to come online since Replan and Cinda were so on fire. The scope battles were not going their way, so they were at a disadvantage when he would die, and not to put the blame on him or anything like that, but it was just that they weren't able to get any type of, you know, map control after a pick with the scope. Yeah, absolutely. No consistency in the sort of pick. So, yeah, I mean, moving into, I think, Liberation now, what do you want to see them do? I actually think we may see Vanguard. Oh, is it Vanguard next? I believe I may have been wrong. I thought it was Manor, Liberation, and Derail, but we're actually going to jump into Vanguard. And so that was London Esports' pick. This is Endpoint's pick, which I'm a little bit surprised by because this was Endpoint's pick against Western Jesters, and it was close. Yeah, and actually... Endpoint lost Vanguard to Sector 1 last weekend in victory. And that they said that contributed to their defeat in that series. So, yeah, interesting to see them pick it. Perhaps there's some intel there. I think they got the upper hand on London. And certainly such an important map for those scope battles. So if the momentum carries on here, you really want to see Delita, Zlatan, or even Mylent stepping up to that plate. Yeah, and I'm interested. London definitely could fire back, but losing on your own map choice may tilt you a little bit. But who knows? Maybe they'll be able to pull out some type of strats, or maybe if they start on the Axis side and get some rounds in a row, then they'll be able to hold it off. I didn't think Endpoint really looked all that strong when we watched them against Western Jesters. Obviously, WJ, a great team, but I thought if that was their map pick yesterday, they would have been really, you know, 13-5 or something like that.
13-11, only courtesy of Fake's 1v4 there, which
Right.
was, you know, really fortunate for them and really well played by him, but there's not a lot in that. So, yeah, maybe London can take something to Endpoint here.
We'll see, as that is going to do it for the first game. If you are just joining us, this is the second best of 3 that we are watching. It is the semifinals, so whoever wins will go on to play Sector 1 in the grand finals. Whoever will lose is going to play Western Jesters, fighting for that third place spot. But that's going to do it for now. I'm Tom, joined by Levy. Make sure to stick around, as just in a few minutes we will hop into the second map on Vanguard. I think we are jumping straight into it. And Endpoint, I believe the sides are switched there, but Endpoint did win the first round, and they're going to be jumping onto PPSHs and Moes and Nagants and all the good stuff. London Esports down one map in this best of 3. They're going to be fighting for their life this entire map. It is their pick. Reflexer, though, opening up with a nice kill off Rebirth. We did see a Force actually come out, and it is working. Maybe no. Fake with a huge 2K there in bottom mid. Now it's going to be up to Daxton, who's playing over into this B hallway position. Shooting at a dead body by accident, makes his position known. Is going to have to challenge 2 players here at once. Gets the first. And player is just pushing him so aggressively. A little confused as to where he is. Daxton gets 2, maybe looking to make it 3. Endpoint realized they are now in a 2v1 and are going to play it a little more safe. And things are off to a fast start.
Yeah, I mean, Sin certainly some nice movement there, but not entirely sure it went the way he hoped. But yeah, Daxton probably not going to find this right now. But so excited to watch these guys in this map. Certainly a hard map to play, but a great map to watch. And yeah, Endpoint only just taking the win yesterday over Western Jesters with a crucial 1v4 from Fake. So certainly some opportunities here for London to take this map.
Replan just baiting out these shots. Daxton now only 15 seconds, just now coming to sight. Not going to see that same X-ray we do, although it would be nice. And I think it was just planted default, so no way he's going to win this. Tries to clear sight and get a few easy kills, but is going to have to retreat off and save. So we're going to jump into this one. A little quick start there as the players have readied up without anyone really knowing, so we're jumping in a little late. But
yeah, we'll be having words. Tom will beat them up later.
I don't know, man. These guys are big. There's a lot of big players.
I'll back you. Yeah, let's take it outside. Let's do it the American way, right? Except
we'll
you guys
see
actually
outside.
follow through. In the UK, we just talk the talk and don't hug. But it's fine. Anyway, on that last round, I was really excited to see actually a reflection on this map with that LMG on the Russian side. He really loves that gun, and seeing that really aggressive headshot he got really early on last round.
That's what it came down to in the last game. It feels like Western Jesters was good with opening picks on it, and it's cool to see players take advantage of it, just being so strong. Reflexer playing safe behind this couch here, and as you were saying, would like to see him get a couple more headshots with it and pick up the sight.
And something I absolutely love from London here is that you can see they're not playing that A site right now. They're just so content with their retake, and I think teams that have that ability is so much stronger. Such an asset. It allows you to play this map so differently and not worry about that player on A getting picked, as Rebirth might be pushing a bit too aggressively here. Sint and Reflexer both do punish those overextensions. Marlin going to have to try and pick up the slack with the Conveyor here on mid street.
I like the peek from Zinda. He kind of strafes into the stairs, so then he falls straight down. Mylent taken so low, somehow staying alive for now, but he is going to be peeked. Gets some damage done once again, but not going to die. The leader left alone now, and Replan is back there. Endpoint already 3-0 starting on the Allies side, and off to a strong start. We haven't really seen all that much from London Esports yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're almost like rushing into this. I swear that, I don't know, haven't really seen much of them yet, just going through the motions, getting picked by Endpoint right now, so hopefully that isn't going to be the case for the rest of the map.
Yeah, they have to make sure that they don't make the same mistakes they did last time. Obviously, they turned it on when they got to the Axis side, but even though they started playing well, it was not enough too late into the game. So don't want to speak too early. Endpoint now 3-0, and London Esports going to be able to buy up a little bit, but the leader not playing on that scope, as you were saying, that's going to be crucial to this, and they're not even going to be able to get that gun.
Yeah, and you can see Reflex just doing the same thing round after round after round. Like Endpoint, if something's working, they're not going to change it. They're just going to keep hammering you. So really looking for London to have a response here. Stelita, unfortunately, getting picked by Sinde there in quite an unusual gun battle. Not going to be happy about that one. And this round again, favoring Endpoint at the start.
Yeah, not sure why he sprinted there. The leader just kind of going down, and Sinde getting the second as Daxton's trying to clear it out. So that's 2 B picks just for players getting aggressive and kind of ADS walking through for no reason. Zlatan needs to win this gunfight, kind of spraying, going to jump back around and does get it. Fake goes down with almost like 1 health there. Zlatan with a good pick and does even it up a little bit. But Reflexer with another kill. There's only 1 player alive, and he's over on the B site, and I believe they know he's not an A player. P Dizzle going to spot him out here, and a nice straight shot coming out from Mylent.
Yeah, Mylent's really been hitting his shots today. Just unfortunately, we have to see those frags coming in mid-round or late round. Love to see him take some more aggressive opportunities, but Sind will shut him down with the little clip on the wallbang there. And yeah, I mean, as a mirror of last round, looking at Endpoint's bank right now, they are absolutely stacked. And it's only been 4 rounds. Like, again, once they get that economic foothold, it's so hard to shut them down. So London, again, can have a hill to climb. But Zlatan picking up the scope, something I certainly like to see. Obviously, play with a lot of scoping heritage, and hopefully he can start to even up the odds.
I think that's the thing. Endpoint don't take pointless deaths. They don't just die at the end of the round. They don't go out and lurk post-plant, and that's why they're able to bolster the economy. Everyone with at least 6 coins so they can lose 2 in a row and still be able to buy up scopes if they want. But it doesn't look like they are going to lose, as we do actually see the scope coming out finally. And Mylant with a nice opening pick, so London with a rare advantage that we haven't seen quite yet for them. Be Daxton here in the bottom of B, kind of playing in this hut, waiting for something to show. His teammate also there on site, and that's going to be the leader holding his other angle. It's going to be interesting to see what Endpoint do. They do have 3 smokes and 2 nades, so we may see that same execute we have seen, and smoke's not being pulled as of yet. Just now one goes out to smoke off mid, I believe. Or actually, that's a nade.
Yeah, Endpoint so lethal with the nades on this B side, so you'd be surprised how many lineups they have. London will be aware of that, having played this map against them before, so being cautious here as the execute does come in. Delete here, going to have to be a key player alongside his teammate. Getting camped into that brick corner. Delete picking up 3 frags there, brilliant work from him, as it's just replanned down. That's exactly what they need right now to get a foothold in this game. But replan, dangerous play in a clutch scenario, 3 players to find, and a bold action to do the job.
Yeah, the leader with a really nice play there. He jumps through the smoke that the that Endpoint threw on their execute. Replan not going to find this play. Oh, misses a shot there on tank. Gets up on top of it. Not sure he's going to have enough to win this round, that he does not even have the bomb. Knows that there's another here and could do some eco damage if he gets this frag, but he will not. Slatin with an important gunfight, and London Esports getting on the board here.
Yeah, brilliant work from Delita there. And indeed, a little bit of economic damage to Endpoint, but obviously 10, 9, and 8 coins apiece. They are going to be pretty comfortable right now, and London are, again, just moving from round to round, trying to claw it back. It was interesting to see them vary up their strategy that round, though. They actually stacked 2 on A. Probably the wrong round for it, but it's interesting to see them thinking about how they can adapt to Endpoint strategy.
Yeah, and now their economy's going. They have the utility, and it doesn't actually matter. I was going to say Zlatan still has that scope, but Replan does win the gunfight. Reflex are doing that strat he is so used to, which is just kind of coming straight into mid, and he actually may see this player climbing the stairs now. Almost looks like he knows exactly where it is. It doesn't matter, as Replan kills him before he can really peek. Rebirth goes down as well, so Mylant going to be trying to solo hold this, but they're not even going to show as they cross the site.
Yeah, this is not a promising start to the map, unfortunately, for London, and as you're saying at the beginning of this map, they weren't holding that A site, and now they are, and they're just getting picked. They try and cross into it. Not working out for them right now. As the bomb does go down, Daxton taking the gunfight, getting tagged up. Delita checking his corners, Mylant as well. Everyone trying to find a foothold, and Delita and Mylant do take one down, but Flex are there to respond. Dax as well. Frantic exchanges here, but it's a 2 versus 2. London have managed somehow to open this up from a 3 versus 5.
Yeah, they're doing well, and the nade's going to come out straight above. We're going to see if that lands in the corner, and it does! A huge play coming out as P Dizzle goes down. Now it's up to Cinda. Huge retake potential for London Esports. Going to be a big round if they win, but the time is now ticking. 15 seconds left. Cinda hasn't shot yet. Oh, he's snaking in. Drops down, can't find it, and London Esports looking for that bomb. They will find it, and a 3-man for Daxton, 2 for Delita. What a retake.
Yeah, I wonder how long he practiced that nade for.
It's that's something that Endpoint can't really afford to lose. Wow, that's a big round for London Esports, and we saw 2 early picks, and it's a 3v5 that they win. Basically a huge misplay there from Endpoint, as they don't win their gunfights and they go down.
Yeah, and all jokes aside about the nade, like, it's so important as a team to be able to have a good A retake strategy for this map, so really promising to see that London handle that very well.
I like how he throws the nade and starts shooting, so obviously you can hear the click, but you're not going to expect it to land, or maybe just kind of confuse them a little bit and disorient them, as Reflexers coming out once again, not able to find it, as Latin is looking up to the sky and finds his frag. P Dizzle on the other side of that smoke is going to try to walk through and get something done on his own, but nothing happening quite yet outside of that opening pick.
And yeah, good to see Reflex being shot down, because he's just been doing that every single round as Fake does even up the odds, taking down Daxton on that B site. He's got so much freedom in that middle area, just walking out in the open, not getting punished at all. Interesting to see here.
Nate comes out towards him, and it's not going to find a frag, and he's kind of forced to rotate, honestly. I know they have been gaming up A site, so Rebirth being over there is good for them, but actually baiting out a peek there is Fake from bottom mid. Actually, I'm not sure where his Latin was where he died, but
I heard a little giggle there from Reflexer, so I imagine it was a bit of a dirty shot from Sin there. 3 versus 4 for London now. 2 good rounds before this, and Marlin pick up another frag. Fake chiming back in on Delita. Tit for tat on this B site.
we saw him against Western Jesters being so dangerous when he gets up onto that top white position. Just kind of goes up every once in a while, sees what he can find, and a nice opening kill as bomb is now being planted. B, Mylan's still over here, and a nice pistol kill from Cinda. Bomb still actually has not been planted. I think they're tapping, waiting to see if he will run through smoke, but makes noise as he tries to come through the bottom of apartments and goes down. So Endpoint firing back, Fake with a nice 3K, and you said freedom in mid, and I feel like that's even understating it. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I mean, not quite sure how that's happening, but I think, I don't know, maybe that's just the fear of replan scope right now factoring in. Don't want to be sitting up, holding angles like that, just trying to take the close gunfights, but unfortunately they're just meeting the PPSH of Fake right now.
Yeah, and as you said, they kind of give up A position, but as we've seen them play so far, they give up mid as well, so they're kind of giving up maybe 80% of this map and choosing to retake or just focus on B, and it worked out maybe one of these rounds when they had a nice retake, but there's going to be few and far between of those as they had a nice post-plant. Regardless, Endpoint are up 5-2.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed not to see that frag taken on Fake. He missed a shot, but wasn't punished for it. Need to take those opportunities, but Zlatan does find one onto Reflexer, again shutting him down. Reflexer going to have to find a new strat to find out rather than just running up mid-house and shooting people every round.
Yeah, I don't know if he strafed through there or how he died, but Zlatan with an easy kill onto him. Going to slow this down as Endpoint are now in a 4-5 disadvantage. Map is down, and they're all working their own picks, trying to see what they can find.
It's interesting, again, Sin with a scope in the back pocket. He's loving that right now. Definitely putting it to work on the various maps. Definitely an evolution in his gameplay from the SMG player we're used to seeing. Mark here, again, a lot of freedom. Not really sure what's going on, but does walk into the crossfire and give away the information, but not punished again. Getting away with his life.
At least scares him a little bit so he can't just, you know, walk straight onto that A site. And I'd like to see them challenge A just to at least get an idea of kind of how the A players work. Fake, though, with an opening pick onto Zlatan with that car. Once again, free reign of this middle position of the map. 30 seconds left, and he's going to maybe jump up top. There is one player in tower, and he's going to cause some trouble. I believe that's Cinda who's going to work on site. So 20 seconds, they're going to opt to go to B here. Rebirth on the other side does kill Replan. The leader gets Cinda, and P Dizzle going to try to work his way on. There is one in Hut. He's missing his shots. Mark hasn't taken any damage, but will finally find it. Planning kind of on the other side, not where they would expect, as Mylan actually does. Starts shooting through and gets the frag. A good round from London Esports. I think a team ace for London, but Endpoint just taking far too long to try to get on to B.
Yeah, I mean, they're relying on Fake really and Reflex to open up those opportunities. And also Replan, to be fair, but Fake, I mean, it's so methodical and it's so clear to see he's well versed on this map, just holding loads of angles, but it wasn't quite enough here. London really keen hold of the B site, and important for them, keeping within 2 rounds of Endpoint, striking distance. Lisa picking up the bolt as well. 3 bolt action at weapons for London Esports, and a bit of a, well, Etchy and Eco coming out from the Endpoint side. Again, very disciplined with their economy. Got 9 coins in the bank already, so a plant here will be a real boon.
Oh, an ugly gunfight, and he is baited out as Latin goes down. Really well done from Endpoint, as they are maybe going to try to push onto this site and get the scope out of Braddock's hands, and they're going to walk on the site. Not sure he's going to be holding the right angle. He may go down here as he's not even aware that they're pushing on the site, but there's already 3 there. Bombs being planted and off an Eco. Endpoint are now in a 5v2.
Yeah, all those expensive weapons not being put to use, and yeah, just again, Endpoint, so much freedom and so much confidence.
Cinda with the scope in his hands once again. It's been so dangerous every time he can pick it up, and this is going to be the round for Endpoint unless Mylan here can find himself a 1v4, but I don't think that's going to happen. He's going to save the scope.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that's a crushing round for London to lose, and Endpoint are going to be really stacked probably for the rest of this half now. Only 4 more rounds left in it to take. Or sorry, 5, well, 3. I can count. 3 rounds to take.
Yeah, they're going to go up 6-3, and they're on the Allies side. I think you said it yesterday, and I'd agree. This is a very Axis-sided map, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So London not happy right now, but got to work with what they've got. And yeah, 1 map down. This is really everything for them. And also, even if they do make it to the 3rd map, Derailed obviously very favours Endpoint, well versed on that map. So yeah, it's a tough hill to climb now for London Esports.
Endpoint coming into this best of 3 exactly how we expected them to be. They went 6-0 in the group stage, and they're 2-0 here. Haven't really lost the map at all, and they've only been challenged a few times. Sector 1 taking them 11 rounds in the group stage, and Western Jesters taking 11-1, but they really, or 11-13, and they really haven't struggled here today yet.
Yeah, absolutely not. See if London can vary something up, try and take those 3 rounds. They really need them here. 6-6, even that will be difficult to take this map for. It's Fake again, just flying into that mid-house, so much freedom. And London barely even set up right now.
Yeah, they've given up mid-house every single round. I'd like to see one of them get in there just at least once. Just play with the MP40 and walk up, maybe trolley and get in there, or just play at the bottom of the top of the stairs, or just do something differently, because Fake's going to pick you apart if you don't.
Yeah, both these best of threes we've seen this morning are very similar in terms of one side just seem to play a bit scared of the reputation of the other. I'd love to see a bit more aggression there. And Zlatan, yeah, it does get taken down by Mark. Mark and Fake just gutting the mid out of London there.
Rebird's going to have to retreat all the way onto site. The leader, though, and Daxon both finding their own frags. Pete Dizzle with, I believe, his second of the round, and he's kind of cleaned up this A site. The problem is bomb is down, and Daxon knows it. Or he will in a second if he doesn't already.
Yeah, he's about to find out how lucky he is, but 35 seconds, still plenty of time for Endpoint. Coming up against Cinder. Obviously that PPSH really deadly at this sort of range. He spotted out Daxon, the info gained there on the Axis side. Mark cleaning up shop here almost entirely. Daxon now finds himself surrounded by opposition members and will get taken down by Reflexer. Good team over there from Mark and Reflexer.
Yeah, it's the MP40 show as Pete Dizzle with a nice 3K cleaning it up there at the end. The bomb was dropped, so it could have been good for London Esports, but they don't take advantage of that. And Endpoint now with a lot of money. We do see Reflexer. I mean, they can buy basically whatever they want every round this half.
Yeah, it's just got out of control again, run away from London. And yeah, maybe we're going to see another 9-3 half, unfortunately.
Could be. Replan on that scope. Want to see if he can get a pick over here on A once again.
And really big force coming in from London. Just 5 SMGs and a couple of smokes apiece.
There we go. They're finally getting in control of this bottom mid. And what do you know? It works out. Mylant gets the early kill onto Fake, who has been such a pain and such a brute force of just walking through. Mylant looking for the second. Doesn't get it as Reflexer wins his fight. But I don't think he knows that there's one behind him. Actually, looks like he does and does not get his Latin with a huge kill onto Reflexer. He's still got Rebirth below him, but I guess that's why they don't do that, because by doing that, they give up complete control of A. Replan with the first headshot, and now a 3v3 retake. Replan being in spawn is a little disjointed, so if they push onto site, it's just up to both Cinda and Pete Dizzle. We'll see if they can hold it.
Yeah, really fantastic adaptation by London side there with the SMGs and pushing in aggressively. Exactly what we wanted to see, but unfortunately, Replan took those opportunities on the street. Wide open for him. He was all forgotten about in that round. London do move in, taking frags left, right, and centre. 1-for-1 now, and this is just Replan with his SMG. Fake does come out.
Oh, Replan doesn't get baited by that. It's a fake plan at 22, or a fake defuse at 22 seconds in a 1v1, and the London Esports would have had the round. Replan once again not getting baited by that, going up at the last second, but now there's not enough time, and he has won this round. A huge show of confidence by not checking the bomb on either of those tabs.
Yeah, Delia gets the frag in the end, but that is a real dominant display by Replan there, not getting tempted in at all.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, he was so important in that round. Whilst everyone else was fighting over mid-house, he just posted up in the ruins, waiting for his opportunity, and when he strikes, it's a really pivotal frag.
They get the bomb down and they plant, so Replan maybe going to be able to buy up on the scope again, but 4 nades and 4 smokes. Maybe I should take my words back. I told London Esports they got to get mid-control, and they did a little bit. They won some of their fights, but with that happening, Endpoint were already on A site and got the bomb down. So last round of the half, Endpoint up 8-3, looking to make it 9, and London really needs to get one more on the board for a 4 scoreline, and that's a good way to start.
Yeah, players flying through the smoke here, a bit manic here on towards A and mid. Rebirth tags up player. Just got that teammate supporting him up, hoping they can pincer this player right now. It is expected, free pass coming out.
Oh,
and as ever in this map, trade's going the way of Endpoint. 2 versus 4 for London and another hill to climb.
Daxon coming through, may be able to find at least one here, and walks the wrong way. Rebirth is still over there and finds a kill onto Sin, and that means they can just go B if they choose. Daxon going to find one in the back and does frag him. Fake is still at front B, and they don't know that it's absolutely clear. So it's going to be only Daxon over here. Rebirth are going to still choose to hold down A site as both players are going to be coming through. Daxon needs to make sure he checks this close right angle. He does not, and does actually not go down. Huge that he doesn't die there.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing good work right now. 3 frags between Daxon and Rebirth. Can they do enough to take this 4th round? So vital here. They'll take everything they can get. Hopefully they can work together and not get picked off one by one. Replan might have something to say about that, and he does take down Rebirth, leaving it all on Daxon here, the last round of this first half.
Would be a huge clutch and a big momentum swing if he could get it. He's going to peek through and gets the headshots onto Fake. Still lots of time left as there is 30 seconds. Not sure what he's doing over there.
He knows what he's up against. He knows any moment he goes around a corner, there could be a scope holding an off angle, ready to shoot him in the face. And this could be a tough defuse here for him. Dodges the nade. Brilliant. Brilliant clutch from Daxon there.
Interesting play there from Replay, and I don't think he expected him to push right away, or maybe he didn't expect him to know exactly where he was. So London Esports, as I said, an important clutch. They're able to get 4 and salvage that half a little bit, but a tough battle to come through. Daxon giving some teabagging to his good old buddy Cinda, who lost that clutch.
Yeah, I think that's the probably the best teabag we've seen here today, so it's good to see that sort of level of playing being brought to the field. Anyway, now Endpoint on the Axis side, obviously going to be pretty strong side from them. London, what can they bring to the table with this attacking side? Obviously, we've seen Endpoint already play this defending side earlier on in this tournament, but London, it's going to be the first time on it. Hopefully they're warmed up. Hopefully they've got the strats ready to go. As you see, a lot of smokes brought out from London here. Clearly got a game plan.
Yeah, not all that much happening. Or like, it doesn't look like they're going to try to force anything as 4 or go as 5 or do anything too special. They're just kind of clearing their angles out and letting the leader get picks, which he does exactly that. And Fake is now dead. 5v4 lead on this round for London Esports.
Love hearing the sound of SVT ringing out. What a beautiful gun.
Fun to shoot and fun to watch. Nothing happening. London playing very slow, and Reflex are wide peeking out up top here. Someone's still holding that, and they're all going to push in front from this B main position as soon as they know Rebirth is tagged up there. Leader gets a kill on a rep line. Reflexer actually drops down and gets the kill. Daxon goes, but Slatin's there to trade him out. Only one player on B site seal, and that's going to be Mark Horner.
And he's going to know what's happening here. If he can get this frag, it's going to be crucial. But he looks away at the wrong moment. And Zlatan does take down Mark, leaving Sind in a 1v4 on the wrong side of the map.
That's good. London Esports, a 3K there on the leader who had a very nice round. Seemed like Mark Horner was just on the verge of getting that kill and knowing bomb was down, but he looks away at the last second. Obviously, that player making 0 noise tells him absolutely no information. And now we are heading into the 14th round. Guns coming out for London Esports. We see 2 PPSHs.
Yeah, and we heard a little bit of scream from Daxon as well. Maybe they're getting fired up. You know, I mean, the round difference is only 3. Obviously, not the best sides people going from a disadvantage on, but anything is possible. Another disciplined sort of eco here from Endpoint, but we've seen them win so many in this series already. Certainly can't count them out.
No, and I like their ecos. Mark, off this grease gun, is going to get so aggressive. He is being held, but does have some info. There's going to be a player waiting for him. He jumps out with the pistol. Rebirth's there, and he already had some damage done. So many of these players just pulling your pistol out when they're on a true default must really hate this MP28 grease gun.
Yeah, not the best on range, especially since the nerf. Reflexer here, playing a bit of a weird angle, but they do certainly have a lot of defense towards that site. Brilliant shot there, yeah. Easy frags for Endpoint here. Again on an eco round, taking it down after London get the win. So definitely not the way they hope that to go, but Delete has the money in the bank for a scope, so hopefully he can maybe take that up in a half buy round and bring something back, because otherwise it's going to be 10-5 for Endpoint. Yeah,
a nice 3K there from Fake. He was just kind of teaming up. I think all of them had an assist on it from a tagged player from the Gaver, and we're going to see if London's eco reset can come to them. They have an SVT, I believe, 2 PPSHs, a Mosin, and a Fedorov. So definitely have the guns, just not all that much utility. Only 1 smoke being up on Daxon.
Yeah, as we've always seen, Endpoint just always seem to have the economic advantage. Obviously helping when you're taking rounds in such a decisive fashion. Some aggressive play here being witnessed. Like to see it. Not too sure, though, about where the opponents could be.
Fake maybe going to get shoulder peeked by whoever is laying down on the other side of that hallway, but he has no reason to get aggressive and peek it. He can just hold these doors and be completely fine with what he's done for this round.
Just little shots ringing out, nothing really happening. London clearly trying to maintain that man advantage, not give anything away, but Endpoint equally not too fast holding on to their side, holding on to their game plan. As you do see Fake, the return frag, bring it down to a 4v4. Mark think he might get some action right now. Hearing some sound cues, maybe calling over to his team for a little bit of support. And the execute will come in. Can Mark pick up one? He does. And a second. Yeah, team's there to help him out, and all 3 cleaned up with just Mark going down there.
Yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't. They don't really need to do anything. They just go down, and that's a big round for Endpoint there. Send it with 3 kills. Mark just staying alive bottom. He gets the first, but his teammates are all rotating on. So as soon as they come through that B main, they're getting tagged by 2 players. So good patient play, and Endpoint do kind of reset that money. It's not going to be a very strong buy as no scopes are coming out, but they have 3 PPSHs. Maybe they can push something together.
Yeah, absolutely. Really hope they can change something up. And yeah, it looks to be an aggressive round. I wouldn't call it an eco, just the fact they have no money and they're 5 rounds down. They've got to make something work, so hopefully they have a plan of action and they get that early pick. But obviously Replan with the scope, they'll be looking to do the opposite. Sind as well with the scope in his back pocket as always. And Replan, yeah, does get that entry frag, so crucial there. Yeah, a few seconds in, 2 versus 5. This is not the round that London need. And this, oh, Daxter does pick up one. Fake does return though.
Look
and it's
how
just
he's
Milan.
playing.
I know, so confident, so aggressive, and on the other side of the map, again, freedom to go where he pleases.
Yeah, and this is on defense now, and would like to see how many fake kills Fake has after this round. Mylent trying his best, but taking a look at the scoreboard, it's all Endpoint. No one really being positive on the other side.
If now's the moment for a bit of individual brilliance, a little bit of momentum for the London side. Hope someone can bring it to the table, as London will force up, of course. Smokes in the back pocket, not the full utility they want, but generally a decent buy, going up against a very strong buy from Endpoint, and money in the bank to spare. 2 rounds here, all the Endpoint need to make it to the grand final. Obviously with a map advantage right now in the best of 3. It's a crucial time for London. Oh, and Endpoint. Oh my god, Sind, the wallbang headshot. I'm sure whatever it was filthy, and Rebound as well. The Finnish brothers chiming in with easy scope for Sind with another wallbang there on the A halls. 2 versus 5. London.
We call
Shit
it the back end of that kill. Replan with a second on the round, and they know where this guy is. Replan with a 3-man, Cinda with 2, all scope kills on that last round. London Esports dropping like flies. Their last chance here in this map to keep themselves going in this tournament. If they lose here, they will go on to play Western Jesters for 3rd place, but they haven't really shown us much.
Yeah, and Sin doing absolute work with that scope. You cannot count him out.
It's been all tournament long.
Yeah, absolutely incredible here.
It's got to feel good for Endpoint knowing that they have Cinda and Replan, both some of the, just picking up scopes, and they've really taken, whenever they have it in their hands, they seem to stay alive, not only for multiple rounds, but span kills across every single one of them. So definitely a insurance policy in case one of those scopes going down, knowing that Cinda can pick it up just as easily.
And London really clustering themselves in. They really need to get entry, and they do. Milan picking up that crucial frag, not willing to let them go home yet. Obviously, there will be a 3rd place playoff. They do have more opportunities, but everyone's here for the big prize. London picking up another frag as well. Dax, Zlatan chiming in, everyone getting a piece of the action. And now we Replan. It's been so good, so on fire here. And a bit of an unusual position to hold if there's a 2 versus 5. Just gets away position here. Wallbangs will be coming through from all directions. Smokes himself out. We'll see what he can do here.
I don't know how this man is still alive as he tags one, and he actually may go hunt this player in spawn. There's only one player that is up there in the top mid, and Mark does get that kill. So many shots coming out, and London Esports are keeping them honest, as it looks like Endpoint were trying to get away with some of that flashy play that we saw in the last round, and is punished pretty heftily.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that's got to be highlight of the game right there. It's just Replan just managed to stay alive with 4 people shooting him for about 20 seconds. Mark here probably just going to go for the save, not going to get greedy. Maybe try and pick up an extra frag if he can, but yeah, he knows. 6 rounds to work with. He's not worried. Money in the bank. And London sort of on the ropes here.
Yeah, it's I think it was Reflexer there, maybe peeking out the front of top B, and there was a player underneath of him, and it's good to see that London are still fighting into this one. It's so hard to go up against a team that already has 12 because putting in all this work just to tie, but London Esports, you really don't want to go home. You don't want to lose this map, and we're going to see them kind of fight tooth and nail for every single inch of map control and every round they can take off of Endpoint. If they start going very strong, wouldn't be surprised to see Endpoint call a timeout to tilt them and get rid of their advantage or their momentum or whatever they have, but they still have a long way to go just to tie.
Indeed, but I'm liking the aggressive play, picking up people stages where they can. Such a strong weapon in this game, obviously. Picking up 4, they're looking for some more aggressive action, some more entries like we saw from Milan beforehand. But Carr picks up on Replan, not the scope variety. Maybe just looking for a bit more adaptability on the side holds. We do see a bit of an aggressive push from Endpoint, meeting London head on, but Zlatan does pick up the first frag on Sin. Reflexer chiming in with a return frag, picks up 2 as well. Daxton going down. And this could be the beginning of the end as Endpoint have the man advantage here. 12-6 the scoreline for Endpoint.
And he actually made a lot of noise up top there. He takes out Reflexer and is traded for it, as Reflexer was able to get a bullet or 2 off onto him. Mylent going to try to push onto a site here. Someone is standing above him, and that's Replan, but he does get the frag, so now it's a 2 versus 2. And GG Fake going to push all the way around and have to flank, but they are on site for free, and bomb is now being planted. Mark going upper now, and wonder if he has some type of wall bang or some type of thing in mind where he can steal an easy kill from one of these players, but it's not going to happen quite yet.
Wouldn't be surprised. See some early stuff, perhaps. Yeah, Fake, even though he had that big flank, it's not going to be unexpected for him to come through this angle. Obviously, only 2 opportunities for approach. No utility in the back pocket for Endpoint. Nade onto Lito, not sure he's going to make any use of that, but yeah, certainly a hard retake for the Endpoint side, but I imagine they will go for it.
Taking it slow, not sure they're going to be expecting them to be doubled up top. That nade does come out just to kind of delay this even more. 20 seconds left, and I think they know that Fake is there. Fake shooting a little bit, and it's going to give info to tell Mark where they are. But 15 seconds as Mark tries to strafe in. Fake gets 1, but the leader with a nice +10 and a needed round from London Esports, 2 in a row as they are trying to claw their way back. Endpoint now, that was not a save, so they have some money, but they really, they don't. I'm not sure what they do. Do they just keep doing the same thing and play as they normally have, stop giving so many easy kills? Because they did have an advantage at one point in that round.
Yeah, sure. First time we've seen them on this map, Endpoint's kind of a bit on the ropes. They've gone for a bit of a mixed buy.
Shotgun on Mark.
Yeah, long time since we've seen the days of the shotgun, but perhaps he can put it to good work. But London, if they manage to get this round, then really they've got Endpoint on the ropes so economically. Endpoint obviously pretty comfortable here. 5 rounds in the back pocket. Replan does pick up the frag onto Daxton. Full buying into that scope and certainly paying off here.
We haven't seen a double barrel. I would love to see that on the side of the Allies. Obviously hard to make work since a lot of these fights are kind of mid-range, not always short, but would love to see one of these players pick up a double barrel and take mid-control.
Yeah, hey, with the close angles on like mid-house, A site, B site, it can definitely work, but it's just those long-range angles where you might walk into the scope of Replan where you'd be sort of regretting your choice.
Speaking of, he has the first kill in this game, so London already at a disadvantage. Gonna see if Zlatan can maybe get onto this site and find Mark. No one's really holding this front door. Actually, someone is. Reflexer gets him as he was playing above. Mark was not spotted out, so London don't even have the info that there are 2 players over there. And they have the mid control. It's going to see if they can get anything done with it.
Yeah, Endpoint really not giving an opportunity for London to get back into this round, so we're going to need to see a big individual play from Rebirth, Delita, or Mylan here. Only 35 seconds to go. They do have the bomb picked up, but they don't really have any side control. No opportunity to get in as Replan even sending a few shots out their way, delaying them even further. They're really running out of time here.
It's going to be an A hit, and there is a player still over there. Replan does get it on top of the banister, gets 1, and it is going to get peeked out as Rebirth is there and cleans him up. Braddock going to throw a nade straight up in the air as his teammate is working onto site, but Cinda is here. He's not even going to show himself until this bomb is being planted. They kill him, and 1 kill away from securing their spot in the grand finals is Endpoint, and there they go. Just some small little claps coming out. They're not even all that excited, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, another quite decisive best of 3 taken there from Endpoint. So, yeah, it's going to be a big game between Endpoint and Sector 1. Going through to the grand final. Obviously, London will be gutted, once again falling to their rivals, but they will have an opportunity for redemption here with a 3rd place playoff with the North American side, Western Jesters.
Yeah. And in the grand scheme of things, no one really too surprised about the results of this, I believe. I think if you were to ask people what their favorites were for this tournament, it'd be Endpoint Sector 1, right?
Yeah, we didn't really see any of the London players like build up any momentum. We've obviously seen yesterday Daxton really building up momentum, getting some big plays. And yeah, we saw a few glimpses of the individual skill, but didn't really come together. Endpoint so strong, so practiced, so well versed on taking land victories. Yeah,
and certainly hard for London Esports. They are sadly missing Max Strafe. I'm sure he's watching from home and upset that he can't come into play, but you got to give props to Mylan. He had so many good performances across these maps. Having to come into a team and fill those shoes, as I've said, is very hard to do, but he's done a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's been really good. He's been really hitting his shots today for sure in this series. So yeah, unfortunate for them not to progress any further, but yeah, definitely shaping up to be an interesting final. But anyway, before we go on to that, we have some replays from this latest map on Vanguard.
Let's see who does what. This was Daxton with the Gewehr here. I believe he gets the first, and oh yeah, gets the second. As I think it was Sin just trying to jump in and looks the wrong way. Is a little forget for where he actually was when he got that frag. And Zlatan with 1 health repeaks this. Look at as small his health bar is shooting before he gets around the corner. And this was when Fake just had free reign of a B site.
What, you mean every round?
Every single round on Allies.
Mylan here, yeah, shutting down that plant. That was quite a well-worked round from London, but one of the few, unfortunately. And yeah, Replan here in that round where London got aggressive, all forgotten about at the back of the street, and he takes some decisive frags, in fact, picking up the 1v2 that round as well. And Daxton here, crucial 1v2 for his team as well, when they need it, catching Replan unawares, and that nade not quite working as a dead nade he wanted it to.
It was hard. That was a very nice clutch from him coming out, but Reflexer, I feel like they were just finding their frags every time they needed to. This was the last round as Replan gets the 1 kill crossing, and there wasn't too many flashy plays coming out. We didn't see any +15s, any +20s. It was a lot of strat-centered gunplay, right? They were just getting either into mid, and if they didn't go mid, they'd go A long, or I feel like Endpoint just had the upper hand, and I don't know if it was the calls coming out or just how they naturally play, but didn't feel like they really had to stress about taking rounds from London.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and so much freedom. I think we talked about it a few times, so maybe it's a broken record at this point. But yeah, just Fake just running around the map doing what he wants, and also reflects on those first few rounds, just running through mid-house, doing the same thing, maybe 8 rounds in a row. A couple of times he does get taken down, but generally that worked out in his favour. So surprising to see him be allowed to do that every single round. So I was really hoping that London could, adapt to that a bit more, be a bit more aggressive, and take those big individual plays you say were unfortunately missing from this series.
And I think that the big gamble or the big problem is it's just what control you're going to give up and what you're going to fight over. I think one of the reasons Western Jesters had success is that they did challenge into mid, and even if they did go down to Reflexer sometimes, we saw what was a nice quick scope from him or Replan in that building on the Disrupt, and it's just so hard because if you're losing rounds and if you want to come back, you say, hey, we'll just give them this and we'll retake together, but there's a point where you give up so much room that when you try to go play those spots again, these players are already getting there so fast, or they already have so much control established that you just can't retake it. As we saw, once they did start to take B or mid control, Endpoint just ran A.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are sometimes they seem to adapt, but unfortunately it just didn't pan out for them. And yeah, almost I think London perhaps buying and forcing up into the economy when perhaps they shouldn't have, and then at the opportunities where they then want to save, ultimately being too far back in round difference to have that opportunity. So yeah, some economic work perhaps to do for that side, but we'll see if they can do anything better versus Western Jesters.
Yeah, but that is going to do it for London Esports for now. You're going to see them on stage next as Western Jesters are going to come back and fight for their spot in the top 3. Going to hold on hope for the NA. Maybe they can have a top 3. I think it was Excitable Pancake said that EU already got top 3. Maybe Western Jesters can prove them wrong. I'm calling you out specifically, Sean. I hope you're watching, and I hope my boys can bring it together. Not playing for first or second place anymore. Maybe going to feel a little relaxed. Maybe play their game a little bit more. London Esports be a bit tilted maybe, but I'm just holding out hope, man. Yeah,
I think Western Jesters had a bit of a strategy meeting with the team Liquored Up and taken some advice from them on how they approached yesterday. So I think, they'll be well prepared.
Yeah, I was Western Jesters drinking Hennessy out of the bottle in the parking lot. So that's the strat.
I mean, I wasn't going to say it, but yeah, absolutely, they'll be ready to go.
That's going to do it for now. We are in Huntington Beach, California. It was sunny earlier. We had some rain just a few minutes ago. XLZ Ghost left the top of his car open, so it is now soaking wet. Going to dry it out now. Hopefully the rental agency isn't listening, but that's going to do it as of now. I am Tom, joined by Levy. We'll be back shortly with another best of 3 for you guys, so stick around and we'll be here. Twitch chat. What is going on? I am joined by a familiar face in the post-game winner interview with Mark Horner from Endpoint. Coming off a hot win from London Esports, going to be jumping into the grand finals later tonight. How's it feel, securing another spot?
It feels good. I think we always knew this was extremely likely. Well, we had the same feeling last week, but obviously that didn't go to plan because we had a bad day at the office for a couple of maps that should have gone our way but didn't. And then, yeah, we got a chance to fix that in the next game against Sector 1.
Yeah,
and final.
London Esports, definitely a strong team. It seems like you guys just have their number, whether you're in their head or not. I was checking the online scores and the LAN scores. I asked you guys, I don't think you've lost the LAN on them maybe one map at Epic, and since then, you haven't struggled?
I think their problem is they get a little bit too emotional and they start like arguing. Like you just saw them, they start like arguing with each other after the game about, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that. But they made a roster change a few weeks ago, just after they'd already booked the LA trip. They got rid of Azuma and brought in... I can't remember which guy they brought in now. But they brought someone else in. But changing your roster that close to two events, not a good idea.
Not what you want to do.
Because it's happened a lot in Battalion where teams get really good, they get really close to beating like us or anyone else. Then they make a roster change. Then they have a honeymoon period of a week, and then they fall back 2, 3, 4 weeks or even months worth of progress. And it showed here last week they really struggled, and then here they've struggled. They've dropped maps in the groups to teams that they shouldn't really be dropping. But obviously they don't have Max Strafe at this event, so it's hard to gauge the actual roster itself.
We've been saying up on stage, it's hard to fill the shoes of Max Strafe, but Mylan stepped up to the plate. He's been doing a good job so far. Sadly, they can't do it, and you guys are going to be going up against not your rivals, but the team that knocked you out the last tournament, Sector 1. How's that? Are you guys feeling good about that? You guys both have pretty dominating performances today. You think it'll be a close series, or you feeling good about it?
Yeah, it's one of those things with Battalion where the game could be close, or it could be a 13-4 scoreline, but it could still be a really close game if the scoreline doesn't dictate it. Battalion at the minute feels quite random, where people will like commit to gambles or things that don't really have much logical reasoning behind it, other than we'll just try and see if this works and hope we get a round out of it. And when that starts working 3 or 4 times, that's when teams generally start snowballing, and then the game just runs away from you, and it's a little bit of a pain. But yeah, it should be a good game. Should be a close game. We've been banging on for the last year and a half that we want a close game, so hopefully we get that in the final.
Going to be fun to watch you and Kostya both on the main stage, and kind of some of the more energetic teams as we saw them screaming earlier. I had a question kind of strat-wise. You guys are one of the only teams that seems to win on your eco rounds. You guys, with all your kills, the MP28s, especially against, we just saw Disrupt there from Western Jesters, you guys took a few eco rounds from them. What is it that you guys do differently? Is it just because you change your play style, or...?
I honestly don't know. It's just I think we think of what we should be doing on eco rounds slightly different than other people, where people will invest 1 coin and then try and hold and get a lucky round where they get 3 lucky headshots. Whereas it doesn't make sense if you just full eco 2 rounds and you try 2 sort of gamble strats of 5-man death pooling it as such. We've had a really, really good win rate with that, and that's happened since day one when we've been playing as a team.
Right.
We probably have by a mile the highest win rate on eco rounds.
Yeah.
Because even at the major last year, we were winning probably 90% of our eco rounds, where people weren't expecting it because they weren't reading the economy properly. Right.
So obviously not your first experience in North America, but maybe you had have a stronger lineup now than you did at the last Fragadelphia. And that one, you guys did have actually a lot of success coming in together with a pug team, but this time you have all the boys. How are you feeling about playing against the NA talent? Specifically this guy himself, Disrupt.
This guy right here with the T-pole t-shirt. Yeah, it's a shame that the NA scene is a lot quieter than it was back then. People aren't practicing all the time. They're not playing as much as they were. So, it's only natural that we're playing a lot more than them, so we're probably going to be better as a team. Individually they're all really good players. But yeah, the last frag we had a couple of hiccups, I guess, with our team. We didn't have anywhere near the caliber of firepower we do now. The 5 players. Well,
Lex was the weakest link by far, right?
Yeah, of course, Lex. Come on, Lex. No, he was good. He was really good. But yeah, we only pugged a few times on Face It before the event, and it was just more of a fun trip. Wanted to play some Battalion in the middle, support the scene, that sort of thing.
Hang with Carbs. You guys went up to New York, and this time you're out in LA. Have you enjoyed the travels? I know you've been with Lens, and sadly Pete wasn't able to make it, correct? He's not coming out with you?
Pete couldn't come. Yeah, LA's been really nice. We haven't done as much as we probably would have if we knew what we were getting into sooner. We'd probably try to stay in a different area first for a couple of days and then come down this way. And then when we've had days where we're like, let's go and do something like visit the beach, whatever, it's just been absolutely chucking it down with rain. So it's like, oh yeah, great. Same as England.
Yeah, it's been weather hasn't worked out for everyone that's traveling, sadly, but it's cool to be here, and this venue specifically, this place is sick.
Yeah, this venue is really, really nice. I love it. I just wish that we had somewhere like this in Europe that we could put events at, because it's perfect. PCs are really good. The production's amazing. There's no random issues that keep popping up left, right, and centre. It's just everything is in place. You've got plenty of space. Computers are great. Monitors are great. There's just really nothing to complain about. The temperature's fine. That was an issue we had last week. So yeah, there's nothing that we can complain about. You know, conditions are really good. It's a really, really good venue. It's probably best LAN we've been to for Battalion, I would say, in terms of like setup and facilities. Like, it's great.
And that's the tagline there, the best LAN that we've been to. This is Mark Corner from Endpoint. Do you have any sponsors that you want to shout out or anything you want to say to fans watching at home?
I would, but I cut them off my sleeves, so I can't
You
remember
know
them off the top of my head. Anyone that's watching us and supporting us, thanks. People that are waiting to see us lose, you've had that once. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. And then, yeah, hopefully we just have a really good game in the final, and then, you know, with Battalion, we'll see what's next in Q1, Q2 next year, see what pops up. Hopefully there's more events. And then, yeah, we'll just take them as they come. Yeah,
well, for sure. Hope to see Endpoint. We will see them later today playing Sector 1 in a best-of-3 grand finals. I don't think it's best-of-5 anymore. I think it's just the 3 maps.
I don't know. Best-of-5, I think, would be fine. Best-of-3, also fine.
I think it's best-of-3. Not sure. We will confirm. And make sure you guys are sticking around. We will have the third-place map coming up with Western Jesters versus London Esports. So stick around. But that is going to do it for us as of now. Here in Huntington Beach, we'll be back in just a bit.
Cool. Easy.
Cool. Easy. What is going on, everybody? I am joined by my friend Jacob Trumpus. We're about to jump into the third place match. And actually, I think they're playing, but Trump, good to cast with you, man. We're
Nice
already
to
off
see you,
screen.
Tom. Yeah, hey, doing it off screen for once, so it's nice to be here.
Yeah. Trump, one of the big-time casters for the NA Open and Premier League games, so good to be back at it. And just going to jump into both Western Jesters versus London Esports. 2 Western Jesters players down already. WJ lost to Sector 1 earlier, and they are now fighting for 3rd place. London just lost to Endpoint if you weren't watching. And this is going to be a good one. I know the Western Jesters guys are a little loose now, a little calmed down. They're not fighting for 1st place, and I think it's going to be an advantage to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Western Jesters, I like them here. I like them on Liberation. It's one of the maps they really can get at it in North America. So, I mean, they're the part of NA right now, and we're just right behind them here today. So
PP West with a nice kill onto Rebirth, who is Braddock. We got Ritual, Disrupt, Blades J, Wally Sucks, and PP West over on London. These players have been consistent throughout. We have Zohan, which is Daxton, Braddock, who is Rebirth, Zlatan, Mylent, and the leader. Blade getting taken down by Daxton on the other side. And another slow game coming out from Disrupt, and he actually went to re-peek that. That player fell off as the bomb's being ferried over towards A. He goes down, and now the leader is holding down that back street. Going to see if West can win that fight. Doesn't get any damage done. Only 10 seconds left, and really needs to make sure that he either dies after time or just doesn't go down at all, because being on 0 coin second round is
yeah, it's tough. And Western Jesters are a pretty good eco team here. And to start on Allies, I mean, you're really trying to get as many rounds as you can before you switch to Axis side. Lib is pretty even, I'd say, as far as the map pool goes for Allies and Axis being even, but I'm really hoping they can pull some rounds together here and get it going real quick.
Yeah, it's a quick 1-0 for London Esports. Just going to see a default coming out from both teams. I thought Western Jesters were maybe going to bum rush B bomb site and try to get some utility going. And no, they're just playing slow. Just going to see carbines on everyone. They only bought 1 smoke, so maybe they'll group together and try to take someone late in the round. But no picks coming out. London Esports playing pretty passive themselves.
Yeah, pretty good split here from Western Jesters.
We've seen WJ play this map a lot. We caught the second half of them playing you guys on this map, and as you would probably know, they are very strong on it. But we saw some dinks in the armor earlier as they lost to Sector 1 pretty handily. Zlatan getting tagged up and is able to make his way back. And we'll see if they can tune things up a little bit. Daxton and Zlatan here both playing with MP40s. So hard to peek and win against. Gonna get double peek. Gets the first and does get the second. Blade and Wally teaming together, and they are screaming over there. Gotta be happy. The leader is their B Arch, and they actually smoke it off. 35 seconds left in this round, as it looks like Western Jesters do want to make a B assault. The leader not able to get any of those kills, not finding any headshots, and sees him mark, doesn't call it out. Disrupt with a nice frag, staying alive for just long enough. The woos are coming out, and it feels like Fragadelphia all over.
Absolutely. You can definitely hear the NA crowd here. Tom, right beside us, right behind Western Jesters.
The leader beaming him through that wall, but both layers of the Market Star are going to say that he will not get that kill. The leader needs to be careful, make sure he doesn't get taken down, getting up on top of the stall. Disrupt finds another headshot. The leader with the MP40 trades it off, but 30 seconds in a 1 versus 3. Blade with 2 kills, looking to make it 3 on this round, and he does a nice 1-tap. And we see London Esports there on the right side of the screen, Western Jesters on the left, and potentially one of the most handsome players in the scene, Ritual there.
Absolutely.
A nice barbed wire tattoo. Do you think it hurts to touch?
You know what, it might, honestly. It looks like it does. I mean, he's 6'4", fully tatted, so, I mean, it looks like it, for sure.
Yeah, the screen does subtract about 1.5 feet, so
yep.
He is truly 6'4". Western Jesters do have the utility, and I think off that they're probably going to do a full B hit. That's exactly what we see so far. Nades coming out, and London actually not getting taken low at all, but Blade's going to run straight through the smoke. Look to see if he can get entries. Zlatan looking for one, gets taken so low. Daxton, though, with a headshot onto Disrupt, playing upper. The trades do come out, and the leader is now dead as the bomb's coming out. No post-plant nades here for London Esports. Daxton staying alive, gets the second kill onto Blade, but PP West trades it off. And another post-plant situation here. Western Jesters pretty good in these situations, but there are guns, as Rebirth does have the MP42 coming through Cemetery. West not in the best spot if he gets peeked from Grave with a Gewehr. Sees him, and as I said, not the best gun to play. Zlatan with a headshot as well. Now all up to Ritual in a 1 versus 3. Scary position to be in. does not get that kill as Mylant cleans it up. A huge retake for them. And just not a strong post plant. West in kind of a strange spot, and Ritual not able to find that frag. I think that's on Daxton up there, upper, getting those 2 frags.
Yeah, I mean, Western Jesters really doing a good job getting on site really quickly. Post plant definitely going to be difficult. What I've noticed, going prone in battalions, it's more of a negative thing for you. It's only your head is showing. You're giving the the opposing team an area for you to shoot at, and I've seen this quite a bit where prone, you're prone and you get the headshot real quick, and we saw that there on West.
I think you need to, if you're going to go prone, you have to do it at a tight angle. If you're from far away, your body's essentially one big headshot hit marker. But if you're in a doorway or in a building or something, no one's going to be looking at the floor, and especially not going in with a carbine or anything. That being said, we're going to start off the next round. Some trades coming up. Ritual with a nice nade onto Mylant as Zlatan gets his kill, and we do see a scope on the leader, and he has been so strong. Wally has one of his own, so that's going to be a battle that will happen at some point, but for now the leader is just playing in top white, holding down, or bottom white actually, holding down this market position. Strangely missing a shot, and I believe that's Disrupt still up there, so confident in re-peeking that because why not? Wally with his scope hasn't really been able to get too active. He's kind of holding down just a B push, making sure they don't come through, but he does have the bomb, so he needs to make sure he doesn't get taken out or maybe doesn't take too long on the A rotate if they decide to go that way. But it's a 4v4, only 45 seconds left, and drops the bomb as he looks to try to get this pick here on yellow. Wally here making sure to clear all angles, knows that no one is there, and needs to be careful as there is one B arch. Rebirth with a kill onto Disrupt. Wally peeking close, gets one, but it is traded. The leader a little too late to save his teammates, but it's going to be hard for them to push onto this. They don't have any utility. The leader just holding down this mid street as they have one in the closet. They did find a smoke on Wally's body. The leader with a huge kill through the smoke. Now it's up to Blade. He is alone with a Grand and may just choose to save this as he hasn't been able to find a kill. Just going to stick around, and if he can get that scope out of the hands of... Oh, actually picks up a scope of his own, so that's a huge save. He can stay alive with this.
Yeah, I've noticed Eco is a huge advantage here. I mean, a lot of teams have been trying to do what they can to use carbines and even the default weapon as much as possible here. But you can really see the difference between once the Europeans get the bolts and the scopes, it's a whole new game.
Yeah, it's nice to have players that can be on those defaults, but when push comes to shove, if there's 3 people pushing sight, you want an automatic weapon, and that's exactly what London Esports will have.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Thompson's just ripping through players, and I want to see what Blade can do with his scope if he's going to take this battle against the leader. We haven't seen him scoping all that much, and I actually think we're going to see him jump out window. If they don't have a Nest Nade, he could do a lot of damage. Nest Nade does come through, and he's looking for some quick scopes here through the smoke. Nothing's showing yet. Wally does go down, and Zlatan's actually spraying back through on the other side. Western Jesters maybe seem like they're falling into that same pattern that got them the loss on the Sector 1 game, which is these slow defaults where they just kind of forfeit map control. I'd like to see them get some type of player through market. I'm not sure who's really playing it. I think it's Mylant who likes to sit between market and that mid-street for the side of London Esports, but yeah, here he is with the card, just holding both of these down. But if they can pressure him and get on the A site, maybe they'll have some success, but that's not what's going to happen as of yet. Blade getting tagged up with that scope, needs to make sure he stays alive.
Yeah, they're still going with this split approach. A to B, 2v2, 2B, maybe 1 mid, 1 A side. Kind of just playing picks here.
Oh, I think Ritual saw him there. He did. A nice headshot onto Zohan. Throws the smoke, and that may be the call to go B. He's watching the flank, making sure no one's behind him. Gonna nade into that smoke and force that player to come through, and he does! Gets the kill onto Blade, not expecting him to jump right through. The bomb's now coming, but A are going to take a long time getting here, and there are 2 bolts as one's already going upper. It's gonna be Disrupt here in the middle of the street. It's gonna be up to him to get a lot done, but he doesn't know that there's still a player in the smoke. Gonna be smart of him just to rotate off. Jumps onto the mid-tank, looks to get one, and he does! The leader goes down, and he falls. That other player shot in mid-street, so he at least knows where he is, but he hits his shot. Bomb is still not being planted, and now it's up to Ritual in a 1 versus 3. Needs to make sure he doesn't die after time here. Once again, as we've said it, can't quite get that kill and just runs away. Actually, just gonna prone with the pistol, as maybe he thought someone is pushing him. Oh, from behind is getting wall. Nope.
Oh, man.
Not the wall bang, but does die. Has just 1 coin, luckily, but I'd like to see Western Jesters just, take a site. It's been the splits, and it's not working.
No, they got to do something different. They got to just mix it up a little bit. Maybe just rush the site, A, B, something. I mean, the London is doing a really great job holding angles, being able to, just play passively and wait for them to make a move, and they're at the right place at the right time here. So Western Jesters really got to do something to mix it up a little bit here.
We'll see. Looks like there's a timeout. Some laughing going on over there. I'm hoping everyone's enjoying their time here today. A lot of the teams that were knocked out have made their appearances, and I don't think, were you guys able to get a pug going on earlier today, or not enough to play?
Not yet. I think maybe people would try a little later, but not too sure. They definitely gave us the okay. I know some people even muttered the words Call of Duty 4. So
a COD pug.
Yeah, absolutely. So we don't know what'll happen here, but as of now, we're just watching the third place game and hopefully the grand finals.
Yeah. Grand Finals, what a match it'll be, Sector 1 versus Endpoint. But now we are in London versus Western Jesters. If you're just tuning in, this is the first map of the decider match for the third place. Rebirth with a nice nade onto Wally. It is traded off. These nades are coming through. Blade walks through the smoke and he can't get it, but it is traded as West is running with him. Good to have someone there to trade, but it's now a 3v3. No nades on the side of London Eater. Well, there was, and now there is none. Disrupt able to pick up a smoke, and he's going to be able to smoke this B arch. They need to make sure that they hold it if he does do that. He's kind of running off site. The smoke comes out for long, and he goes to smoke upper instead, and I like that play. So if they plant close, someone can just watch their arch as Disrupt is holding the flank here. Someone's going to jump through the smoke and does get him. Rebirth getting two! Not sure how he just beams Disrupt there, and there is one player on the long flank as Mylan could potentially come through if he wants. Ritual with a lot of time, and he is going to... Whoa, if he walked through that smoke, could have had a lot of success, but is just opting to play in dark. Obviously cannot see the same X-rays we do. Although sometimes you think maybe he can. And London both just playing cross angles on each other. Neither of them really moving. They're just going to hold both mid-street and the Ivy push. Ritual getting away somehow. Looking for the one-tap as there only is one bullet in the carbine and stops moving. Maybe thinks he knows he's going to die there as London go up 5-1. Would really like to see Western Jesters turn it on and, play as they were earlier today, but it just doesn't seem like it's coming together. And it's good to see London Esports bounce back as they really struggled against Endpoint.
Yeah, I mean, you can see some of these EU teams, well, all three of these EU teams, they're really good at adapting. I've seen the way they've played, like that uncharacteristic play by Rebirth right there. I mean, just kind of jumping out and, I don't think Western Jesters expect them to do that. I did not expect them to do that and end up with 2 frags. I mean, that made it a 1v2. And I mean, really nothing for Ritual to do there with that crossfire. So they're really learning and they're coming from their mistakes, and you can see it in this 5-1 front start for them on Lib.
Yeah, and I think sometimes Lib can be an ally-sided map. Zohan with a headshot. Wally couldn't buy a kill if he wanted one. Zlatan gets the kill onto West. He gets taken low, but not going to come through. He is very tagged up, Ritual, and he goes down. So Daxon just doing very well with this MP40, taking yellow control. Only 2 players alive, and actually will win that gunfight as well. Blade not taking him down, switches to the pistol and looking for his 4th kill of the round. Finds the feet. Some good feet there, but he will take them out. Disrupt falls.
Wow, what an incredible round from Daxon there, honestly, with that 40, just rushing up yellow. That was a good stop.
He was hardly challenged, right? Yeah, Wally got some shots into him. Blade upper probably should have had that frag as well, but he's not going to find it. And Wally buying up a scope. That was a save there coming out for Western Jesters. So bit of a silver lining now that they're going into the next round, but the game's frozen. I guess that's a technical pause, or if someone on the server paused it for them. Not 100% sure what's going on, but just going to take a look at the scoreboard here and see who's doing what. It's not all that much from Western Jesters. Disrupt sitting up at 5 kills, and they did. Was it the first round they won or the second round? It seems like they haven't won a round in a long time.
I think they started off winning the first round, Tom.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going wrong for them. All the gunfights we've been watching, they've been losing, but it doesn't even seem like they're really taking all that many. They're just dying to players that are shooting at them without them seeing, and I think they're taking it slowly, but not in the right sense of checking angles and being patient. They're taking it slowly as they're just not getting across the map quick enough, and I think that's a big difference. And yeah, the game's paused for now, so we're just going to see what's going on. Maybe one of these players is having some technical difficulties. Maybe that's why Ritual just took his hands off his keyboard and mouse there in the middle of the street. But yeah, not too much to dissect from this game. Obviously, you played Western Jesters earlier, and we jumped in the second half of that. How was your group stage otherwise?
You know what? It was pretty much how we expected it to be. I mean, we beat, other than one team, I think what the teams we were supposed to beat, we beat, other than the MAGA team, which was a tough fight, and ultimately we were disappointed that we lost at 13-11. But the Sentinel tie at the end was definitely happy for us to kind of leave with something that, we felt like we could have done, and we did, and we owed them something from the last Fragadelphia. So it was kind of nice to tie them and shake up the groups a little bit. But nothing but love for those guys. I wish they would have made it to today,
Yeah.
or made it, made it to today. So tough to see, but we were glad, I think, at the end for being a Pug team that kind of just came from nothing and started going. But it was fun. It was fun. I think, we did what we could and enjoyed it. So.
And it's fun to see you guys as always. I think the game is starting back up, so we will jump back into it as the game is unfrozen. Not sure what was going on, but we're just going to jump straight back in to 2 trades coming out. Zlatan and Ritual with 2 apiece, a 3v3, and we've seen this so many times. Maybe, just maybe, Western Jesters will be able to hold the post plant, but I think a nade's coming over.
Oh. That did not work.
Yeah, he nades himself. The leader goes down, and now it's a 3 versus 2 for Western Jesters. Here's some giggling going on. Not sure if that's London themselves or maybe some fans or friends behind them or just completely unrelated. But Western Jesters, something happened on the London Esports side, and it's exactly what they need to maybe steal this round. They smoke off long, so any of the attempts to stop this bomb diffuser are going to have to come from half wall, as it is a fake. Blade comes strafing immediately through, and this still has not been touched, so Western Jesters do have the info. It was planted, and I think this top Nest player has to strafe down, and this bomb is being stuck. They're not going to go for the kill, and he does not. Yes, Wally does get the kill at the very last second. Oh my goodness, that is close. Mylent feeling fancy here on the car. Not able to get these kills, and actually gives that bolt to Ritual, who has a 3K on the round. And just about everything that has to go right for Western Jesters there does. The leader killing himself, and Wally with his last bullet stopping that defuse.
Yeah, I mean, that's a round that the Western Jesters needed, and they got. I mean, they had a little bit of a pause there, so who knows what could have been talked about, or maybe there's some little bit of pumping up to do on the Western Jesters side. So I definitely saw it, and that round's big. I mean, I think we saw it last game against Sector 1. They won the first couple rounds, and then Sector 1, like 13 unanswered points. So Western Jesters doing whatever they can to stop London from going on that kind of a streak here. So nice to see 2-6.
Wally has gone down to a nade just about every other round here, and it's hard to watch because Wally's one of these players they need alive to get these opening picks. West does see one there in dark, and he's going to fall off before he is pinched and stuck in there, so smart to retreat off. And Disrupt over playing at A. If he can find this pick and make sure that they don't get flanked through tables, and that's exactly what is going to happen as the leader is there. Not sure West's holding the right angle. Going to see if the leader can find this frag onto him or at least pick out one of these guys, but may spot Disrupt as he's doing this half-wall jump. Does see him, a nice headshot, and closes down any type of A control as well as picks up a Grand. So Western Jesters are now stuck over in this B site as they can maybe retreat off as two. Blade getting tagged up through the wall a little bit. They're trying to come back here through Church, but the leader's just holding the angle. Gets the second onto West as well. The car is now down and Blade falls. London answering very strong. The leader with a nice 4K. He just walks up mid completely unopposed. I think it was through Orange or maybe just through Market. And that's kind of something Western Jesters struggled with as well. Disrupt holds that A long push, but in the meantime, someone can walk through. Kosje did the same thing when they played, and they're sending 3 over to B every round, so they don't really have any control otherwise. And, you know, London take advantage of it. Yeah,
mid was completely open. And one thing I've noticed with London and these other EU teams, they're finding the exploits early, and they're making, you know, the other opposing teams pay for it. So they're kind of snooping things out, and they probably figured that no one was watching mid and just abused it. You know, we'll see if they continue to do stuff like that here as we head into the 10th round.
No one going down too early here, so a better start for Western Jesters than usual. Zlatan getting some damage and not getting too aggressive to repeat that, just falls all the way off. And yeah, this is a slower round. Zlatan's actually going to come back. He's just going to keep doing this until he finds the kill, and he's actually just baiting for Daxton as they have teamed together so many times on this B-long position. Meanwhile, in the middle of the map, they have some aim duels going on. Wally getting taken low, and it's going to be Disrupt and West trying to find some type of pressure. The leader baiting as it is, I think, Mylent just playing behind him with that bolt, or with the STG. And Western really haven't done anything over towards the A site. West, if he can just walk straight through here, may be able to have some success. And I think he's making maybe the wrong choice by going front white here, but he should be able to get this kill onto Mylent as it was left open for a little bit of time. Gets the nice headshot, and now A site is exposed as only one player is there. West does see him, and they now know it's only one. Gets the second headshot onto the leader. Heard a let's go PP coming from the crowd, so they are excited their buddy is finding some success finally. They have 20 seconds left, and they need to get onto this bomb site. West strafing out as one player is still baiting. They know that there's one on site. As all three are collapsing on, they're clearing their corners, and they finally do get it. Bomb is now being planted in a 2v2, and they're collapsing quickly. This is going to be Zohan, Daxton pushing in, but West is there for the third kill of the round. Only one up, and it's going to be Zlatan. We can see if he can walk around back. West not holding the right angle, sees him, doesn't get it. Up to Wally now in a 1 versus 1. Can Zlatan do it? He can, a huge clutch. West trying his best there for his team, but it's not enough. And oh boy, Trump London are going to go up 8-2.
I really thought Western Jesters had that round. I mean, they had it. They had the juice from the crowd. They had everything right there. But man, that was a really well done job from Zlatan there. Make it 8-2 London. I mean, they're just kind of running away with this, Tom.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to find their kills. Wally and Blade both struggling a little bit, and those are some of the key players for Western Jesters in their successful times. West and Ritual trying to do their best to, lift their spirits, but it's not happening. West, I love to see him buying the scope off that, feeling confident after winning most of his aim duels, and we'll see if maybe he can get an opening pick on the leader.
Yeah, the scope's a dark horse here. I'm telling you, the bolts and the scopes are the best weapons you can use. I've seen it on LAN. I've used it, and
it feels
good. It feels real good.
Yeah. Zlatan and Zohan teaming together for some kills there over on B once again. Braddock pushing A long. West is there to kill him. And West with the right idea, maybe can get up on this box and find a kill, but Daxton's playing very low to the ground. There is one in this yellow position. So they're doubled up long, essentially. It's going to be up to Ritual, who is trying to peek around and spots him. A nice kill. Not sure he's going to be expecting the other player there, and he's not, as Daxton comes through and gets a 2-man. They should be expecting them. They've been playing together so well, Daxton and Zlatan over here on B site.
Yeah, those two are really killing it. I mean, pushing up yellow, they're always pushing B line together. They're never alone. And if one goes down, there's a trade. They're just really holding it down and making B site really a hard time for Western Jesters. I mean, they got to do something different here.
Yeah, it feels like they're a little thrown off, or just things aren't going their way. They have 5 Thompsons now. Maybe this is what they need to get it going, a full-on B push, but this time we're actually going to see Daxton and Zlatan are not playing it together. There's going to be one player here close in yellow. He does get 1 kill, but is traded, and Zlatan is there through Ivy this time. They are at least holding the flank. Blade gets another kill onto the leader. Blade waking up here a little bit. Zlatan getting tagged out. And actually, Blade so confident, peeking down mid-street, gets another 2, making it 3, making it 4.
Wow.
An ace for Blade. Oh, the energy's coming out, and maybe that'll be enough, but sadly it is still 9-3 for Western Jesters. London are up.
Yeah, it's a huge morale boost, though, if you're Western Jesters. Blade really stepping up. That's a huge ace for him. Love to see him killing it. I mean, one of the best NA battalion players for sure, especially with the bolt. And, man, he's just doing work right there with the Thompson. So huge for them, and maybe that'll change the tide a little bit going into the second half.
Yeah, just running straight through their B, and it feels like, hey, let me just do this. Goes clears outside himself, and so confident to just peek down mid-street, get his name on the board, and get some kills to his name. Maybe they can transfer that same energy, but London have so much room to work with. Only need 3 rounds to get onto map point. We will see if they can do it or not. Western Jesters, though, very strong on the Axis side. Slow first round coming out. Need to see Wally get on the board here as well. He knows where one of these players is. Needs to make sure he doesn't get peeked. West with a nice 1-tap onto Rebirth. Wally doesn't know that he's already left. Gets shot at just a little bit. It's going to be the leader over here. Oh, at the last second looks away. Not sure if Wally spotted them or not. It's just so funny to see these battle of the shoulder peaks as both of these players, they kind of know where they are, they kind of don't. And London Esports taking their time. They do smoke off B, and there's not really any Western Jesters players here other than Disrupt in Dark Barn. He just needs to stay alive and make sure they don't clear him out. Gonna fake a plant. Disrupt spraying through a little bit. And actually running through. He should know that this is a fake plant by now. Gets tagged up a little bit, and it's just staying alive, biding his time. Blade getting taken a little low up top as well. Now 25 seconds left. Disrupt sees one on the stairs, is going to peek out and gets this bomb before it can be planted. Ritual with a kill of his own. Knows that there's one on stairs. Last one. The bomb is now being planted. Disrupt just spraying this wall as he knows he's going to come in and gets to the knife.
Oh,
and
the big knife.
Huge round for Western Jesters. And they are maybe starting to turn it up. We'll have to see what happens when the guns come out, but good for them not to get the bomb down. And the teabags are coming out. They have to.
They're having fun. They're having fun. They're down 4-9, but they know that they got a lot of game left. This isn't the Axis side. You know, NA Battalion definitely sees this as an Axis-sided map, and we can say the way Western Jesters are set up, they're playing passive. They waited for London to kind of enter in the site and didn't move, didn't overpeak. So it was a huge hold, and you know, I think this may be the change they need.
Blade on the bolt here. We'll see what he can do. He's going to be playing upper and just going to be holding this kind of Ivy angle. It looks like London Esports are going to go for it. I think if London win this round, then they may just be favored to take off with the rest of the game, as it is a full buy coming out. We do see a car, and actually only Gevares and Carbines on the other end. And Blade missing his first shot. He is getting shoulder peek. Needs to make sure that he's not getting one tapped, and is now smoked off. Looking for the nades to come, but it is an eco, so that's not going to happen. Wally goes down on the other side of the map as Mylant's just holding down Church. And they are effectively on site. Western Jesters are going to have to retake, and I'm not sure how it's going to be, as they don't have these good weapons to do it with. Zohan going to plant the bomb, as there is one on stairs, looking up for the nades. They're not coming through, so bombs down, 5v4 post plant, but PP, West, and Disrupt doing their best work. There still is a player on stairs. Not sure he's been spotted out. It's going to be up to Blade to make sure he clears that. Gets the first kill onto Zlatan. Going to re-peek, and Western Jesters are doing a great job with re-peeking so far. One player going down. That's going to be West. He has spotted that he is up in Nest. Blade gets that kill. Only one player alive. Let's see if they can win it out. Braddock staying up, and he's going to go for the knife. Going for the no-scope, and Ritual gets the knife. Wins the round. No one left alive. He's still looking, and a huge clutch. Bomb does go down, and a scary round, as it was an eco. Down to the wire there, as Ritual Joe, the knife player, finally wins it for them. A huge round, and 5-9, as Western Jesters are, you know, bringing it back a little bit.
Slowly bringing it back, but London, giving them a good fight there. Just big eco for them, and bringing it down to a 1v1 with the bomb down. I mean, great job executing site, but Western Jesters again doing a good job playing passively and not getting overly aggressive when the bomb was going down, and they just played their game. So I mean, it's working for them now on Axis, that's for sure. 3
bolts here for the Western Jesters. We're gonna see this Church nade. Maybe he can get a kill. It's been delaying them. They throw 2, and I honestly hate that. I think they only need 1 to defer any type of quick play, and the second's just a waste. But Disrupt is in yellow, and he can definitely do some damage to London Esports here, as they are doubling back. I think they're trying to bait him out, as they may peek here together. It doesn't get it, as Zohan beams him. Only shoots 3 bullets, I think. Hits all of them in the head.
Wow.
Blade's dropped on the site. He is apples with that car. Needs to be careful. There is a lot of utility still up for the side of London Esports. They're clearing everything together. I think that's Zohan and Zlatan both on B long, as they were playing defense. It seems like they play the Allies side the same together. Smoke's coming out, and Blade is not moving. I don't think he will until he hears these players. They're going to clear it, though. They're clearing everything. They still haven't peeked it. Blade peeks out, gets the bomb planter. He's going to jump scope this. Looks for the second. A nice +10, but it's not enough, as it's just Ritual with the car here in the middle of the map. Gets one onto Rebirth. Bomb is now being planted. Not sure he knows that Mylant is still here in the middle of the map. Strafing around, it was a real plant, and Mylant here with the kill to get. Does not flick to him. A little bit off the mark, and Mylant with a nice round, as he takes London Esports up to 10 rounds here.
Yeah, I mean, London just overpowering them at B. I mean, really doing a good job, not changing their game up. They know the game plan. They know what they're doing, and they know what's working. And I mean, it's really tough, really tough. I mean, Western Jesters, another good hold round there, but just got a little overpowered. I mean, London's just really showing why they're one of the EU powerhouses.
Yeah, they're really just running through them and winning their gunfights. We saw him beam Disrupt, and Disrupt's one of those players, if he stayed alive there, could have thwarted that B push by himself, as we've seen London Esports do. But a double eco, and this is something that we saw a little bit in the group stage, and that's the double attic push. I'm not sure if they were spotted out or not, and if they are, it doesn't matter, because kind of peeking that is exactly what they want to do. Zlatan's going to throw the nade up there. Oh, no, one's going to have to run out, and he gets the kill. The one did make it off site, so a good post play on that, just throwing it straight from this angle, and a little interesting strat coming out from Western Jesters. It is a full eco, but it's not working out quite yet. The body hung up top there. Disrupt coming through, does get the knife onto Zlatan. Wally just going to reload fully here, and Mylan's going to get that kill. A little bit of a cheesy round there coming out from Western Jesters, as they are looking to buy on this last round, fighting for their life to keep London Esports off the map point, but they're getting close, and they're looking good.
Yeah, London just, I mean, as soon as Western Jesters is showing that they have a little bit more fight, London just answers back right away. I mean, it was a little bit funny of a play for Western Jesters there, and I can't believe I saw that nade from Zlatan. I mean, he just threw it right up into attic and didn't care, and man, that caused a lot of ruckus for them.
Yeah, funny enough, I haven't honestly seen a nade like that.
Never.
You don't really have to clear that spot all that much, but he does throw it and not only forces one, but 2 players out of it. So unfortunate there for Western Jesters and just smart play from London as they are, clearing everything. And they're going to kind of fake over towards B as they still are playing at A. Sohan just going to run up these stairs and so confident, may just walk through this smoke. Needs to be careful not to just go down for no reason. Playing on the edge of it, Blade does see his feet as he was just on the side of smoke. But this is what I was saying. They're selling this B push. I think Blade's going to re-peek, and they should know. We're going to see Disrupt push all the way through Ivy. He's not going to see any. Ritual is going to take a fight top green. Sees one coming on, needs to find him, and he does. Braddock goes down as they are now going to try to take advantage and go to A site. Ritual's feet showing on the stairs, and now Bomb is going down on A site. A fake plant from the leader as he's expecting someone to run through the smoke. You see a bolt here. I think it's West. He does get the knife onto Mylan. Now it's a 3. No, West gets the second knife on this Latin. Still here looking to style on the leader, but he can't quite do it. The leader now left alone, and Wally will get that kill. So a huge round from West. 2 knives in a row, potentially a +10.
2 knives. I mean, that.
Not one.
Not one, but 2. It's insane. I mean, you don't see it very much, and West really, doing it when it counts. I mean, that's huge. I mean, a knife kill is so much, demoralized. It's demoralizing. He just had 2 right there. So, I mean, who knows what London's thinking there? But a great round from him and Western Jesters.
Yeah, at the end of the day, even if you lose, hey, you got knifed. That's what you can say, right?
Exactly. It's bragging rights.
The classic double church nade that I said I hate because it's been 4 coins just about every round with 0 kills. But we'll keep throwing it. Maybe one day we'll get it. West here playing up on the half wall. Needs to make sure he doesn't go down as there are some scary Garand players on the side of London Esports, but they're just kind of scaring Western Jesters off B. West getting some trick shots here. Not going to hit anything, though. And 3 players belong for London Esports as they look to maybe be trying to execute. It is Blade up top with the STG, a scary player to be on it. Actually, a trick shot coming out from West as we see him line up the 360. Nothing's going to come of it. Blade goes down as the leader wide peek and swings on him. Ritual falling and gets that kill. Blade did go down, so they know it's a B plant. And maybe we're going to see a famous Western Jesters B-side retake, but it's going to be scary as it is a 4v4. We do have the leader playing up top in the nest. Not sure if Disrupt's going to be able to kill him or not. The leader holding a close angle and does find him. You got to be expecting him to be there as that's just almost certainly a spot everyone will be in post-plant if they can choose to be. But the rest of them playing so quietly and slowly. No one's really made noise and they haven't seen where anyone else is. They're doubled up in yellow and on these stairs. Daxton does go down as Ritual's not even really tagged up. He's going to try to clear long for them. Latin will get the kill, and West gets one his own. Ritual's going to try to clear this yellow spot. Has to pull out the pistol. Can't quite find him. Jumps out the back and gets it, and that's going to be it. Western Jesters does retake the site. Ritual with a huge 3K.
It's a huge round, and they're really fighting. They're fighting here, and this is that NA fight we like to see. And I mean, they're really showing it now. And I mean, 7-11, 4-round differential, but they're really fighting. So
yeah, was it a? Oh. My goodness, what a handsome gentleman. A shout out from everyone to Kosjay. He's going to be in the grand final shortly. What can you even say? Look at that.
What a beautiful human being.
I just want to grab his cheeks.
Literally.
Oh, man.
Unbelievable.
That's going to be my phone wallpaper if I get the chance to save that one. Such a beautiful man and such a kind person in general. That's Kosjay, if you don't know, from Sector 1, who we will see after this best of 3, fighting for that first place prize. And things have slowed down. There was an early pick from West with that car, and the Western Jesters players picking up their bolts. They look to be feeling a little more comfortable here, and this can be scary if they keep doing it. Disrupt going to peek in bottom green, does bait out some shots as Reef Birth is going to get up top. Ritual knows he's there as well. They haven't seen him. Ritual gets that kill, and now the A side push is done. They are going to plant. Wally's trying to jump through and get the kill. Not even tag him a little bit. And Daxton is going to choose to go through this smoke on stairs. Blade does see him. Not going to know there's another one. Styles on him and can't quite finish off that kill. He is taken out, but it is traded. Now only one player left. It's going to be the leader up in nest. Once again, he drops out and does have a post-plant nade. Lines it up. We'll see if it lands. Does and almost gets a +10. Ritual just playing on this half wall, waiting for him to come through. The leader going to get into this yellow position, maybe look for a fancy wall bang, and they have faked it, taking maybe a little bit too long as Ritual's coming through and gets the knife!
Another knife.
Ritual with, I think, 3 knives already, and this game's getting close.
Yeah, I mean, we're really seeing the big thing for Western Jesters. They're really using their knives. I mean, they're not taking the silly gunfights up closer, just running at them, and London hasn't really learned to pull their knife out either, so I mean, it's working for him. It's working for him.
That's very scary. Deleter with a really nice set nade on the post plant. Almost gets a +10, takes Wally low, but Ritual's there just standing on the half wall and knows the read. So I would love to see if Wally can get this opening pick. Looks like maybe we'll see him kind of do this half wall jump, and we'll see what he can get out of it. Gonna throw, the double church nade once again. We'll see if it maybe even tags someone. No tags. Not today. And some more B presence. London Esports kind of stubborn here as they keep trying to push it.
Yeah, I mean, nothing else other than B. I mean, no mid. Nothing A side, full B.
And the B nade sets, smokes are coming out. Blade needs to be careful as this actually is a little too deep as Blade's just able to back right off. Gonna throw another one. Blade still needs to look up in this air. This could be the one that takes him. And it does take him very low, but not gonna be a kill. Now a 5v5. Wally gets the first kill onto Daxton. And I'll ask the question again. Can they retake once again? They know that there's one in that dark barn position as he did get tagged, but Zlatan gonna be able to stay alive. Zlatan does get that kill onto Ritual. Someone's peeking here outside of this dark barn. Blade comes down, gets the first. Zlatan's still alive. Blade gets the second. Now it's a 3v2. The smoke's up long, and they have to take this. Leader, or Mylant does have a nade. They does tag Disrupt, but doesn't actually take him down. 20 seconds left. Blade playing at this half wall. They know there's one yellow, but now the second nade comes out, and he does get it. Up to him to stick the bomb. Blade gets the second kill. Only one alive here for the side of London Esports. It's going to be Mylant who tries to walk through him. Blade gets the kill as he sticks it. A huge four-man, and they are screaming as Western Jesters brings it to 9-11 against London Esports. A huge round.
A huge round from none other than Blade. I mean, you give him that bolt, that thing's like a shotgun. That thing, I mean, he doesn't miss. I mean, that was incredible. 4-piece there, and I mean, they're on their last leg here, so every round counts for Western Jesters, and that was an absolutely massive one from Blade.
You can't go B against Western Jesters on Liberation. You just can't.
Yeah, we got to see something maybe different here from London. I mean, they got to mix it up a little bit. I mean, it's close now, 9-11. I mean, two rounds now. I mean, and Western Jesters really playing hot.
We're still walking into face cams here as we are jumping into the next round, I believe. Blade looking through the wall at some heads there, not going to find the kill, and he's playing this so much differently. He hasn't been in this close position quite yet. Misses the first flick. Jumps around, gets the no-scope onto the leader, looks for the second, can't quite find it. Zohan, though, coming in. Wally gets the first, Wally gets the second, and Disrupt actually gets that one. There's only one player alive. It's only Zlatan for London. Wally just not even re-peeking this. Now Zlatan's stuck in a 1 versus 4. Everyone with a kill here except for Ritual on Western Jesters, but he doesn't need it. This team's doing it for him.
Yeah, Tom, another B rush for London there. I mean, just really not getting much, not really getting anywhere as Western Jesters pinks that up, convincingly. I mean, they've got to see something different from London. They definitely know they can win this. They definitely know they can win the next 2 rounds.
Maybe a timeout.
Maybe a timeout. Just something to just,
cool off Western
and
Jesters.
I think we're having one right here. So.
Yeah, and it's what they need. We've heard a scream after just about every kill, whether it's coming from the Western Jesters themselves or the crowd. But they're feeling on here. As I said, Blade was having a little bit of a slow start, jumping up to 19-16. Undisputed best bolt in the game. Oh,
undisputed. I mean, he's showing it here, and he's showing that. I mean, all of his frags are impactful. I mean, that was huge. I mean, every single kill there mattered. Everything was huge. I mean, he was literally defending the site by himself with that bolt, and that's something that we don't see as much. I mean, there's people with SMGs and rifles that can't do what he's doing with the bolt. So, I mean, one shot's all he needs.
And we'll see what London Esports can do coming out of this timeout. Maybe they're going to opt for something different. I would not be surprised to see them change it. And Disrupt actually getting up on a boost here in spawn. Scoping through and doesn't find anything. And still some B pressure here coming out from London Esports. Maybe it's going to be a fake, or maybe they'll just be more confident in their post plant. But after a timeout, I was actually expecting something a little bit different.
I mean, they are showing a little bit of mid presence here. A little bit of mid presence, which is different than what they've usually been doing, sending everyone to B.
Nade does come out for Blade long, and that actually may get a kill. Doesn't tag anyone, as it did not land dark. This is a fake plant. The leader gets the kill onto Wally, and that's what you're saying. The mid presence does work, and that's exactly what they needed. They've been able to retake for free as all their players have been stuck in, and now the bomb is planted. This one feels a lot less doable as Blade misses a shot. Zlatan getting his kills, and London Esports definitely needed this timeout as they are looking a lot better coming in and taking this to map point. All they needed was a timeout, and then they show up huge in the 23rd round.
Yeah, I mean, that was very convincing if you're a London Esports fan. And it's simple. They had the 2 guys mid. It really interrupts, the rotation as Kage comes flying in at the bottom here. Love to see him again. I mean, just yeah, and he's just peekabooing right here. I mean, he's watching, he's chilling, he's watching, he's here, he's loving every part of it.
Gamer.
Oh, absolutely.
We'll see if Western Jesters can do anything. The economy was reset. They have 0 utility, and London Esports probably going to do another B take this time though. Blade get tagged up by a nade, and another one coming right on the other side of that wall. West in dark, and they probably have a nade for that. London Esports not expending all their utility early in the game as we see other teams do. It's going to be Mylant over here, or Zlatan over here, lurking towards A. If he goes down, maybe they can start their retake or post plan or whatever you want to call it. As he goes down, Ritual with a nice kill to team up on that. Now it's 4v4 and more doable as they are going to take this B site once again. Disrupt upper with the MP40 and West in dark. We don't see a nade coming. Actually, we do see a nade. I wasn't able to see it thrown, but a nice dark nade takes care of West, and Deleter with a nade as well. Probably going to save it for post plant as we've seen him do. Wally going to trade through, but oh, he is watching it, and trades come out left and right. Now it's up to Ritual. Doesn't have much of a gun to play with here, just waiting for Braddock, who is going to get tagged up a little bit. But the leaders up top, and the finish of the game, London Esports, took them a little while, but they're slapping their desks. They closed it out, and now they are 1 map away from taking the 3rd place position.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. I mean, Western Jesters looked like they had, everything moving for them. They had the momentum for a couple rounds there, and then all of a sudden London changes just a few things in their game plan, send a couple mid, don't do the whole B rush and, change it up a little bit, and I mean, it really worked for them in those last couple.
Yeah, it's a really good adjustment. As you were saying, the European team's good at adjusting on the fly. And hey, what's going wrong? We're taking B site. We're doing it well. What's losing? The post plant, and it's because they're getting swarmed on from all these different sides. So if you're able to stop them from getting to those post plant positions, which is Ivy or through Cemetery, they just put the leader in mid. They kill Wally early, and hey, easy round. And they just close it out there at the end. Ritual's trying to fight it off, and it just doesn't work. And it's just going to be me, my buddy Kosjay here, and my other buddy Trump.
Absolutely, Tom.
Not sure.
Can't forget about Kosjay.
I think Kosjay?
Kosjay.
This Kosjay.
This Kosjay.
Jasko B himself, Sector 1. Not sure if they're still at the venue or not, but would love to see his reaction to that, as he's just got such a nice smile, such a nice personality, just like every other player that's come in here. As the time is winding down, we're going to jump into the grand finals after this best of 3, but so many different NA names that I haven't seen before coming up, specifically Liquored Up some of those boys. It's good to see Sync out here. You and your squad as well, Dogo playing. It's been so fun to see everyone. Yeah,
it's fun. I mean, the guys who like the game and who were able to come out, they came out, so it was nice to see. It's tough to see teams like Outliers not show up. Some guys that really showed promise together as a team and were, playing some of the better teams and winning in North America. Wish they were here, but other than that, it's been a great turnout, great setup. So thanks to everybody here at local host and for Fragadelphia. So it's been fun, Tom.
Yeah, I would have loved to see 107 show up as well.
Absolutely. Leaving the open teams, the 2 open teams to show up. I know Camo, Stud, some of those guys, it'd be nice to see them give it all they got here too.
Cresta, some of those strong open players.
Cresta, absolutely.
Would have been cool, but it is a long flight, so big shout out to everyone that did come. That's going to do it for now. We're going to jump into the second map relatively shortly here, but I think we may throw it to a break as we did see London Esports get up. So we're just going to take a few minutes and stick around. We'll be back in just a bit. What's going on, everybody? We are back. I'm joined by Levy again. It was nice to have Trump here, but it's going to be good to jump back into it. How have you been enjoying the day?
Yeah, it's been good. Had a little break with Endpoint. Just went for a bit of dinner. They're seeming confident of the grand final, but unfortunately missing most of that maps. How did it unfold for Western Jesters versus London?
I think it was a 9-3 half for London, and then Western Jesters really started turning it on. Blade had a nice bolt ace, and they're kind of messing around a little bit. We saw some 360s, some double knives, some memeing about, but actually Western Jesters, once they got their momentum looked really well, or looked really good, and it was kind of reminiscent on their post plans of what they did against Sector 1 on Liberation, but just sadly not enough. London Esports took a timeout while they were up 11-9, came back and something clicked. One little change, they put the leader in mid as they took B site, so they couldn't retake as easily coming through Ivy and Grave, and it worked. So they took it, but it was a close game. I think it was 13-10 or 13-9. So
nice, bodes well for the rest of the series then.
Yeah, and we're actually going to jump right into it as the map is already picked. Not sure if that last one was Western Jesters or not, but it's going to be interesting to see. I want the boys. I want Western Jesters to win, but I am favoring London Esports after how they looked last round.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I was really favouring Western Jesters. Obviously, as they were so strong yesterday, so surprising to see them maybe drop in disappointing fashion today. But looking forward to seeing what they perform today.
And I think
into Coastal.
At the very least, we will have a fun game to watch and cast. And I think the names up there may be switched up a little bit. But Western Jesters are going to be on the Axis side. We see 5 Gavairs coming out. And it's just a default coming out. No one really doing anything special. Zlatan making his way into bottom red, going to clear things out. And a minute 15 left in this round. Tons of opportunities for picks, one-taps, and fun plays to come through.
Yeah, for sure. And Ritual posted up quite aggressively on the broken wall there. Probably the only player advancing any distance. Disrupt also pushing up a little bit on B, but they're just waiting for contact. And so far, just people feeling their way into the round.
I think it's going to be Disrupt and Blade over on B site together, and these two, when playing together, are so scary. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not they can hold this. Blade is on that MP28, and they know players are coming around. Disrupt playing on the back of the statue, needs to make sure he doesn't go down from a push on the front of the site. Is going to peek around back as Latin gets the first kill, and actually they both go down without getting a single kill. Ritual is pushing through and actually gets bombed down as the leader was there to pick it up. Wally gets a kill as well. Joe challenging with that MP28. West there to clean it up a bit, so a 2v2 as things have sped up and slowed down simultaneously. Zohan getting taken very low, and Wally's here looking for the +10, gets the first one, sadly has to reload and maybe peeking this, but Rebirth kind of stuck as PP West is pushing up. Does see him maybe run back through T-Con. Wally at least hears him and going to run back on this white box, make sure he gets a smart challenge, and a nice first round for Western Jesters. Wally with a 3K on a good rotate.
Yeah, wow, salvaging that round. Zlatan with 2 great entries there, but ultimately Western Jesters taking the momentum, and the first round of this half. Wally, yeah, as you said, great 3K there. He'll be feeling confident, ready to go. Alongside Blade, as I've heard, has some sweet no-scope frags in the last map.
Yeah, it looked like he was spin botting at a point over there on B site, flicking left and right with that car, and it will be interesting to see if he picks it up on this one, but in the meantime, he's just going to pick up the Gewehr with a smoke and nade, and important for Western Jesters, London Esports did not get that bomb down. Daxon's going to be on this Thompson, and we've seen him with the Thompson on this map before. We'll see if he can do it again, but they're going to try to take some mid-presence here. Luckily for them, Ritual is not at Broken Wall with that MP28 to stop them.
Yeah, London really forcing into this round without that bomb pump strength, you can see, and initial frags going the way of West, bringing it to a 3 versus 5 quite tidily.
And I think that's Ritual actually peeking. Oh, nice shot from Rebirth onto West there. Ritual was peeking up and did get the kill on the side, and now Nose Bomb is down, so twice in a row now that they have control of Bomb, and that's going to elect them to push off. I'm not sure that they know one is on site. It's going to be Zohan who smokes off the stairs and is going to push through him. Blade just kind of holding this, needs to make sure. Oh, they're going to run right into each other, and a nice headshot. Careful there not to get knifed, and good 2 rounds from Western Jesters, but not too much of an investment coming out from London on either of those rounds. That being said, they're still pretty poor.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sort of money fucked right now, but what a great start from Western Jesters. Obviously, Axis side definitely favoured here, so really important just to get those first few easy rounds. Obviously, once the Allied side have a bit more economy, a bit more things to work with, we might see a bit more depth of play coming out from them. But certainly a lot of utility picked up from the London side, even though they have a lot of coins, so I'd like to see that, but only the bar on Rebirth as the only real weapon of choice. Nades coming out from Western Jesters here, hoping to connect on that B push. Patiently waited out by the attacking side.
Both kind of expecting to get kills and also at the same time not, just keeping London Esports honest to make sure that they're not rushing too fast or anything like that. Blade with an interesting smoke, kind of smoking himself off as they look like they are going to be trying to take site. It's going to be Disrupt and Blade here once again. We'll see if they can hold this a little bit stronger than they did last time, and they have some support from West in the middle of the street here. Going to see if he can get a kill with that car. West had a spectacular performance on the last map, getting a little tricky with some of the shots he was hitting, and Blade not looking at the right side of Statue as they are already on site, getting baited out. Can't find either of them as Daxon comes out and gets both of those kills. Wally there trading it off, but he goes down as well. Now up to West, who does have the bolt. He's playing in the street here, but Bomb is on site, and it's a 2v4. London favored.
Yeah, and coming to this series fresh, it's really nice to see London rebounding after that defeat to Endpoint. Obviously, a bit going for them, but yeah, looking really confident. Daxon picking up some nice frags this round. West pulling out the pistol, doesn't want to give that car away here. He might be able to sneak off and save some money.
The leader here just kind of playing on the other side of West. They're both, neither of them really want to beat each other. He does go down, and West at least had the pistol out, so the leader's not going to be able to pick up a car or anything like that. Now it's up to Ritual, who has the M1 and an MP40, and is going to play this safe, just hop onto A site, maybe even go up the 2-3 stairs to make sure he doesn't lose it. As London Esports, going to maybe start hunting a little bit. He doesn't have anything too special as a gun. And a good round. London Esports, really, they're playing with these smokes so well. Blade doesn't know what side they're getting onto site, and they just walk through it, and they're already up at that market stall, and Daxon just runs out front door, so some miscommunication coming out from both Blade and Disrupt. Not able to hold it down, and a nice first round for London Esports. Yes,
especially considering they had 4 M1 carbines, really only Rebirth with the bar. I don't think he did that much work there, so yeah, really well worked from London. They'll be pretty happy with that, and obviously, unfortunately, Western Jesters on a bit of an eco now.
2 MP40s coming out, and Blade actually does get the STG and a smoke as well, so they're going to try to force into it. Lucky for them, the leader doesn't have the scope quite yet. Going to be interesting to see when he decides to pick that up. Blade still playing
from Daxon
over on the site. Yeah, Daxon just running straight through and maybe able to spot a player. Getting onto Statue is tagged out as Blade's taking him very low, but did get damage onto both of them. Got to be careful and make sure that they do regen here. Disrupt playing in this spot, and he has not been able to find a frag from here yet. They're going to smoke him completely off. He's going to get on top of this market stall and just play the edge of the smoke. They are going to plant. Disrupt tagging him and gets the bomb planter down. Jumps over to the other market stall. Movement coming into play here as there are already 3 players for Western Jesters on the site. And they're going to plant over towards the market stall. West maybe looking to go through the smoke. Strafes through, doesn't see it, and is still trying to figure something out. But there's a player on this market stall that doesn't see him. Not sure what Daxon's doing, but Rebirth is in bottom there and does get the kill coming out, and Western Jesters do a much better job holding the site here.
Yeah, absolutely. And interesting there that, you know, London had that visibility on where Disrupt was, knew he was in that back corner, and still attempted the plant there. So not sure if maybe they should have tried to challenge him with those smokes on stairs, but unfortunate for them.
We don't see it all that often, but I love the smoking off that whole back site, holding L, and then kind of planning close to the truck there. You can get off a nice sneaky plan, or even on the other side of Statue if you're holding the street, but we didn't see it. Maybe a little stuck in their ways, wanting to plant in the default, and it works out for Western Jesters. London Esports, though, do have a good economy going, and the leader is going to be buying this scope. Maybe going to see if he can get Blade before he gets to B site, but this is going to be smoked off, and Wally with an opening kill onto Mylan.
Yeah, and Delete almost going down to a nade as well, so some good nades coming out from Western Jesters. Delete's got a lot of work to do to level this up for his team, but unfortunately smoked off here. And yeah, real heavy commitment here from London, but quite fractured actually.
And while peeking that, they're kind of playing off each other and let each other get up this mid-street. No one's really holding this for them, and Wally is there now to double peek it, but he's not going to get that kill. We do see Ritual up in top red. Blade does get that kill onto Dax, and Ritual does get his frag, and now it's only 2 players left alive. The leader does have that scope, and he's going to try to find some type of angle to get these picks, and he's going to actually strafe out in the middle of the street. Looks for the quick scope, does get it onto Blade, and now is going to strafe onto Disrupt. Needs to make sure that he does not go down here, as they will have complete control of site, but Rebirth with that bomb is holding down back red. They're going to take this slow and make sure they do not give up anything they don't need to.
Oh, almost getting that peek there, going for the aggressive jump shot, not quite landing it, but he heads back to Disrupt off into the corner and picks up that nice frag. B site now secured. Ooh, a little bit too aggressive there, but doesn't quite get punished right now. Hopefully his teammate can back him up. Ritual here evens up to a 1v1 with Rebirth, but Rebirth comes in for that revenge frag.
Yeah, that's a huge clutch. I think that was a 2v3 or 2v4, and we saw they just let him get onto site with that scope. The leader, as I said, it'll be interesting to see when he gets hit, and immediately gets 8 coins from his teammates, buys it up immediately again. So what looked like was a good B hold is not going to be enough, as London Esports take their second round and kind of reset the money once again. We're going to see Wally on the Bolt, but the rest of them don't have all that much utility to use.
Yeah, it's a bit of a half buy here from Western Jesters. Obviously, Blade, those 3 coins in the bank. I think they're focusing on the next round particularly, but perhaps they have a little game plan here to try and even up the odds with the default weapons. As London sort of going for their default again. Quite comfortable in it right now.
Yeah, they haven't really... Oh, does not see him as West goes down. Mylan laying underneath of him. Zohan gets that early kill onto Disrupt as well, so it's going to be up to Blade. But just to compare, he is already tagged. Gets 1, gets 2 actually. Wally cleans up a little bit as well, but once again, Ritual and Wally stuck on the other side of the map. Wally going to look to save this one. Has only died 2 times here in this game, setting up at 8 kills, but hasn't really been able to do enough to help his team on the B holds.
Yeah, bomb down. He seems to be aware there might be a lurker that could be a thorn in the side if he tries to go help his teammate towards that B site. Interesting decision here so early on. Obviously, Ritual with only the Gewehr probably going to try and make something happen here, but Wally obviously with that larger investment, perhaps not worth the risk.
Not able to find the headshot. And Wally only with 1 bullet here in his car. Lands it, gets the kill onto Mylan. That was kind of scary. If Ritual had gotten that kill, he may be able to stick the bomb, as the other player was playing so far back, as I think they knew there was going to be a save. But Wally, the man that needs to save his gun here, still kind of wide peeking, and didn't know he had a nade as well. So a lot of money saved here, but it's not this is not a side that you want to be trading rounds with the allies on.
Yeah,
you want to really establish a big advantage early.
Yeah, and 3-3 here on such an active-sided map. Probably not ideal, but, you know, still got plenty to work with. I think Western Jesters had a good game plan, just London hitting that B site and seeing some success right now, but hopefully Western Jesters can adapt and shut them out. And 9-2 for Wally here. Yeah, definitely feeling fired up with that car. And good to see. Certainly bodes well for Western Jesters in the rest of this map.
Just gotta wait to see kind of what they do to change it up. Western Jesters, they haven't gotten control of yellow over on the B side. I would like to see that, because, you know, it would work. I think if they could get someone in there and stop them from coming out, maybe focus someone to watch mid-street, but it doesn't look like London Esports are even going to go for that, as they are showing some type of mid-presence. It looks like Mylan wants to run through that with Rebirth, and they do as they're getting back red. Wally already goes down. Ritual there, though, to kill Latin, and he's going to stay alive in top red. He just needs to stay up here as the rest of his team. Looks like he may want to strafe out back, but the leader's going to be holding it. Needs to be smart.
See it. Frag almost happening here.
I think Ritual did spot him. West with a nice kill of his own onto Rebirth. They do have some mid-presence. Mylan just kind of laying down over there, and the leader going to walk up this ledge, see what he can get done. Ritual making some noise in red there, but he just needs to stay alive up here.
Yeah, might get that tidy frag on Mylan if Mylan's movement just puts him out on the right in the open, unfortunately. But Daxton here, yeah, great maneuver here. He just managed to spot out that player close to him. This could be a real
West is
change
holding
of
it,
fortune.
He's up on top of these boxes, not something you're really used to peeking. Oh, he does get him, though. West not shooting early enough and didn't have his scope out, and maybe that's going to be the call to bring the bomb around. Ritual's going to come out back red, and Mylan actually knows he's there. Ritual's going to go down, and they are just playing with them as they go back A. It's going to be up to Blade to rotate back through. He's going to have to climb the ladder. Blade sees him, and now that bomb is down, and this got interesting as there's only 25 seconds left. He's going to smoke it. Doesn't know that Mylan's close. Mylan not going to re-peek that. He does have bomb, though, and needs to get on site to plant. Only 15 seconds left. Mylan trying to make his moves as his teammate rotates through that big arch. Going to be up to Disrupt and Blade here. And they're going to let this bomb get planted. They do spot out that second player, though. Mylan does have this SMG, so he can hold. Blade looking for the headshot, not going to find it. He does re-peek it, and he cannot get it, not hitting any of the shots he needs to. And Daxon with a huge two-man. Disappointing round for Western Jesters, and a huge clutch. Mylan, Daxon, and the leader. Or maybe Rebirth just kind of showing up there.
Yeah, all smiles from the London Esports side there, looking pretty pumped up and happy. Sort of a contrast from an hour or two ago. So yeah, great to see. And yeah, scoreboard looking sort of even on both sides. Just Wally sort of leading the way on the server.
Yeah, Wally definitely 9 kills. Ritual kind of peeking out back red there. And as I said, he just needed to stay alive. If he was able to stay up in there, they maybe, I don't know. Mylan was just being, he was laid down at market stall, I think, for a solid minute and a half there. A little bit of a timeout. I think we missed the end of Daxon doing some funny hand emotes there, but they're feeling good. Western Jesters slowed down a lot here, and London looking like London Esports, kind of like they did on the first map as they started to potentially run away with it. This time, though, on Allies' side.
Yeah, absolutely, and seeing a lot of success across the map now. Wonder what Western Jesters can do to respond to this. Maybe shut down Delita with his scope, trying to get those picks across the map. Nice utility from London here, really throwing out lots of early nades here. Western Jesters looking a bit sparse on that front. 3 STGs and 2 MP40s to work within this round as they secure the sites and move into position.
Complete control of red here coming out from both Zlatan and Mylan Strafe, or Mylan Strafe.
I mean, he's tagged up at that, yeah. He's vibing that Max Strafe life right now.
He's going to try to walk through red, and Western Jesters, they actually do get yellow control, and there's going to be 2 players kind of working in here. Going to go upstairs. Disrupt gets the first and gets the second. Such a hard spot to peek against. The leader and Rebirth both going down, and now a scope in the hands of Disrupt. But I'm worried about Daxon here, kind of pushing up through connector. Is going to get spotted, and Blade takes him out. Now up to Zlatan, who has just the carbine in his hands. Knows where Blade is and can potentially flank around him. Is going to be able to get an easy headshot. Going to wait, maybe. Oh, goes for the knife.
A little bit of the tilt there, but yeah, I mean, Disrupt's got that bomb in top yellow, so he's feeling pretty safe and happy.
I was going to ask where the bomb is. It's just Disrupt standing on top of it, so a bit hard to see on the mini-map there.
Yeah, interesting that London took it up top yellow. If they had more players there and were hoping for the B site, that would have been a real issue, but as it turns out, not around. They were going to win anyway.
Oh, headshot on the Wally. And these are kills that, as I was saying earlier, Endpoint don't really give up these free kills because the economy is so, important. Daxon jumping out back would have been nice to find another headshot onto Ritual, but a good round for Western Jesters, answering back, finding their first in a few.
Yeah, if that was a tactical timeout beforehand, definitely worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking rejuvenated. Perhaps Blade will pick up that car now, start popping off again. Some more bolt action shots ringing across the map. That's actually Wally picking up the car here, and Blade, so both going for those high impact frags. And no scope picked up on the London side, a little bit poor on money here, so just a few default smokes and a couple of Thompsons to work with as they execute towards a bit of a split push here. Oh, actually moving towards that B side, pardon me, so going back to Old Faithful.
Right, and that's where they had success. They're going to try it again, and there's not many players from Western Jesters to defend with them. Just Disrupt and Blade once again. There's already a player going through mid-street. Blade, though, on the bolt, gets the first kill on the Daxon. They do need to worry about Zlatan, who's coming in through this L hallway. Gets the first kill on Blade, looks, and gets the second onto Disrupt. Easy round as no one's watching the street. It's just these two alone on B site every round. This broken player not doing enough to help him out, and now it's going to be a 3v4 retake. This site a little harder to take back than Liberation.
Yeah, for sure. And London really posted some great spots here. And it's great to see Zlatan, not getting those consistent frags necessarily, but constantly getting those 2Ks, plus 10s, entering into sites and really opening opportunities for London here as Western Jesters move in, considering the retake here, 3 versus 4, but certainly going to be a difficult one. And
he could just walk onto stairs here if he wanted to, or there's still 3 players alive for Western Jesters. Don't want to see that they've already forfeit this. They're both holding these stair angles. The smokes are going to come out. They're clearing some of these angles. Wally gets the first kill onto Zlatan, and actually not getting that kill is West. Rebirth's still alive, and it's not going to be enough. Braddock getting his second. And trying to save here is Wally, as we've seen him save so many rounds before, but it's not going to work. And a simple B take, Western Jesters are looking so weak on this side of the map.
Yeah, I don't want to need to do to fix it. Perhaps like getting a scope or... I mean, they did have those cars over towards B site, so perhaps just not delivering the value they hope for right now. And obviously London's economy now really rolling, full utility for them. Still on carbines, but obviously they picked up those nice weapons from the opponents in the back pocket. So we see sort of a mixed buy coming out from Western Jesters here, looking to really get some more rounds on the board here on the Axis side.
The smokes are coming out, and it's going to be kind of a save. Actually, they're kind of forcing up. Ritual just been playing on this MP28 a lot. I guess he either gives his coins away or just likes to smoke it. Not going to be able to make that jump, and may pay for it, getting taken dangerously low, but stays alive.
Hey, he's looking confident with it. He's taking the fights. He's winning quite a few actually over this day with that default gun, so can't blame him. But London here chiming in with the frags, taking it to a 5v3. Oh, Wally here with a big flag. Big flank. And the frags. But unfortunately only getting one. Could have probably taken 2 or 3 there.
See West here in the middle of the smoke, and they don't know where he is. The leader's kind of watching the back. I think they're expecting maybe some type of flank, as West actually is able to make his way off. I think he hears one on the other side of truck, and it's going to be up to Wally to see if he can get this flank. Does get some damage done into the leader. Ritual with the kill as well, and now they have a man advantage. Is spotted out by West, and just like that, Rebirth's left alone is going to be able to get this kill onto Wally, but the bomb is down on site, and both of these players scrambling immediately off. They need to win this round.
Yeah, Rebirth's got time to work with here, but unfortunately, bomb down in not exactly favourable position here, and he's not got the full intel on where these players are. They're relying a lot of his game sense and will be taken down by Ritual there. Great flank from Wally there, 2 frags and the assist to really rejuvenate things for his round, along with Ritual holding that yellow down nicely. Real weak buy coming in for London. Not many coins on the board, but yeah, looking positive for Western Jesters here. Hopefully they can get that 7 rounds in. Wally picking up that scope, vibing right now. Hopefully looking for some entries. We've seen him pull out some pretty dirty shots over these few days.
Yeah, that's a good round, but once again, I think Western Jesters really need to win these last 2 rounds and take it 7-5. London Esports just going to keep pushing B. Ritual gets a nice kill on the deleter, and he's really been showing up this map so far. Once again, Disrupt getting up on this market stall. Maybe it'll be different this time. The smokes do come out, as we've seen before, round after round after round, and they are just going to kind of walk in as they have been before. Disrupt actually playing out a little wider than usual. Blade baiting it out, gets the first. It's a headshot onto him, and he's getting spammed from 2 guns shooting at once. They're kind of confusing me as to what it is, but it's going to be the Bar and the Garand trading off between bullets. Rebirth getting up top, and I like how there hasn't been an over-rotation from Western Jesters yet. They still have a player in red. Yeah,
Biden's really been holding back, relying on that rotation to get some easy picks, but you know, Western Jesters wisely denying him the opportunity. This Blade takes down Daxton as well. Now it's going to be Rebirth and Mylan to pick up the round for London Esports, but a bit of a hill to climb here. Pretty far and left, right and centre, but finding nothing and not taking the bait from Mylan right now, so he's going to be looking to move over towards Rebirth and assist his teammate.
With this Bar, just hoping for some type of headshot. Not going to find it. Mylan taken very low on the other side of the map. Both of these players, 30 seconds left in a 2 versus 5. Maybe just going to get some eco damage done. He was spotted, but did spot out a player, and Western Jesters not giving them much, not over-peaking. They want to save these guns for the last round. Say that, there's a player right on the other side here. That's going to be Disrupt. I think he knows he's there. He heard that reload. Thought it maybe was going to be fake, and may want to kill him after time here. It's going to be the last round, and they are going to get a chunk of change, so may feel comfortable pushing it, but gets tagged up and will fall off.
Yeah, not getting greedy.
We do see a player, though, getting on top of this yellow ledge. Braddock needs to be careful, and that's Blade with the movement. Going to peek out back, maybe able to... No, not going to jump on Mylan, but that's good that he gets the kill. No money for Mylan or Braddock there, so they're going to have to donate across the board to get the utility going. And Western Jesters, a nice round and a nice like post-timer kill there, kind of ruining the economy of London on this last round.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really forcing Rebirth just on that grease gun. Really important frag there from Blade, and just showing how valuable movement can be in the game if you can use it wisely and at the right time.
And it's going to be a full B take. Rebirth maybe going to be the first player in since he does have that grease gun, and this has worked so many times before. A player getting onto that car, gets the first, gets the second. Disrupt with a +10. It's going to be traded as Rebirth jumps through. Blade with 1 as well. He's going to look to get his second as he pulls out the MP40, but Mylan is jumping around in a 1 versus 3. But Western Jesters shut it down, and a good hold. Disrupt and Blade finally turning it on there in the first half, and they are up 7-5. London can't be upset with that, though.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, absolutely crushing defeat of that big bum rush right there. But yeah, overall, great half from London Esports. I think they'll be very happy with 5 rounds on attack.
Now, here is the test of strength. Western Jesters, if you are just tuning in, did lose the first map on Liberation. They had a strong showing on Axis when they finally got that side, and we'll see if they can do the same on Allies, but London Esports so strong on their hold, so strong whenever they play the Axis side. It's going to be a tough battle for Western Jesters to take.
Absolutely, and the default rifles being picked up here, just a smoker piece on each side. So they sort of fall into a bit of a split here on the attacking side. Starting getting a bit of information, then falling back. His teammate sort of crawling up B Street there.
Rebirth goes down, and then another kill from West. London Esports are already top yellow. No, that's London. Or someone's top yellow. Yeah, it's going to be a London Esports player. West is just kind of holding the mid push here. They're getting tagged up, and Zohan does get the kill onto Blade. The leader's pushing all the way through red, and may be able to find a rotate if Western Jesters aren't careful.
Oh, I think he's going to be caught unawares here. He's not sure about that player close to him, but hears him out. Luckily, the timing there paying off for Delita rather than for Ritual.
Daxon with another kill. Ritual was just below him, but it's not going to happen. It looks like they're going to go try to go A after this. Ritual jumping out, and they need a kill before they go to site, but it looks like he's just running, and they're not really getting these frags that they need to. Wally getting some damage done on site. Repeaks it, not anything on the wall bang for him there. And he needs to be fast, as there's going to be a flanking player coming in right to his right. Wally goes down. A nice double from Zlatan there, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Hearing him be a bit vocal. I think he was a bit disappointed with perhaps his performance earlier against Endpoint, but right now he's definitely showing what he's capable of today.
Yeah, a nice first round. Western Jesters just kind of dying to picks. West got a nice kill early, but then the rest of them just kind of peeking things. Would like to have seen them get together, but now we're going to see the SMGs come out, Mylan and Rebirth. And what I like about London Esports play on this map, and I think we talked about it yesterday, is they just play with the SMGs in such close quarters that they don't really even need to take the long-range gunfights.
Yeah, absolutely, but definitely opportunity presenting itself for Western Jesters if they can get someone on that scope, try and get them before they get into those positions with the SMGs.
But it's a 5-man save rush onto B with just grease guns, and they may be able to beat them to sight. Braddock, Rebirth here gets the first, gets the second, looking to get a +20, and he cannot. He is traded off, but Rebirth with a huge opening onto this round. That player Stairs is going to retreat all the way off, and the bomb was dropped. London Esports are swarming the bomb site here. Blade gets one, but Disrupt getting taken dangerously low. Zlatan with two-mans in a row. Rebirth almost with a +20 of his own there.
Yeah, against a full ego, but surely that's going to be a bit of a confidence booster there. Nice to get some frags for the stat padding, and also, yeah, just important to deny that eco round, which we've seen a lot actually go against the full-buy teams today.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of asking Mark when he was up there about Endpoint, what's so different about them with those ecos, and he said the other teams just kind of forfeit them. They decide to go play defaults and hopefully get the 5-man headshots, but if you do something wacky with 5 grease guns, you probably will have more success.
Sadly not for London here, though.
Not on that, right.
But yeah, absolutely. As they, well, Western Jesters sort of copying the default for London here as they go through the motions. Wally picking a nice entry on the Daxton there, and they've got that information on that B statue player as Disrupt picks him up as well. Site secured pretty quickly as well as Blade picks up a third.
Disrupt getting on top of this truck. We've seen him strafe over it before. Oh, nice headshot from Mylan there. But the bomb is actually yet to be planted. Not sure where it's being planted for. I think just back yellow. We're going to see what these London Esports boys can do to take this post plant. Western Jesters need to be sure that they're not over-peaking anything. Wally needs to be careful there, as we did see Mylan get a nice kill with his Gewehr, but they're going to get triple stacked into yellow here.
Yeah, interesting to see if London are thinking about going for this, because obviously got a lot of value on their side and not too much money in the bank, so it's a pretty equal round whether you want to save it or go for it, but I think Delita will be looking to save his precious rifle here.
I'd say Mylan as well, just since he does have that MP40. Oh, the leader does spot him and actually dropping out of yellow, so a smart move to make sure that he doesn't give him a free shot there.
I wonder if Ritual can punish him here, though. He's the closest player. Maybe here if Delita decides to back off.
Blade on the other side is going to push through this mid-arch and actually slow down a little bit there as well. He's just looking for these hunt kills and doesn't know. Actually, London Esports saving relatively close. They're looking for some escape kills of their own. It's an interesting gun by Disrupt there. The Gewehr Thompson mix.
Can you imagine?
One-shot headshot Thompson. That's
I think we had that before, right? Or maybe just the sniper Thompson I'm thinking of.
that thing was nuts. I'm impressed by that. They buy 3 Thompsons and they go to site. They were a little late to get there on the side of London Esports, and they're just kind of doing what London did to them, right? They're just pushing straight on to B with SMGs and maybe a little quicker and a little less meticulous, but getting the kills nonetheless.
Yeah, and it's very well and good to be playing these rounds tit for tat, but it's going to come down to the wire, I think. I think when we get to the 10th and 11th rounds on each side, we're going to have to do some crazy stuff if they want to take this map win. Both sides pretty even here as Disrupt lying onto the site and picking up 1, 2 entries there.
Oh, a team kill, actually.
Yes. I mean, Rebirth's not going to be too happy about that one, but nonetheless, what a great take by Western Jesters.
Hard not to, as your teammate jumps in front of you. And this is going to be a hard retake once again. They're in a 3 versus 4. KazJ down there on top of the leader, as he was in their early matches. Just watching over his boys, making sure that his Western Jesters buddies do close out this round as the leader gets the first onto Blade, and it's going to strafe around. Knows where to peek here. Looks to get the second. Actually misses a shot. A little different, as the leader's usually the one to flick and make sure he closes those out, but Western Jesters just hitting B 2 times in a row and having success. Yeah,
indeed. I mean, Diddy's feeling confident they're going for the jump shot, but ultimately Western Jesters, I mean, it's the first time we've seen someone really take a lead here. Wally up there on 14 frags alongside his teammate Blade, but it's all really even across both scoreboards, to be honest with you. Very close stuff here. No scopes for either side, just SMGs and rifles apiece. A little bit of utility for London, but massive fall by here for Western Jesters, so looking like a really strong attack perhaps coming in here.
And they're going to actually do some mid-presence instead of going straight through. Actually, no. It looked like maybe just Blade going to come through here and is spotted out. Just stutter steps at the last second, and it's very good from the leader, Enz Latan, to make sure that they don't go down and they do get Blade. So they're not going to be able to have someone flanking through mid here, as Zohan is trying to hold this. Daxton taken very low, but is going to bait for his teammates as Latan and Rebirth both get frags, and Western Jesters are certainly slowed down on what looked to be a B take.
Yeah, really good trades there from the defending side, but, you know, still 2 men up, disrupting. West certainly not going to be hanging up their coach just yet.
No, West with that car as well, so definitely some opportunity to get some picks if he finds the angles. They don't really have too much utility, only 1 smoke up on West, so maybe could potentially fake one of these sites, or just is kind of hoping that someone over-aggressively peeks.
Yeah, loads of time to work with here. Going to be a long save if they decide to go with that, but you know, Disrupt does have the bomb available. Definitely going to go away into this round. Confident as ever. Tagging up the pair, forcing Delita back. Really bunch up here on yellow. They need to start hitting their shots and make an entry. 30 seconds to go. London just content to waste time here.
Yeah, Delita just baiting, has no intention to take that fight as he is playing on the MP40. Just going to get tagged and waste the time, as there is only now 20 seconds left, and I guess Western Jesters are maybe making the call to save, as they do have the car, the Garand, the MP, or the Thompson on both of them, but it's a hard round to save on. Something that you really don't want to lose.
Yeah, for sure. But so much value on their side, because ultimately London Esports, you know, don't really have a lot of bank, and even though they are going to have money this round, they're probably not going to upgrade beyond those MP40s, so definitely opportunity for West Jesters to use their economy to bring it to the opposition. Bank stored up for Disrupt as long as he can survive this round. Looks like West will as well.
Yeah, London a little timid there. They don't want to push in and give up their guns either, because it is such a tight game. They want to make sure they either get, you know, an economic advantage and like, you know, run away with it, but their wallets are pretty low still. So it's still at that point where Western Jesters can break it on just about every win they take.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some frantic plays on B side. I mean, from Rebirth, from Disrupt, etc. But beyond that, no one really stepping up for individual brilliance, because I think they're just worried about giving out the opponents the opportunity. No flying frags this time.
And it's going to be another B take. Daxton and Rebirth over here. Rebirth does go down, and that was up to Daxton in smoke. No one has spotted him yet. He has the info. He's going to come through this arch. Does throw a nade. Not sure where that's landing, if that's going to be on site. The bomb planter is going to get off, and he's going to run through this. So the plant was delayed, and he's just buying time for his team to get there. A little dizzy in this smoke play, but Daxton going to jump through L and getting aggressive here. They need to make sure they're watching it. Bomb is now down. 5v4. Western Jesters need to hold this site. Bad start as West goes down early.
Yeah, it wasn't in a great position there, but I think his teammates will more than make up for that. As the London Esports side just jump out one by one. But Vanita doing some work here, picking up 2. Probably going to be a little too much though, 30 seconds with the 1 versus 2. Does have the smoke available to him. Isolating the other player on yellow. Tapping the bomb, drawing out Wally. Doesn't get the frag though.
The leader putting up quite a fight here. Does have a nade as well that he can work with. It is planted default. He is taking a little bit of time here. He's going to tap it one more time. Wally does have a teammate that can peek with him. Needs to make sure they don't make the same mistake. First peek comes out, and the leader is just now, no, not going to hop on the bomb, gets the car and opts to save, just running back on these stairs. Ritual only has a carbine in hand, so may want to try to push this, but he's not. So Deleter with a good save, but as I was saying, they're going to reset the economy. London Esports on 2-3 coins each.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to swallow. Deleter can share some of his, obviously 5 in the bank for him, but it's not really going to be enough to have a convincing buy here. Certainly they're going to have to make some sacrifices.
I think that was Daxton in the smoke. It felt like he was on the edge of a plus 20 or a plus 15, but he just throws his nade to delay the plant and wait for his team, doesn't opt to go through the smoke, and low risk, low reward as they are able to get it down, and a good attempt at the post plant, just not enough.
I mean, even with X-Ray on, I wasn't sure where he was,
Yeah.
so God knows what he was thinking.
He was able to make his way back to L and played it safe enough. Just scary. Blade going to be playing in this kind of red position, just jump straight red with this Garand, needs to make sure he isn't going down, playing on the edge of this smoke, and is going to try to cause trouble by getting the rotates, but the rest of his teammates are getting these frags, and all that's over there is Zlatan, and he is not actually going to go down as he gets into yellow, staying alive. Blade on the other end, though, does get the leader. Now it's Mylent over there, still fighting with him. Mylent back in this car position. Zlatan's still going to peek back out, so it's a split fight. Western Jesters need to get together if they want to have success and take this man advantage that they do have, but Mylent just playing so passively here on the first floor of this bomb site, going to wait for them to push in together.
Yeah, Blade being so cheeky in that mid area. Love that from him. Gets the frag and draws over the rotate from his team, and Mylent now hearing the footsteps around him, which way to turn, which way to look. All on him, scoring opportunity for his team here. Does pick up that first frag, crucial here. Leveling into a 2 versus 2, just going to take some time, regen, and allows Zlatan to bring himself into the mix.
Now this bomb is being planted. Blade just holding this staircase. Spots out that Mylent is still there. Nade coming out on site. Blade just kind of holding these off angles. They don't know where each other are. Zlatan and Mylent with 35 seconds left, and I feel like they're favored. This is such a hard site to hold down if there are 2 players. They're both just biding their time. Gonna see if Mylent maybe gets up on top of these stairs or on top of these boxes as Zlatan is shoulder peeking, jumps back around, and West wins that gunfight. Blade taking some damage, but Mylent does kill him. Blade on these 2-3 stairs. Looks like he wants to re-peek Mylent at full health. Blade is regenning now, though. 15 seconds left. Mylent's gonna force him to come down. Taps the bomb. We're going to see if Blade can win this, and no! Mylent goes down. Blade with a huge clutch, taking Western Jesters to 11-8. My God.
Yeah, Western Blade 2 kills apiece along with Ritual helping out there. That's a really important round for them to take, and they'll be very comfortable now. Just 2 rounds secure to take them to that 3rd map.
Mylent so close there to clutching that out. He's been over on A the entire game, and we see Kosjay playing Kosjay. Oh, I don't even know what to say on that one, man.
I mean, production clearly have too much time on their hands, so yeah, we'll have to make some work for them.
Oh, shoot. Western Jesters doing very well here, and that white box nade going to delay them from getting on site once again, but they're going to run into a stack here. They need to make sure they're getting these frags. Ritual does get the first as Daxton goes so down. Ritual strafing around, feeling confident as Rebirth is tagged. The smoke comes through. He's not going to be expecting Ritual to be on the other side of this, and Ritual gets the kill. A 2-man opening up B site. Meanwhile, Zlatan and the leader are both on site, but Blade is keen to it. Gets the first. The leader gets 2. Looks to make it 3, and he cannot quite yet. Is getting tagged in the middle of the street. Tries to run back out with his pistol, looking for one as he knows they're tagged. But a hectic round. Disrupt looking to get on top of this market stall, and maybe he's going to be able to call it out, but Mylent's on stairs, and he will be challenged by Ritual if he chooses to push. So Western Jesters in a good spot. Mylent does see him before Ritual's able to peek, so now it's up to Wally and Disrupt in a 2v2. The leader gets that, so now it's all on Wally. Bomb is not planted for him. Unless it, oh, actually it is. It's planted on the street here. Wally gets the first kill. The leader's going to have to peek him. Wally just playing at this white box, doesn't know where the leader is. He's getting close, wasting time. He knows he's close. He gets shot in the head. He's just proning, and he's wasted enough time. The leader's not going to be able to make it back to this bomb. And another win for Western Jesters. Huge play for the leader with the 4-man, but that post plant, that's the bomb I was talking about.
Yeah, and that's map point. No risk taken there, just letting the leader close the distance and take himself further away from the bomb site with every step. So yeah, Western Jesters certainly be happy about that, but wow, London Esports really tried there, so close.
That's all on Ritual there. Nice opening kill, and then
Indeed.
he just pushes through the smoke. He goes down to Mylent with a nice kill on the stairs, but 2 opening frags and letting his team come. London Esports tried to push through that smoke, and it just didn't work out. Map point.
Yeah, indeed. Somehow crept up on us, but yeah, Western Jesters have taken a solid lead here. 4 rounds to work with, so they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable. Big SMG buy here, looking for another aggressive play. And yeah, this B side has seen so much action on both sides of the map. There's war nades coming in a piece from Mylent and Zlatan, the French duo taking the frag a piece. 3 versus 5 now, so perhaps Western Jesters won't be taking this one.
This could be on Disrupt, though. Oh, no, he goes through the smoke, and Daxon actually comes back and kills him. Daxon with a huge round, getting these kills, just kind of walking back and forth on this B bomb site, trading positions with how Western Jesters have been playing. And now it's up to Wally just with the Garand, tags up Zohan, but he's going to be pushed from behind. So London Esports firing back strong with 2 early nade kills.
Yeah, that really shuts down momentum. Doesn't it feel bad when you can't even interact with the round with 2 teammates disappearing without seeing the enemy? Blade here, almost the first to 20 kills here. 19 on his side, with Zlatan leading the way for the Axis side on 18. But lots of people up in the mix now. I mean, there's only 9 kills separating the top player from the bottom. Everyone's working equally on the both sides here. A bit of an eco here from Western Jesters, actually. That very disciplined indeed, keeping 9 coins in the back pocket and happy to just work for those final 2 rounds. So London really needs to secure this one, and they certainly will. Milo picking up the plus 15, which will take him down in return. But yeah, solid start here from him.
Was a full save here from Western Jesters, so they do get 1 kill, but Mylan just racking him up over here. Not sure where that nade landed, if it was coast or mid, but Disrupt now with the carbine in top red, just looking to find some type of headshots and slow things down, maybe get some kills and do some damage just to knock London down a peg or 2. But there's been a back and forth game. It's coming down to the wire here. It's going to be 12-10 after this round, unless Disrupt can get a 1v4.
I really respect that confidence though from Western Jesters, just taking the eco, very confident they can take this out in the last 2 rounds.
Oh, there it is. Nice shot on the rebirth. He did see him there and does get killed from the back, but yeah, nice round from Mylant there.
Yeah, shutting it down, but yeah, I think some other teams would probably try and force it and take it now, so patient play from Western Jesters, certainly a game plan available to them. Let's see what they do. 2 rounds to decide this. Can London take it to overtime and try and close it out in 2? Or will Western Jesters be taking us to that 3rd map?
A bit worrisome if you're Western Jesters. I think if London wins these next 2, they will have the momentum going into that second half. But that's not what they're thinking about. They're not thinking about losing either of these. They're thinking about closing this out. And how do they do that? Go back to the B push that's worked every time.
But Nate's reining in both of the previous rounds, so hopefully all the Western Jesters members can make it through. Oh, well, Delita almost chiming in there.
One of his own coming way up in the air, gonna maybe get Disrupt. No, does not kill him, somehow staying alive, but Rebirth finding frags, Daxon getting taken low, but these players on London Esports are just winning the battles they need to take this round. They have a 2-4 advantage. Disrupt and Blade alive. Zohan here in action, or McDonald's as the Americans like to call it. And will get Blade as he drops down. Now it's up to Disrupt, and he goes down to the leader. And a huge round from London Esports. Now Western Jesters don't have all that much money heading into map point. Once again, London Esports look like they want to take this to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, such an important round here. This is going to decide the fate of the game, but you call that McDonald's?
Yes, McDonald's Arch.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, moving swiftly on, we are into the final round of Coastal, potentially. Western Jesters can take it, and a bit of a mixed buy from them, a little bit of utility, and a really strong buy from London there.
You don't like McDonald's?
I mean, why? Isn't this map based on France? Yeah. I'm confused. I mean, I do like McDonald's. Let's be clear. I don't want to get taken outside right now. As all London picking up 2. Is overtime on the cards. Disrupt has something to say about it potentially. Yeah, picking up that frag onto Rebirth. Not getting greedy though, and allowing Delita a bit of space on Statue.
I think if Western Jesters take this slow and are aware that Zlatan is flanking, I think that's PP West there in spawn, tags him up but not able to find the kill. The leader actually going to come onto West here, or on the Disrupt who's up top. Disrupt's able to fall out. No one's there to trade him out. He has 2 players there looking at him. Wally not able to close that out, and now Bomb is down. Western Jesters not in a favorable position. It looks like London Esports are going to maybe win this round and take it to overtime unless they can pull something out special.
Yeah, great to see the strength of the team here, the resolution. But Wally picking up a frag though. 50 seconds to go, 2 versus 3. This is doable here for certain. No utility on the attacking side, just 2 M1 Garans and a dream. But West and Wally, they've been popping off all day. If they can find that frag on Daxton, it will really open up the site for them.
No nades or smokes, and West is maybe going to have some room to walk up the mid street here. If Wally holds that box for him, the smoke comes out. That's going to be from London Esports. West is walking through mid here. He's not going to find any. Maybe he can get in this L position and take apart this B bomb site from inside itself. Wally walking through as well. He knows with that smoke there should be a player there. Gets the first and is being sprayed through, and they're not able to find the first. Daxton there. It's up to West now, trying to flank around. Knows exactly where he is, but not enough time. Does not get the kill through the wall, shooting right at him, not actually getting any damage. And Western Jesters are going to lose that last round. Daxton screaming at his computer. punching Zlatan in the knuckles there. Got to be careful not to injure your own teammates, but we're going to overtime.
Yeah, that's real danger. I mean, if they injured Zlatan's hand, I mean, that's the map over. Yeah, scary stuff there from Daxton, but good to see him fired up, of course. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting overtime.
It certainly is. And
really impressive for London to bring it back, yeah.
It's in their favor. We're going to see. Maybe they'll go for the B hits, and Western Jesters, once again, they were doing so well, and then London tweak a little bit. But we saw the aggression just wasn't really hitting the same as it was. They weren't able to get through street and get on the truck, so they were allowing these players to get into yellow and just play in that trash position, and came down to the wire and took a little bit too long on the side of Western Jesters. A nice nade landing on top of the building there.
Yeah, really well strategy from London there. Perfect play.
We'll never find a kill there. It's good to throw it, though, and keep the other team honest. The leader with a nice opening pick onto West. Disrupt trying to play in this same spot that he was last time, but now he's getting no idea how he lives from that one. Disrupt with 9 lives here as Blade goes down. Daxton pushing the center of the site. Disrupt with 1. Ritual helping him and gets the second. Now it's a 3v3. Bomb is down on site. They need to make sure not to overpeak anything and be aware that Zlatan is peeking through mid. He's lurking. He's going to get this side kill.
Such a strong position. If he can make it work, plenty of time. It's just hopefully his team can buy something for him.
And they need to be aware they have given up all map control. Other than that, Wally is holding the stairs with the scope, should be able to find this kill. Looking the wrong way, and Zlatan with a huge kill here on the Allies side. If they can break this open, they will be having an advantage. The bomb is down on site, though. Not too much utility still on their side other than 1 smoke. Disrupt needs to be careful that he doesn't go down, and Ritual needs to hold with him. They're probably going to take this as the leader holds a tight angle, and Ritual trying to kill them before they get to sight, but his legs are sticking out now. Up to Disrupt in a 1 versus 3. Gets the first, looks to strafe out and get the second, but he cannot. Zlatan with a huge round, flanking through mid. Wally just looking the wrong place at the wrong time, and London Esports are up 1-0. Just need to get to 4 here and win this out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Wally there and West buying into that double scope on the last map, and the last round. Delisa picking up the frag onto West, and yeah, they're going to have potentially economy problems in this final round of the half of overtime.
London Esports coming up huge in these past couple rounds. I believe it's been 4 in a row. Not only to tie it and to take it into overtime, but switch the lead back into their favor and completely slow down the Western Jesters. The nades are coming out. This one maybe a little bit better, but, you know, London's going to be waiting for those. We've about 5 nades coming out just now. Disrupt getting taken very low as well, as they are jumping on a site. Daxton on that smoke is at least able to see that 1 got to statue. They are getting tagged up a little bit, as West really needs to hold down this street so they can't peek through, but they're going to. Disrupt should see him underneath. Oh, does not win that gunfight. Is going to be able to retreat off. Doesn't take too much damage, nor does Daxton. They do have 3 players over here now, and Blade gets a nice shot onto the leader.
Yeah, the exact kind of entry they need into this round. Really don't want to give away that 3-0 with the for the attacking side. Blade trying to pick off another head here.
So hard to hold this site as there's about 5 different players peeking him 4 at this point. Zohan's going to flank around back, but Disrupt is there to watch his teammates back. Kajay with some white teeth there.
Well,
Don't even need to talk as West finds another kill. Braddock the last alive. Rebirth actually getting one, but there's 4 players left alive here for the Western Jesters. And a great round coming out. Wally sucks, clearing that up, dropping the bags on him, and Western Jesters tying it up. 1 more round before they switch sides, and WJ looked a lot better.
Yeah, a little bit of BM there. And oh, Zlatan firing up, actually. He wasn't at the top of the scoreboard, I think, in regulation, but he's really solidifying himself there, getting some good 2 pieces.
Yeah, coming through when it matters, and Mylant sitting at the bottom of the board, but it's felt like his kills have all been so crucial because they haven't really been coming to A site, so the ones he does get are on the post plant or cutting off the rotate. So everyone in this game holding their own weight. It's going to see who can just take it, who's going to, stay on top as we look to see an A hit coming out. Very deep nade. What a hit truck, but it's not going to happen. And good from Western Jesters. They have been getting stacked over at B, but they're not going to change things up. Disrupt playing very close, and Ritual does go down, so that's going to open up A site a little bit.
Yeah, I think Disrupt's been heard here.
Disrupt doing this is going to opt to let Blade kind of fall all the way off, and he's going to early rotate, and I think this is the call that you have to make. Obviously, London Esports can decide if they want to go back to B, but after a pick like that, they're definitely favoring A.
Yeah, such a brave call there. I love that from them. Just allowing Disrupt to tell his team, I've got this, you rotate back around, just hold the other side, but
Wally holding that angle for what seemed like an hour and a half. Gets the kill onto the leader, and They did see Blade. Oh, and West with a nice kill onto Rebirth as well. Disrupt should be able to push out back Red here and get the info he needs, but that's not going to matter as Wally is bottom of A site. Needs to get this flick and misses actually as Latan walks in, kills him immediately, and bomb is on site. So it's going to be up to Western Jesters to either stop this bomb from going down or get a strong post plant. West spraying at the spot, but this is planted out in the open. Zohan, actually going down at Market Stall. So London Esports in a 2 versus 3. Bombs in the open, a 1 versus 3 now as Blade finds his frag. Not able to get that kill onto Disrupt. They know exactly where he is, hasn't come out. Throws the smoke, maybe going to try to confuse the Western Jesters here, but West on the stairs. A good retake, and they are taking this to the second half with a 2-1 lead, but we saw how strong London Esports is on this Axis side. Can they break it?
Yeah, I mean, Western Jesters have to be happy there, 2-1. I mean, there was a point there where it looked like it could have been at least a 2-1 to London there, so very close things here. But, yeah, I mean, didn't really work out with the scopes there at the beginning for Western Jesters, so really glad they just moved away to STGs, taking those tighter angles and picking off the heads with Blade certainly lead the way in that front. 23 kills at the top of the scoreboard there for the Allied side.
I'm interested to see what Western Jesters do here. Are they just going to kind of push on to B site as they have had success before, or maybe early in the game switch things up? Zlatan throwing a nice mid-nade. Not sure he's going to get anything quite with it.
Now it's London actually opting not to go for any of those bold actions, just taking the automatic rifles. And yeah, that nice nade fight from London certainly helping out. Saw their nades were so deadly at shutting down that B offense for Western Jesters in regulation.
I'd love to see Western Jesters just pivot completely off here and just run up coast to A. Obviously, they don't see the map like we do, but it's the leader taken very low. Got to be upset you don't get that kill, but it's only Mylant here over at the Broken. London may have over-rotated. If Western Jesters can identify it, may be a problem, but we haven't really seen them do that. Rotate back. Disrupt getting shot at from a few different places here. Zlatan pushed up very far, and Disrupt actually missing these shots. Needs to get it with the pistol. Finally does get that kill and trying to make it out with his life. They have shown their spots on both players. The leader underneath of him. Maybe going to try to push this. Wally with that scope. Disrupt really needs his help here as the leader. Oh, actually pushing out back. Wally goes down. Huge kill coming out for him. And Disrupt, I believe, actually jumped out front. Is now in that arch. And Braddock with a nice headshot tying this up. London Esports 1 round away from taking this to match point.
Yeah, another great 2-piece by Zlatan there. Just you identify the opportunity for the rotate. He's in the right moment at the right time, picking off 2. So good to see him lifting his team towards the top as he nears 30 frags here as we enter the penultimate round of overtime number 1. Scope in the back pocket for Delita here. Another bolt on Zohan as well. Just SMGs and a couple of grands coming out for Western Jesters. Maybe they look for a bit more of an aggressive play here. Smoke's heading out.
These nade kills taking every player so low and actually double nade, and it does work out. The leader going to try to straight down these stairs. We'll see if he can get a pick. Looked like he was going to get a quick scope, but now holding this tight angle in the arch. Gives it up a little bit, and smokes and nades coming out. Ritual with another entry just so deadly on this B site. Disrupt gets one as well, and now there's only 2 players for London Esports. Zlatan booking it over. The leader has to give up sight, and now a 2 versus 5. The leader needs to get something special here as he is spraying through the smoke. Zlatan as well now coming in through this L hall. Post plant nade coming out. We'll see where that lands.
Sadly not doing the work he needs. There's only 30 seconds to go and they've only got 1 pick and now it's just Delita left all alone. Scoping the dream. Sadly doesn't connect that shot there, millimeters away.
I think how much money does he doesn't need to save it as his team will be able to full buy regardless coming into this next round.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a reflex there, trying to go for the save in this situation. Obviously not realising the money situation, picking up 1 frag, but Ritual shutting him down, and now London Esports need this round if they are going to continue playing on Coastal.
I was just about to speak too soon and say that none of Western Jesters' nades were connecting as they were taking players so low, but they decided to double nade it, and then Ritual was able to get onto site early. Checking the scoreboard here is Zlatan all the way up at 28 kills, Blade doing the heavy lifting for Western Jesters, but everyone pretty ripped on both teams as they are all finding their kills, but Zlatan really keeping his team alive here.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, looks like another fast play from Western Jesters. Why not? Why fix what isn't broken? As we do consider that we're going to change.
We were thinking about joining a team there, maybe helping out one of them. It seems like maybe we could give some assistance, but we're going to choose not to. Jump back into spectator mode, and a nade does come out from Zlatan here. Up on the truck is Daxton. He gets the first, gets the second, of plus 15. Oh man, 3 huge kills, and now it's Wally left alone, and it looks like we may go to the second round of overtime unless Wally can do something special, and he cannot. A huge clutch, and this is going to go to second OT.
Daxon again, we've seen him pick up the pace so many times this weekend. And what a perfect time to come alive.
That one felt a little less refined from Western Jesters there. They just tried to run through the smoke. They saw it deep, and Zohan just getting on top of that truck. A huge spray coming out for him, and they're just going back and forth. It's now 15-15.
Yeah, and I really think those nades are separating the rounds between the two right now, just getting those easy entries on that B site. And yeah, really interesting. I mean, 98% of the action here has just been on that B site, so perhaps in this overtime, we'll see people mix it up, go towards that A side and try and catch the opponents off guard.
Rebirth with another opening pick, and they do see Zlatan run all the way through. Mylan's going as well. Wally needs to fall off before he gets too aggressive. They do identify where they are. Not able to win that gunfight. Mylan is so lit here bottom in this broken building, but West is able to kill Zlatan, so there's only one player that's in this kind of crux position, but it's Blade all alone over on site with this STG holding from L. Such a tough angle to hold, but we'll see if he can do it. Has to watch his back as well.
Yeah, Blade now really not in a good position the way this round has fallen out. Could do with his teammates helping out, picking up a frag here, leveling it to a 3 versus 3. Yeah, London have so much map control, and luckily Blade can step up to the plate and take down Dax, but Mylan chimes in the return frag on Wally.
They know he's there. He's been there the entire round. They saw 2 run through. Maybe the communication not coming through, but Blade's still in this L hall. One player right on the other side of him is worried that Mylan's going to flank him, but they are burning out some time as West is going to try to flank all the way. No, they're actually going to go for B, and I think Blade may be identifying this as West is already making his way through. Mylan now actually coming together with that full flank as I believe this is Rebirth coming all the way over with the bomb. West not going to see him as Mylan's flank does kind of pan out. There's a player over here that's going to be able to connect onto Blade as he tries to escape off-site. The leader playing the long con, London Esports. Just patience there for Mylan in the middle of the map, winning that round for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe they just thought he would have moved away, but he stood there for about 30 seconds, and yeah, patience paying off, and certainly going to be frustrating Western Jesters there. Interesting, that mid push there, just flying right up through it. Really trying to catch Western Jesters off guard, and yeah, paying off. Yeah,
and it's got to be frustrating. Wally saw both of them run through the smoke. They killed the first, and they didn't really hunt that second. I feel like if they killed Mylan, they could have supported West or Blade on site, but they don't really opt to do that. And now we're going to move into the second round of the second OT here on Coastal. London Esports with a clear advantage, up 1-0.
And Deleted dodging death there just by a few millimeters as the nade flies in, and Blade himself flying through them. Picks up a lovely entry frag there, but Dax picking up one of his own. Wally as well. Tiff attack here on towards this B site.
Oh, I like this quick flank here from Wally. The leader's going to walk through mid. Ritual's kind of holding it, and we'll see it, but not a gunfight that's fun to take with an MP40. Wally holding a flank, going to make sure that they can't cheat back and go A as they did last time, but they may just try to kind of collapse in on this site through connector. Joe's going to be there. Ritual on the stairs. We're going to see if he does get that kill onto Mylan, and he does. The leader's able to trade him out.
We'll really expect Wally here.
No. Maybe actually. He is peeking it, and
yeah,
looks like he may know that one's there. Wally misses his flicks. Deleter missing his shots as well. Wally re-peeking. Deleter is going to jump from a height, but Wally out in the middle of the open. Rebirth's able to find the frag on him, and they're just going to run straight to A site. We're going to see if West can get there in time, but Deleter's going to be on that bomb by the time the rotate comes through. Rebirth shooting out his gun, and if West can get this kill before he makes it, it could be big, but it's not going to happen. They're taking far too long to get here, and now this is going to be a bomb plant on the A site for London Esports. On the Allies side, we already see that the leader's already in their spawn. West lucky to be alive here, trying to stay up, trying to make his way back to this spot, and he does. So at least staying alive, maybe going to try to get this kill. Hasn't seen Braddock rotate off. Blade gets the first kill. There's only one alive on site. Now it's up to Blade in a 1-versus-1 versus Rebirth. Knew that he was alive on site. Hasn't spotted him quite yet. Looks for the headshot. Rebirth does tag him up. Blade jumping down, can't get the kill. Rebirth with a nice shot going up 2-0, getting so close to finishing this game off. And man, what an Allies side in this overtime.
Yeah, super unfortunate there. The flank didn't pay out for Wally, but Rebirth are stepping up for London, picking up those 3 frags. And yeah, it's 2-0 on the Allied side, certainly positive for London. Western Jesters need this round.
Yeah, they need at least one, as they haven't been able to win too many over on the Allies side. And we'll see if they change anything up, and we'll see if London does anything different. We haven't seen anything all that special. They've just been getting their picks and running back to that 8 bomb site. Maybe just stick someone over there or have someone at that mid wall. Oh, what? Did 2 nades just hit in midair? I don't know if I didn't see that correctly, but I think 2 nades may have just collided in midair.
Yeah, we're witnessing the face of the universe live. That was certainly interesting to spectate as Mylan pushing up tank.
Oh, Blade getting taken very low, but does get the headshot. I'm in shock.
Advantage Western Jesters here. Zlatan down. Person posted very far up on that A site right now. But Mylan
There's
is
a
spotted
four-man
out.
stack from Western Jesters on A bomb. They're leaving it all up to Disrupt.
But the right call, because yeah, London have been now notifying that they haven't gone to A, maybe changing up, trying to exploit, you know, Western Jesters settling into their defense. And yeah, I think the right call here, certainly.
Interesting angle he's holding as well. Up on the, I want to see if he can win this gunfight back in this red bomb. And they're just walking under him. They already have complete control of the site. Disrupt's going to have to make a move and come out. Wally gets the first shot onto Daxton. There is a player on top of these barrels. Disrupt actually falls down. Blade with his second kill of the round. Third kill, sorry. And only one player alive. It's going to be the leader in the middle of the street there. He is traded. Ritual gets that kill. And Western Jesters will find at least one as Blade hits the 30 mark late in this second overtime.
Yeah, such an important round for them. So how are you feeling? Are you over the shock yet?
No, did they really collided in midair?
I think that is the
Look at this.
feature. That is, the technology is there yet.
Look.
Halftime.
It's the craziest shit I've ever seen, man.
I mean, that is anti-strat and taken to a new level, right?
Oh, what are the odds? But I'm worried for Western Jesters here. London Esports up 2-1 now heading into the Axis, which they've been so strong with. Western Jesters, when they have found success, it's off the back of nade kills and just players getting on site with the Thompsons, getting frags, but they really struggle if that doesn't work out.
Yeah, but certainly we saw London really change up their offense on the last side, so perhaps Western Jesters can do the same thing. But does it either going to fall
There it
back
is.
on a
This is
default?
what happens. Daxton goes down early. The leader on these stairs is actually going to get onto site this time. Nades coming out. Braddock getting two. Disrupt and Blade staying alive. Actually, a late nade coming out while he finds that. And now a 3 versus 2 as the rotates are taking a little long to come out. The head is spotted there as Latan has to run back yellow. The other player, Mylent, finally coming over from this A site. Disrupt just holding him down. Blade is in here with him. They need to make sure that they don't get doubled here.
Yeah, absolutely. This will really change the pace. But
Great
Zlatan
teamwork.
taken down comfortably. All on Mylan here to try and keep it. And secure them at least that next overtime. We're looking at Mylan here. 25 seconds. Spots out one. Precursory shots, but not connecting anything as Wally takes him down with a headshot. A little bit of motivation coming out from West Jesters, sounding pleased with that.
Checking the scoreboard, and Zlatan and Blade going head for head. Rebirth and Wally both with 25 kills, and they're kind of matching up, honestly. Every kill finding their partner in this map, and the kills are racking up, and it's just blow for blow, and it's working out. These overtimes, they're able to buy just about on every round, so we've seen full utility, full guns on every single round. But if London fall here, they may be a little poor as they have expended all their money on the leader and only a few coins on the rest of them. So we will see what comes of this round. It looks like it's going to be another B hit.
I'm feeling the overtime number 3 right now, not gonna lie.
Oh no, Zlatan nades himself. They are running on the site. West gets that first kill. It's now a 3 versus 5 for London Esports. Make it 4 as Daxton gets a kill. Tries to get the knife, and he does on the Blade this time. Now a 3v3. The bomb is down. No more nades coming out, and they're going to escape off site. All 3 of them getting into yellow. The leader, I'm not sure if he spotted them. Wally gets the first kill on the Mylent, who was trying to go for that long flank. The leader on these barrels may get West if he gets too aggressive. He's going to throw this smoke first. West does spot him. Lucky to be alive as Wally gets a kill. The leader runs out. Now it's going to be Daxton on site. A fake defuse as he is still here. Going to get the first kill, but is traded out, and Western Jesters taking it to match point. Oh, a huge round for them.
Yeah, and Zlatan's going to be kicking himself. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe another nade connected with another. He's going to blame it on that. But yeah, what a strange round. The self-nade, the knife. Crazy.
Huge.
Is this it for London? Not a lot of money in the bank, so you see a bit of sparse utility there, sparse guns as well. Looking like it's going to be another fast play coming out from a motivated Western Jesters side.
And this time, Mylent's going to come with him, not even going to opt to come and play on this rotate. Zohan throwing a nade up early, going to see if he can get any of these guys. A straight nade up in the air. This could do some damage here. Does, as the nade trades are coming out. Daxton with a kill this time. Ritual going to try to jump through this smoke and doesn't find it. Daxton with 2 on this round, coming huge for London Esports on this Axis side. They're going to try to run off the site, and it looks like we're going to get a 3rd overtime as it is just Wally, as we've seen before, in a 1 versus 4. Looking for the headshot of Rebirth there, not finding it. Gets the tag on what looked to be his headbox, or head hit marker, and it is not. The leader closes it out, and 3rd overtime as we are tied 18-18.
Overtime.
Sadly, the Spectres can't see this, but I think Tom is slowly passing out, losing the will to live as we continue in this Coastal game. Maybe London can change something up again. Maybe we can move to another 18 rounds of A-site instead.
Maybe
Wouldn't
they can
that
go
be
to a
fun?
different bomb site.
Crazy. Deleter picking up with that scope. Wally with the bolt. Sort of standard first round buy for an overtime here.
There's no momentum in either way. One team gets around the other. Oh, nice smoke on the top of the building there. Not going to do much early on in this round, but the nade tag does come out. Zlatan going to be able to get into red here very quick, making sure no one came in through mid fast. And Wally holding bottom A. If Zlatan shoulder peeks this well enough, he may be able to bait out the shot from Wally. Wally shoots a bit early, and he's able to fall off, at least identifies there's a player there. It's going to be up to Ritual here at the connector here to at least get one kill. Strafes around and does not get it as Mylant turns at the last second. Had some damage taken out. The leader just tagging up and killing both West and Ritual with Mylant. So now London Esports with a man advantage. Blade's going to try to peek out with his STG. You can tell he wants to strafe out, but he does not. Just kind of walks, and the leader gets a kill onto Disrupt as well. Once again, Wally in a 1v4. That's a good way to start it off as Mylant goes down, but the bomb is rotating to B. Not going to be expecting Rebirth to be right above him. May have heard him drop. Looking for the no-scope. Strafes out, and Braddock is above his sights. The good old teabag coming out from Rebirth. Maybe going to get Wally a little bit mad there. Maybe it's what Western Jesters need. Seen teabag in all series, man.
Yeah, a little bit of motivation there.
Love it.
Yeah, hearing some screams and shouts from both sides, and obviously a bit of player cam from Daxon. Frequently throughout the game as, yeah, another standard buy. Not much to talk about here, but London taking the advantage. Obviously, if they get another round here, we're looking quite favourable for them, as long as they don't nade themselves on the defending side this time round.
Gonna opt to smoke the part of the map that players can be on this round. Lots of spams coming out. Disrupt able to get into yellow, and we've seen him have a lot of success when he can get in here. Just getting straight up top. And what I love about this is that if he's in here, he kind of has control of the B bomb site, and that means if they decide to go A, Blade can have an early rotate, and he will always be here to cause trouble. The only issue is if they go underneath of him and take control of site. But it doesn't look like Daxon's even worried about Disrupt being up there. But the leader is.
And here's the bomb as well, so this will be a really pivotal frag for Disrupt here. He can pick it up. I think they tried to detonate him out. Aware that he has been playing this position quite a lot. Might even have heard him there. And then the second detonate used.
Lots of resources used, and Braddock actually does get that kill with the car, so they are taking all the precautions to clear him out. Ritual with a kill on the other side of the map. Immediately going to hold that angle. Wally with the frag as well, but the trades are coming. Wally trying to get up here, can't quite find that kill onto Rebirth. Just holding over the smoke to make sure that they can't get onto site. 35 seconds left in a 3v3. London Esports picking up this bomb, and looks like he's jumping back around. It looks like they may want to go A again.
Yeah,
unless they all just come through Arch here, and actually that's exactly what they're going to do. Wally with a huge play to make as he does see the bomb is now being planted. Sees one, gets him, looks to re-peek on Rebirth, gets tagged up, needs to stay alive, can't hit that shot on the Mylant. Ritual gets one, West gets the second and tying it, bringing it back 1-1. My weak heart. Why are they doing this?
I know. I mean, Legend says this Liberation, also this coastal map will never end. As we go into, Christ, must be the 35th round now.
Yeah, it was it 18-18 after the second OT, 2 more rounds, so the 41st round?
Yeah, I mean, I've already proven I'm not good at maths. Let's move on quickly from that. But Blade and Zlatan, they've been sticking on 31, 32 frags for quite a while now. And yeah, so other members of the team really stepping up now. So everyone having their high points and low points as we go through this never-ending game. Nades raining in on London's side. A little bit of a split this time, however, not overcommitting to any one position as Rebirth picks up a nice entry onto Disrupt. Disrupt such a thorn in their side on that B side. It's really going to give him a bit of confidence there.
Oh, Wally doesn't shoot first. The leader gets him as they were holding each other. The bomb, as you said, the split was over there, and this is going to be an A take. Finally, we're going to see something new. Blade does get a nice kill onto Daxon. Let's see what happened there. Rebirth going to be the one to hold down the B site, but this is going to be a 4-man take on from London, or 2-man take onto A site from London Esports. Bomb is just now being planted as Ritual's trying to book it to the back of the site to stop any type of antics. No one going to jump out back without being seen.
Yeah, a bit scared to rotate there. Western Jesters are acutely aware that B site is the most favoured by London, but
doubling up on those 2-3 stairs.
Yeah, risky. Can already see it not working out, but Deleter luckily holding that cross, taking an easy frag for his team. And 30 seconds to go, just 2 members to retake this bomb site, and they are not close to retaking this at all. Whoa, almost seeing that shot there. Blade surviving by millimeters right here. Rebirth comes in and claims that 3K for the round.
A nice 3-man and 2 more rounds on the Allies side here. London a lot better on Allies as they have been on Axis. Still haven't figured out this B hold. We'll see if Western Jesters can come out guns blazing or if London Esports are going to take it to match point. As this is coming down, I'm not saying it. It's not coming down to the wire. It's been on the wire. It's below the wire.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 4 guys on 30 right now, you know. Deleter's almost there. Maybe we'll get everyone there by the time this map ends. Deleter picking up that scope, going to be battling with Wally here for supremacy on the map. Advantage London Esports, definitely on the favoured side here. Going for something a bit different this time, going for a bit of a different setup.
Most definitely, as they are leaving the bomb in spawn, and they're actually going back to a default, and maybe it's going to work out for the best, as London Esports have tried something different by stacking over towards the B site. So maybe by playing some more traditional battalion, not getting sucked into the coastal meta of we need to run into you guys, but just do it better. Maybe they're going to play some actual battalion here in this round. Nades coming out and smokes coming out. Ooh, late nade there, almost on the other side of Ticket Booth getting a kill, but they're kind of opting for what looks to be an A take here on the side of Western Jesters. Never thought I'd say it.
Yeah, this could be the first, right? The first concerted effort to do so. It'll be Zlatan stepping up to the play, and they're just waiting for him, seeing if he overextends.
They're proning up coast right now.
I mean, why are we not getting spectator view of that? That is riveting
I don't
stuff.
think we need to spend the time seeing them do a worm impersonation up coast just to see Wally, you know, stand on here. But if he can get this pick, maybe they can decide where they want to go. Maybe he can sell it and they go back B, but Daxton is over there with the MP40. And this round is going very slow. I don't like this for Western Jesters as there's only 25 seconds left. They haven't cleared a single spot on this A site. Now Wally's trying to do that frantically. He's going to push into spawn, and Ritual actually does get Zlatan off site, so they should be able to plant this bomb. Wally is in the L position, tagging up the leader, and this is actually working out as bomb is just now being planted. Unless Mylan can get a wall bang here and stop it from going down, it will be inevitable. Wally playing very safe, not going to do the jump peek, waiting for Mylan to walk into his scope here, pushing up the wall. Should be a free kill for Wally. Oh, Mylan jumping up onto the box. Huge for him. Ritual does get the headshot. Blade needs to be careful as well. Mylan looking for a frag movie clip there as he starts spraying through the wall. Disrupt at the headshot box, and he does do it. Switching player cams, and they are doing the fist bumps. It's not even them yelling. It's the crowd.
I think it's going to be a little bit tilting for London there. They're such a strong hold on that A site, and just 20 seconds to go, they somehow managed to lose it out. So hopefully they can come back from that, or maybe that is the decisive swing in momentum that Western Jesters need.
Huge entry there from Ritual to kill Zlatan. I'm not sure where he went down, but regardless, they get the bomb planted with only 8 seconds left, and Mylan did his best. He kind of styled on Wally and Blade there, but it's not going to be enough as Western Jesters move in to the 5th round of the overtime, looking to take it to match point. Same with London Esports. We'll have probably the 10th, 12th match point of the game. And a delayed B push, it looks like, but no urgency being shown as West is actually going to try to maybe clear out this connector position. Zlatan's just going to be on the other side of those boxes that we've seen so many players been before. Very smart of him not to push through there. It's such a hard gunfight to take unless you strafe around.
Yeah, for sure. And a little bit of a different setup here from Western Jesters, hoping that someone from London Esports overextends and gets punished for it. Wally holding a really tight gap here. Patient play from both sides here, not trying to give anything away. I'm not going to say it, but Christ. Could be another 3-3.
Look how many people laying down over at this B site. Western Jesters waiting for an opening. And I'd like to see them fall off and go A again, as they did have success there last round. It's only Mylan on site this time. Zlatan is at that box and headshot. It's going to be up to West to maybe to get that. They are all laying down, though, so Wally's not going to be able to find a single kill here. West walking around the long way. Maybe going to be able to get this kill onto Zlatan as he rotates off that angle he was holding.
Yeah, perhaps getting a little bit impatient there. Might cost him, or might well prove to be an absolute boon.
He does make some noise there, not sure how, but Zlatan does turn around at the last second, and it's going to be a late B take. The nades are going to come out. Blade's going to be getting onto site, and maybe they're going to be able to plant this bomb once again. Blade does get that kill. Zlatan with his nade does kill Ritual. Blade trying to make something work, and it doesn't happen. Only 10 seconds left. A player alive on site. It's going to be Disrupt. Still one in Dark, who hasn't shown himself. That's going to be Daxton and the leader teaming together to take this to the last round of this overtime, potentially the last round for both of these teams in this tournament, fighting for the 3rd place spot.
Certainly an exciting end to the round, contrasting with the slug mode interim for about a minute and a half. But yeah, certainly London looking strong here.
Unfortunate there for West. I don't know what happens, but Zlatan's able to turn around and get that kill. You think if maybe he didn't, they'd flood onto A with some control of the mid connector, but sadly they do not. London Esports got to be feeling good coming into this. Trying to do the math, I don't know. 75th round.
Yeah, let's go with that. Let's just hope so one of them doesn't nade themselves this time. Rebirth nading the
Oh,
right
he's going to
opponent
need
this
someone
time.
else's headshot angle. Not actually getting any of these tags. Ritual with an entry kill. We'll see if Western Jesters can actually take this B bomb site. The trades are coming out. Ritual with his second of the round. Going to be a nade on both the leader and Mylant. One's thrown out. He's got to be careful. This is a... Oh, I don't know where that went. Regardless, it's now a 2v2. Rebirth getting taken low. Wally and Disrupt here fighting for their lives on this site. It's up to Mylant and Rebirth. We've seen these retakes come out before, but Wally with that Grand is going to hold back street. As actually, Wally's just kind of holding at the bottom of the stairs, a strange angle, and not something that Mylant's going to be used to peeking, but they are taking their time, waiting for Western Jesters to make a mistake.
Yeah, they've let Western Jesters relocate, given lots of time to get in better positions at the start. They're really in quite poor positions there and disrupting a bit of information away. But still, Wally, unknown. Oh, just about managed to claim that frag. Didn't quite have the bullets for it. Now it's just Rebirth. 1v1 versus Disrupt.
Looking at the wrong side, and Disrupt with a huge clutch going to the 4th overtime. Ritual with 2 nice entry kills, and Disrupt with the 1v1 closing it out. Man, oh man.
I love Coastal.
I don't.
Let's roll on more. Yes, please. Another serving. Let's not talk about the buys because we already know what they're going to be. They're going to be exactly the same, and hopefully we'll see a bit of a different strat here. Maybe some faster plays, or maybe we will see more slug mode engaged. Couple of bolts picked up.
How long is this game? It's got to be an hour 10, right?
I mean,
Next time we check scoreboard,
Hour
it should show up with
75.
the total time. But they're just going to run into it. Blade with that car on stairs. Maybe going to strafe out. Disrupt playing in the L hall. Daxton getting taken very low, and he's going to have to retreat off. As it looks like they're kind of faking where they want to go. The leader playing up on that truck will strafe off and gets the kill onto Blade. A nice shot coming out from him. And there's 2 players just on the other side of each other. It's going to be Disrupt, and I think Daxton maybe who was able to work his way through. He does find Disrupt on the other side of that smoke. There is another player there, which is West. He does actually clean it up. So there's still 2 players over at this B bomb site. The leader going to get on this shelf and hold down. Should kill West. Oh, no, not sure that doesn't connect. But they killed the players in the middle of the map as well, so they could potentially go over to A if West isn't able to cut them off. It's going to be so hard for him to come through here as there already are 2 players that establish control of this bomb site. West should hear the footsteps and should know that they're going, but he's got 2 players that are coming up close.
yeah, unfortunately time doesn't quite work out for him then, but it might just in a second. Lets him pass, playing it slow, playing it patient. But you might get caught out here. Mylant tagging up once, jumping out around the corner, taking down West. Now it's just all on Ritual. Coming in from that spawn area. Shots raining out, detonate as well. Sally not connecting, but he does pick down Zlatan. Mylant tagged down. Talita here, posted up close and takes the pick nicely. And again, another strong start for London in this 4th overtime.
It feels like that's how it happens. London Esports win a round or 2, but this one kind of feels different. Daxton just kind of able to work through that smoke, and I think he gets 2 kills there. Blade goes down early on B site. He's been so important to their holds over there. And London Esports, both of these teams kind of actually figure out that, hey, A still is a bomb site. We can plant there. We can go there.
Really unique viewpoint there. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to maybe see less of the B side, but I'm sure we'll see more of it in these next few rounds. Shots raining out, nades flying in. By now, all aware of where the nades are landing. Pretty much going through the motions here in the early round.
Ritual with an early kill. The leader with a nice shot on the Disrupt. He has really come to life here in this latter half of, what, the 90th round. 2nd overtime. He's been really showing up and sitting pretty on many kills. Blade's got to be careful as there is a player walking through this smoke. Not going to be expecting that Blade already pushed into Apps, though, and Blade in a great position. Could do a lot of damage. The leader is holding that angle, though. We see Daxton clearing this site, a little confused as to where everyone's at. Mylant getting taken low, and he actually does check back in. Blade going to be disappointed that he did get in the site, and just like that, Rebirth and Mylant on the other side of the map get 2 kills by themselves, and London Esports up 2-0. We haven't seen it go like this. It's been at least round for round. Western Jesters need to win this one.
Yeah, absolutely pivotal round to take. And also out of interest, what sort of punishments are we dealing out for people who don't drop a 30 in this map?
We'll see. It's a punishment enough to be playing in this game and not get 30 kills.
I mean, probably true. Probably true.
Love to see a stat like ADR or RWS or something like that, a plus minus or something like that, just to actually measure. It's been so many rounds, you can't tell how many kills are good. Or it doesn't really matter. It's not up to the kills. It's up to who wins the match. That's ultimately what matters. Wally with a nice opening kill, but nade kills do come out for the other team, being London Esports.
Yeah, very utilities picked up here on Western Jesters, really down in economic dumps here, but obviously forcing into this round, trying to take it. And Dax
firing.
picking up another frag here. That B site's almost open, little does he know. Still one player to find, but he has an inkling. Checking every corner methodically as the defensive side relocate, adjusting for this 3 versus 4. Oh, and giving the game away a little bit there. West now penned into that corner.
Feels like West doesn't actually know that he's there. I'm not sure. No one's holding this for him, and
Silent
West is
shot
kind
confirmed.
of stuck. He's kind of, yeah, shooting with the scroll wheel. Rebirth's able to get that kill onto Wally and is getting taken low from the stairs player. West still doesn't know that there's a player behind him, and now they have this B bomb site. It's only up to Ritual, who's stuck in the middle of the map here, to find these frags, but he's killed, and they are on match point. Daxton slamming the desk, his buddy next to him smiling, and London Esports have to be feeling good heading into the second half of this overtime. Feeling his hand, maybe hurt himself a little bit, slamming
Literally
too
injured
hard.
himself in his enthusiasm. Fantastic.
That's what I was worried for Zlatan's knuckles.
Yeah, no, I mean, your concern is noted and much appreciated from my fellow team members. Come on,
One more
NA.
round. I
Come
hear
on,
the
Western
desk slams.
Jesters.
West taking a little bit to buy there, and we're going to see the scope on Wally. Really need to see him take it from the leader. The leaders, they really don't have an answer for him. He's been peaking so well.
Yeah, he's really come to life in these overtime rounds towards the end of the map. Maybe didn't have as much success as he wanted with that scope early on, but yeah, working out great for him here as those nades giving a bit of a love tap to Lita there, but otherwise everyone emerging through unscathed.
Ritual with a nice opening kill onto Mylant, and that's an A player, so may give the signal that they want to get over that way. The leader is still playing Coast with this scope. It's going to be up to a battle between Wally and him, but he's playing in a nice angle where he can't really be seen before someone jumps onto his screen. And he's just going to opt to give that up and play on bomb site. Probably smart. As West is peeking through T-Con, he was spotted out and called out a little bit. West lucky to be alive as he doesn't show his head too much there. Going to be interesting to see the rotations that come out. We might see a conflict over here on B site, as I believe that's Zohan that's either up top or, yeah, just actually below. So they're just on different levels here, but interesting as Rebirth's just holding the other side. A very cool hold here, both tight angles and playing for each other.
Yeah, really nice seeing them just vary it up and try and take the opposing team by surprise. Obviously, a lot of mind games coming into this 108th round here, because obviously they've been playing for such an extended period of time. They really know how both sides are playing. But yeah, an interesting round here from Western Jesters off of going for that split, and now just 30 seconds left. Zlatan does take their return frag back, so 4 versus 4 here. Disrupt here, clearing the angles. Really make the right decisions here. Rebirth suspects it, takes him down, but Blade there, return frag. Little does you know there is another member on that B bomb site closer than he might think. Talita here. The A side looking a bit lost, wondering how he can help his team here. Spots out that rotation and looks like
Bomb is down.
everyone will be converging onto that B site.
Daxton stayed alive the entire time on site, pushes, but Blade's able to respond. Not tagged up at all here, and may actually opt to peek. Zlatan gets the kill, actually Ritual from the street, and now they are looking at a 2v1. Only the leader alive, and not sure Ritual's looking the right way. He is not. The leader punishing him, immediately getting that kill. Blade not sure how he wants to play this one. A nade comes out straight up in the air. The leader smoking this off. Not sure where Blade's at. Blade with a close angle wins it in a big clutch. 3K for him. Ritual doing his work over on A as well. And Western Jesters with their first round of the overtime.
Oh, I think that nade landed on the roof or something. I thought that was going to get him for sure, but unfortunate there for Talita. Could have worked out. But Western Jesters keep themselves in the map, as we just have 4 members of the people on the team not on 30 frags. London Esports definitely in the way on the fragging opportunities here, spread out across all of them.
London Esports need to remember to relax here. The leader not getting any nades, actually, and we've seen that a few times. You'd expect on overtime full utility since you have the money, but Zlatan, I like this set nade, lining it up to play on the other side. The leader with a nice opening kill onto Wally. Blade with the scope of his own, and West boosted up. A huge kill opening up A site once again. Maybe this time they'll choose to have an advantage off of it, but not yet, as Zlatan is pushing guard, and no one has been watching this, as West is usually the one to play there. He will get that kill onto Blade and just fall right off. A free pick and a ballsy play coming out. The leader with another kill, and they are looking dangerously close to taking this game. London Esports 2 kills away from securing 3rd place.
Yeah, after all these slow rounds, really looked like Western Just had the upper hand, and then even before the minute mark there, dropping down to from a 4v4 to a 2 versus 4. Now Disrupt with a lot left to do. Rebo tagging him, forcing him back, keeping him in check. Just West for just support here. Trying to see if he can bring that scope to use here. Looking for opportunities, any opportunity for London to give away information.
Nade's going to come out. Not sure if they hear the nade pulled. It's going to be back statue. No one's actually does get a tag onto Braddock, but hasn't really been able to find that kill. Disrupt on the ledge here. Going to throw a nade up as well. Going to wait for this to land. No, it does not. 20 seconds left. Western Jesters trying to make something work. Disrupt gets one. Rebirth coming through the middle of the street, and London Esports are your third place winners.
Well done. It really ground out that game. I mean, Western Jesters were not going to let that go up without a fight. And, you know, well done to Western Jesters. Well done to London Esports. Well done to Western Jesters throughout the event. And well done to all of us for sitting through Coastal.
Yeah, very close there. And all smiles around. Western Jesters putting up a huge fight. See the post cam, they're all on the main stage, so a quick handshake coming up after that. Maybe going to look to get a post-game interview with one of the London Esports guys, but I would imagine they want to take a long break here. But what a game.
Yeah, no, in all seriousness, yeah. When two teams go the distance like that, just shows the sort of level they bring to this tournament, and both teams would be the winners of that series. But yeah, London coming out on top.
That's going to do it for the lower bracket play. That was for third place, and I'm not sure this grand finals, I'm hoping it can live up to it, but I don't know if we're going to see a match as close to that in a long time.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Sector 1, though, and Endpoint, they both looking really strong, and especially today, they both turned up on form. Obviously, we saw Endpoint in really good form yesterday, but Sector 1 looking a little bit shaky at times, and then today, much stronger.
And we're going to switch into some replays. This may take about an hour and a half, as we do have tons of footage to go through. Clutches coming out for both teams. And there's so many to pick from. It's going to be the leader with the scope, actually back on Liberation. Gets a nice kill through the smoke. I don't think I saw that one as it happened. This is the first map they played. Second map. Feels like forever ago. I believe it was Manor first, but West had a huge round. West has had such a good performance throughout this finals. Disrupt as well, gets this knife. There were so many knives coming out in this game. Just like this one. Ritual, just so good on it, and it felt like round after round, Western Jesters were just pulling something out of their hat.
Jesus, how many knives were there on?
Oh, this is the game that me and Trump cast. Yeah, there were a lot. Quite a few.
Yeah, no kidding.
There's the entirety of these replays are people jumping through smoke. This was the Blade clip. That was his 4-man where he was spin botting. Here's another Blade clip where he just gets, I believe, 2 kills here. The nice no scope and actually goes down. There were so many different bolt clips to choose from for him. Braddock gets a nice plus 15, almost looking to make it plus 20 on the eco. Daxton as well gets one of his own as he found these two.
Yeah, that was a really important round in overtime. Take it further for London Esports.
This was an early, oh, there was the nades colliding. Still mind blown by that. I don't understand the odds.
Play of the game.
Play of the game. Zohan with a knife on there. Forget which one this one was. Ritual goes down here. And that's going to do it for the replays. We do have, I'm sure if you watch back this VOD, you can go clip a bunch in the Twitch chat as that's going to do it. And we're going to switch back to the player cams. That's going to be it for London Esports and Western Jesters. London are going to take home that third place title, moving up a spot from their last finish at Victory Land. I think that's a must-win for them, right? They got to beat Western Jesters. They have to beat the last NA team.
Yeah, I mean, but I was really hoping for Western Jesters to make it to the final, or at least see them in the top 3. So unfortunate for them because yeah, they looked so strong yesterday, but unfortunately not be able to take it to the same level as the other teams here today.
Yeah, and that's going to do it. We are going to wrap up and then move into the grand finals, best of 3. It's going to be Endpoint in Sector 1. Feels like we haven't seen any of them play in the eternity, but it's only been a couple hours. It is only 5:40 here, West Coast time. So maybe some of the Europeans getting a little bit sleepy, but make sure to stick around and watch your boys. Maybe we'll get a post-game interview with one of the London Esports boys or something like that. But stay tuned, and we'll be back after a short break. What's up, gamers? We are back with the grand finals. I am Tom Pollock, joined by Levy. Levy
Howdy,
underscore
sir.
FPS on Twitter, correct?
Indeed, if you want to follow content that doesn't exist.
Just wanted to confirm that I had it right. We are here in sunny Huntington Beach, California.
Sunny, showery. I've been sold a bit of a lie, but it has been a good experience overall.
Yeah, this local host venue has been cool for these past couple matches. A lot of the NA guys, specifically Liquored Up, sticking around and cheering everyone on. I know Western Jesters are sticking around as well to watch this final series, which is going to be Endpoint versus Sector 1. A kind of just important series in general. I was talking to some of the guys earlier. We don't know how many more events there are going to be where these two teams show up against each other. Or like, is this the last title that they're going to fight for, head to head?
Yeah, potentially. Certainly the last one in 2019. I mean, it's all been building up to this, hasn't it? Like, Sector 1 had a shaky start yesterday. Endpoint were totally dominant. And Sector 1 really turned up today. Yeah, looking like they're ready for the win. So everything's building up to this. I'm excited.
Yeah, hoping for a pretty good series. I am not hoping for a quadruple overtime Coastal match. I don't want to see Coastal ever again. I want it out of the game. I don't want to ever watch it again.
It was emotional, but I'm glad I was there to experience it with you. I feel our bond's stronger for it.
This is going to be a best of 3. So we were talking earlier in the week about Endpoint feeling comfortable on those maps. Do you think we'll see something different? Do you think we'll see Derail, or are we going to see the same Manorlib, Coast, Manorlib, something else?
I think we will see something different purely because, Endpoint so obviously often boast about their abilities on invasion, and people know they have to ban that one. So I really think that'll be a automatic ban for, Sector 1. And that really allows Endpoint to really take the vetoes in the direction they want to go. Potentially Derail. They do like that map indeed. But obviously, last weekend in the fair fields of Ghent, they lost out to Sector 1 actually in the semi-final, didn't they? And partially due to the veto, they would say, losing out on Vanguard particularly, I think they said it cost them. Yeah,
they've only met one time in this tournament, so Endpoint were able to trade it off and win 13-11. So it's just been back and forth, but this is kind of going to be a redemption story. Fighting for first place, both of them. It's a $12,000 prize pool, so nothing to scoff at. Definitely some money to at least pay for the trips, or break even on this if they haven't, or if they have paid for it out of pocket. But Sector 1 and Endpoint, both pretty big organizations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also it's also an opportunity for Endpoint firstly to take back that crown, and also Sector 1 take their first victory because beating Endpoint last weekend, thought they'd done everything. Game Agent swept them through.
Yeah, I wish Game Agent could have come here. That would have been cool to see. I didn't really get. I'm going to go back and watch the VODs, but I caught some of their games, and mainly my takeaway was Bumble is just an incredible player. Bumblebee, he doesn't die. He just frags. I caught the last map, I believe, against Sector 1 on Coastal, and he just styled on him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think such patient play really caught some teams out because they just push into them again and again and again, and just Game Agent showing that they really approach the game in a really strategic way, almost reminding us of like a Nexus in COD 4. So I think a lot of people drawing that comparison. Yeah,
well, I'm looking forward to getting into this, and we are going to hop into what I believe is going to be maybe first round. Knife round has already happened, so we are going to have Endpoint and Sector 1. I believe the names may need to be switched up top there. It looks like Endpoint are on the Axis side playing defense, and one is already pushed up. Kasha's going to have to take this fight and will win it. Replan not able to find him, and they're getting double aggressive here in-house. Replan cannot kill Cinda as the bomb is now down. If Cinda can stay alive here, he's going to cause a lot of problems for this Sector 1 squad.
Yeah, 100%. And Sector 1 actually going into that with 4 grease guns. Lots of utility picked up for them, so certainly a game plan, at least at the start. But with that Manorhouse push, looking a bit clustered up, looking a bit confused. Frags going their way as they bring it to a 4 versus 3. Sind here trying to find the frag, and does claim it onto Dins, rolling it down into a 3 versus 3. But again, more fights here. Manorhouse is getting pitted, and it's a little bit too late as his teammates can't quite help him.
Neil's getting taken down so low there, but is staying alive. Robert, meanwhile, on site with a pistol, gets the kill onto P. Dizzle. That'll be Mark Horner, so now it's Fake left alone in the 1v3. He still has 2 players that need to come through A barn to get this bomb down as it was dropped. Gets the first knife, knows that there's another there, can't find the head, is just trying to stay alive, gets the headshot on the Blues. Now a 1 versus 1. Robert, left alone on site, just picked up that bomb and can... Actually, looks like he may go drop and try to take this bomb B, so potentially a big play coming up, but Fake coming up huge with those 2 kills.
Oh, what a round we're witnessing here. So tense even in this first game. We knew it was going to be a big one, as Rob here going to be claiming that plant. Not too sure that Fake will hear that, so he's still thinking it could be an A. 15 seconds ago, he's surely going to have concerns. And that will signal. And unfortunately, he has been misreading the situation.
Yeah, got to be a bit confused there, but he was able to just snake that bomb from a barn and just made his way over. So up to Robert here. He planted, and now he's going to watch this cross. Fake did pick up a Gewehr and is going to jump across. Neither of them have spotted each other, and Fake potentially could just hop on this bomb. He is going to tap it, and Rob's going to have to make a play here. Could have stuck it if he wanted to. Fake getting a lot of damage done and still re-peeking. Robert's going to make himself out alone. Fake now looks like he is tapping this bomb and going to go for the full defuse. Robert's going to make his way over there, and he's waiting for Fake to push him, and he's not going to. Sticks the bomb, and that's a huge win in the first round.
Yeah, what a 1v3 from Fake there, really setting the tone of the match, and Endpoint getting hyped up already.
Someone reaching over the table there to give some fist bumps. Fake didn't react. Yeah, he's cool as ice. He just stuck the bomb. He got 2 important kills, the knife and then the headshot, and hard round to lose if you're Sector 1.
Yeah, he's a cool operator, isn't he? Yeah, actually, only 2 frags, sorry. Oh, of course, he didn't pick up that final one in the 1v3, just the defuse and then saving over the gun as we enter his second round.
I really like, you got to give shout-outs to Cinda there, causing so many problems and forcing them to have to go back and get that bomb. But we're going to jump into the second round. Sector 1 are defaulting. They're going to send 2 over to A-Long, so potentially could have some success. Fake does go down as Dins has a bar the second round. Not something you're going to expect.
No, that range nerf really costing Fake, unfortunately. Dins taking the correct duel with the LMG. Being forced to back off on that B site. 3 versus 4 here. Endpoint. Strong. But Neil's getting their revenge frag onto Sind. Reflector here in a great position here if he can make this work.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to expect him to be up this far. Dins is slowly working his way through the map, and if Reflexer can push all the way up here through A-Long, he's going to cause some problems here, as it is Nielsk and Kajay trying to take this A site alone. Reflexer still making sure he's not making any noise, not going to start sprinting, shoots at the first one he sees, and that's bombed down now. 45 seconds left. Nielsk does get replant off of that spawn position, and bomb's been called. We don't see a rotate coming out from Mark Horner already, but it's going to be up to Reflexer here. Needs to get at least one of these kills, as they are going to try to peek together. Not able to find it. Knows there's one. Barn runs out of ammo, and a nice headshot from Dins there at the last second. Mark now making his way into A barn, so Dins needs to be careful about what he peeks. Just jumps straight out, and Pete Dizzle laying on the ground, not going to give him anything to shoot at as of yet. Going to make him plant the bomb. Din's going to fake it, and is sadly looking the wrong way for him. Almost turns on him, but Mark with a big round, and they are getting loud over there. 2 rounds in a row. Huge round from Reflexer there with a nice 3K. Yeah,
absolutely. He's such a consistent player, and consistently making the correct decisions as well there. He could have gone for that push onto mid-trench instead, backing around, reading the situation correctly, and taking down the planter on A-Long. Or sorry, the guy carrying the bomb on A-Long.
Now that was kind of a half buy as we saw Dins on the bar, but this time we're going to see 3 Thompsons and 4 smokes come out, so got to expect Sector 1 to actually maybe try to take a site together here or do some type of execute. On the other side, no scopes or cars or bolts or anything like that coming out quite yet, but we see these Sector 1 guys all waiting for the smokes, and it looks like they're going to take B full force here.
Yeah, absolutely, but there is a bit of a stack towards the B site, read correctly by Endpoint, and Mark picking up 2 frags, a third as well, shutting down this Sector 1 attack early on here.
Mark with his 4th, looking to get this ace, and he will, no, does not find it as Niels gets that. Oh, shuts him down, but that is a 4-man and an easy round for Endpoint. Sector 1, Niels here left alone in a 1 versus 4, throws the smoke, is found out, and man, what a play, the first buy round, and they find 1 kill.
Yeah, Endpoint really setting the pace here. That is worrying for Sector 1 here. Really needs to get around on the board, get some momentum going, get some confidence going, and also, importantly, build a bit of economy.
So we've seen 2 defaults and then a full B take. The B take not working out as they all run over there. They have no idea that P. Dizzle is going to be sitting at that car with a bar. I guess that he picked that up from Din's last round. He's able to just beam them down. We've seen the bar a little bit in this tournament, but not all that much. The players that are comfortable with it definitely making it known. But we'll see what Robert can do with this scope A-Long.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been so consistent this tournament. Unfortunately, his team are dropping like flies, and it's going to be not enough to do here. Blues here that can't get the revenge frag as Endpoint back out. Job done. Fake there in a good position as well. So really this looks pretty devastating for Sector 1 here, and Rob will just be lucky to save this scope.
Yeah, he's in A-Long, getting into some type of gunfight and can't get the shot off, and I really like this round coming out for Endpoint. Blue's maybe going to get a free kill here, can't quite find the headshot. He's going to be re-peeked and not in a good position if you are Blues. He has a smoke and tries to strafe out. Is going to be almost, gets him taken very low. Looks like he wants to re-peek this, but there's 2 players watching him. Blue's kind of scary here with his carbine. Not able to find the headshot there, but staying alive somehow. Finally goes down. A 3-man for Replan, but I really like the play from Endpoint. They threw a lot of nades and then double pushed back Manor. We didn't really see it as it happened, but really well done. And Endpoint 4-0. It feels like it's been a pretty quick game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And we often talk about like Endpoint, you know, when they stick to a strat and it starts working, they just do the same thing over and over again, like Reflexor on Vanguard earlier. But here we're just seeing Endpoint trying new thing after new thing, aggression after aggression, and Sector 1 totally unprepared right now.
Yeah, it's not like Sector 1 can tweak one thing and get back into it. Endpoint are just, you know, they're pulling it all out here, switching up what they're doing. Replan with a nice deep nade onto A long. Not sure it's going to find anything, but now we have someone peeking wood wall. Dins is going to be the one to maybe get this peek onto him, but Reflexor is taken low and has to fall off. Almost snaps to him as they do have one top big barn. Pete Dizzle with a nice kill, and these two are kind of stuck in trench here. That's Reflexor with the STG, does climb up and gets the early frag onto him. And, well, Sector 1 have been on a man disadvantage just about every second of this game.
Yeah, and they're just not hitting their shots either. You saw a couple of Endpoint players go down low, but there's a big difference between going down low and getting the frag, unfortunately for them.
Reflexor's giving him the fight there, just jumping back and forth on those boxes, but nothing's going to come of it, and now it's a 3v5. Only 2 smokes up, but maybe Sector 1 can choose a site and go to it, but with this round already being 45 seconds in, Endpoint have completely closed off this B side of the map with Fake being pushed up through Fountain, so A's their only option.
That's one of the worst things you can see, isn't it? 45 seconds of the round and all the players just stuck in Manor early on there. Just shows how little map control they're being given here by Endpoint. But they will try to make something work here, committing together. Just trying to explore the angles. 30 seconds, definitely still time, and Endpoint holding strong.
Yeah, look at them on the minimap. None of them have moved for a solid maybe 30 seconds. They don't have to. Replan holding a tight angle, gets the first kill onto Robert as Koste jumps out. Replan pulls out his Thompson, gets the second on the round, and now it's up to Blues, who's going to try to walk through. And there's nothing they can do. I'm not saying anything too early here, but Endpoint just looks so strong. I don't know how Sector 1 are going to, you know, start winning some rounds.
Yeah, do we know if this is Endpoint's pick or Sector 1's?
I'm not sure.
Interesting to know, because if this is Sector 1, this does not
hopefully
bode
it's
well.
10 points. Blues needs to find this frag, just for posterity. He does. Fake goes down, and he's getting pushed from 3 different people here. Can't find the second. Dies after time.
Coin. Not ideal at all. And yeah, looking at the scoreboard, Sector 1 really yet to make their mark. Meanwhile, Mark obviously picking up that 4K earlier, 7 for 2 early on, but scores are pretty much meaningless. 5-0. It's just been pretty clean cut from Endpoint so far.
Yeah, the timeout does come in, and definitely
Good,
something they called earlier rather than later. I'd like to maybe see they'll talk about a strat for the second round and just do a full eco here. Maybe buy a smoke and run through it as they are on the grease guns. Can't buy during the timeout time, so it doesn't indicate what they are going to do, but they don't have all that much money. They haven't really been able to get this scope into Robert's hands, bar maybe 1 or 2 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. He picked it up once, didn't he? But didn't really have an opportunity to connect anything. No. Obviously, his team getting slaughtered by that quick Manorhouse push with their nades backing it up.
But then, what do you even do? You're just going to take that scope battle against Replan, who's already on fire this game? It's going to be hard.
Yeah, there's no easy decisions here, certainly, and that's what Endpoint is so good at. And they probably caught a glimpse of that play across the B side there. Doubling up on that stack. Spamming through mid-wall. But it is the first commitment we've really seen towards B side without someone dying, I was about to say, but Mark, of course, retaining that entry. You were saying about Reflexor? I think
pushed all the way up, and he did exactly what I was going to say. He's going to find that kill on the Blues and just fall right back. And Sector 1, they're kind of sectioned off on this map in a 3v5 now, stuck in at Fountain. Fake knows there's one there, but Koste getting into house. You know, he likes to play there and find his aim duels with that SMG. Going to smoke it off and maybe try to take some control of B site here. Everything is smoked as of now, but it's so scary to push into this Endpoint team. Pete Dizzle playing a close angle, going to repeat, get some damage done, and Koste lays down, taking his individual gunfights and doing a good job winning both of them so far.
Yeah, this is quite promising from Sector 1. Almost the most promising round I've seen since the first one. But unfortunately, Reflexor here. Comfortable play once again, picking up 2, and it's all down to Neil's Q. Will be cleaned up by Sind.
Yeah, he tries to make it back off the site and run away, but it's not going to happen. Reflexor with a 3K on that round. We saw him push through Trench, and timeout, they actually went for a buy on it, so they still don't have all that much money. Koste sitting up at 6 just because he did have 2 frags by himself, but still not all that much money. Have we seen the bomb go down yet, aside from that first round?
Yeah, but perhaps not actually. Yeah, and that first round, obviously, a 1v3 to start the day is really an indicator of how this perhaps was going to go. Rob back on the scope. Perhaps he'll get an opportunity this time. He's going for the same play he had the previous time, and this time, oh, the nade.
Crazy
almost
nade.
claiming the life of Blues.
Who has that on the other side of him? I believe that is Replan on the scope, and another teammate of his proning under. needs to be careful about this angle he takes. No, Replan shuts it down.
Has Replan had a weak game today, or this weekend at all?
Have Endpoint?
Yeah, good point, good point.
They definitely have showed up to play, and it's good to see them in top form, but Sector 1 was so dominant earlier today. This is not the same team that we saw play. Or maybe it just speaks volumes to the difference between Western Jesters and Endpoint. But, you know, they're similar. Western Jesters was doing well. Endpoint's just really just coming out blazing. They're looking to go up 7-0 here.
Yeah, and obviously these two teams well versed against one another, and Endpoint have a point to prove after losing to Sector 1 earlier this month. As Replan claims yet another frag onto Dins, and they're just slowly picking them off one by one. Nil's trying to change his fortunes a little bit for the team.
Oh, looks like it was on him as Kashe tries to pick up this scope and do the work by himself. Is tagged up by a nade. 40 seconds left to work with. Kashe with the scope, trying to take matters into his own hands, but he is getting spammed through the smoke. Maybe going to try to run back with this bomb, and Replan may have heard him there. It looks like maybe he's just trying to save it at this point. Fake's going to try to hunt him down.
Yeah, definitely not going to let him save this one. And 20 seconds to go. Almost sort of want to die here. You don't really want to go in with zero coins when your team only has one in the bank. There's no way he's saving this before the time runs out.
He's got the Thompson and this scoped Springfield. Needs to make sure if he does die, he's not giving them another scope, but
they actually let him save it. Interesting now. I would have expected them, 6-0 up to just bum rush him and take him down, but not getting green there, Fred.
Yeah, lots of respect to Kashe there on that. And just taking a look at the scoreboard, Kashe is sitting at 3 kills. And I was going to say, is he at the top of his team? But no, Nielsk is doing his best, sitting up at 6, but the rest of his team just not able to get it together. On the other side, Mark's sitting up at 9. Reflexer, Replan, Cinda, and Fake all with their own frags. Replan only dying 2 times here. 13 minutes into this game, Endpoint are up 7-0.
Yeah, Sector 1 really needs to get a foothold into this game. Dodge the nades, dodge the wallbangs, dodge the attack from Endpoint. It's looking very difficult here as once again Sector 1 getting tagged up by those set nades. Dodge will be able to regen, get away with his life. Mark spots out that B push and smokes off, trying to delay it so his teammates reinforce his position.
Love this play from Mark to smoke it off and then go on the other side of it. He's going to make sure that no one can come in front door. And oh my, Blues flicks right to him, gets the headshot, and maybe this is what they need to be able to get onto site. But Replan is playing a tight angle in that shed with the scope. Gotta imagine that he's going to hit this shot as soon as they try to entry on a 4v3 for Sector 1. Maybe this is what they need to get this bomb down.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a glimpse there of the individual skill. Sector 1 with Blues absolutely destroying Mark there. Can really do with that happening on Replan right now because he's absolutely on fire. And as you said, in a really pivotal position for this site take.
Knows he needs to get more than one, so pulls out the Thompson. Oh my god, gets the first kill and the second on Din. Trying to reload here. Reflexers there's to trade with him as they're just jumping onto site. It's not going to work out. Blues is close left. Not sure if Replan knows he's there, but he's going to hold a tight angle regardless. Blues, 30 seconds left in a 1v3. It was a 4v3, and none of them found a single kill. Replan, 10-2. Not pressured at all there. Doesn't have no care in the world. Not even close to dying.
Yeah, scary stuff. Really hope Roll can maybe pick up that scope and make something happen, get some entries, go their way, maybe just avoid some of the nades and try and get some control here because Endpoint running away with it here in the first half. 8-0, and it'll be a scary, scary game indeed if they manage to get 12-0 in this first half.
Scary is definitely the word for it. They already called their timeout as well. It's the closest they've gotten last round was a 4v3 advantage, and they just try to run in. It didn't even feel like they were playing as a team while they did it. Reflexer here up on the top of the wood wall. Not going to see this player at the edge of the smoke, and is spotted by Dins. I think they just, not sure if it's a boost or what, but a nice opening pick from Sector 1. Maybe this time they can push on to B site together, and they probably will as Mark's not able to take control of that. That nade looked like it was landing outside of the map. Always good to see. Mark with a nice first shot on the Kasje. Going to come back around with the Thompson. Smoke off the entrance to site, and Dins has gotten around him. Not before Fake found a frag, though.
Yeah, and everyone chiming in here. Replan picking up another frag to add to his extensive collection. It's Mark taking those aggressive peeks. They've really got that player hemmed in on B-Barn here. Whoa, but Blues does manage to equalise, getting it back to a 2v2, but obviously their positions are known and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place here with a bomb down in an unfavourable position.
A rock being Replan and the hard place being Fake, as they both are sitting on such high kills. Replan playing in middle at that wheel, just making sure that no one tries to cheat behind him, but that smoke comes out and kind of makes you think that they're going to go B. Fake gets the first, and now it's up to Blues in a 1 versus 2. Going to peek out the front of sight here. Does win that gunfight. Fake goes down in the 1v1 against a Replan who's going to try to play on the other side of the smoke. Bomb is now going down. It's a Fake plant. Replan is going to be peeking the right way. Fake is not, and a nice headshot. He is sitting up at 12-2, 9-0 lead for Endpoint, running away with it. I thought it'd be so much closer. It's the first map.
Oh, it's just so hyped. And yeah, there's a glimmer of hope there. I thought they played that really well, you know, smoking off Replan, identifying where he was. And Blues managed to actually reclaim that bomb for quite a difficult position, but just the hope appeared. Replan shut it down.
Yeah, Din's there on the edge of the right side of your screen. It's Fake on the other end. Endpoint running away with it. At this point, maybe Sector 1 are just playing to get the morale up and forfeit this one, go for the second map. But something that you do not want to do going into the grand finals, as both players on Sector 1 tagged very low with an early nade.
Yeah, it sounds ridiculous, but obviously these two teams played against each other quite a lot, and it is a bit of a mental game. So obviously Sector 1 looking quite unlikely to take this map as it goes, but they do need to get some momentum if they're going to take the series, as Dins does pick up Fake, and yeah, just hopefully build a bit of confidence into this round.
If they can win 3 in a row here, maybe swing momentum their way, win the first couple on the Axis side. I know it sounds kind of like a pipe dream. A lot needs to go their way in order. Oh, an interesting gun that he's using there. He's got 2 scopes, so maybe this is what Sector 1 need.
That steampunk design, like it. I can dig as Replan. Yeah, again, just pick up another casual frag on the opposing scope.
He's got the Thompson Springfield as well. I want to see how this gun shoots. Interesting. Not much recoil. Maybe need to patch that one soon. The Springfield Thompson. And there is a player over on this B site. P Dizzle with the car. Hits him twice in a row. And he is tagged up. Blues walking all the way through Maze. Gets the first kill onto Replan and is going to fall off. Not sure he knows where these defenders are. Blues just walking straight in. Can't quite find it. He strafes out. Doesn't try to shoulder peek it. And Cinda gets 2 for himself.
Yeah, every single member of Endpoint chiming at some point, even though Fake's at the bottom there, obviously picking up that crucial 1v3 to start off the proceedings. So everyone chiming in right now, and Sector 1 just can't get a foothold, can't cut a break.
No, they cannot. And we saw Dins come to life in the series earlier. Maybe it's something that he needs to do, or we really haven't seen too many scopes or opportunities for them to have the individual performances that we saw earlier. But Dins was doing with an STG. I just don't know what's changed.
Yeah, absolutely. Just don't have that confidence right now. Maybe showing too much respect, but I don't even think it's that. I think just Endpoint just absolutely dominating as Sin picks up another frag.
Not too much respect there as someone just sprints straight out of top manor. Sin knows they're coming, and I love the way he throws smokes, bounces them off of just about anything and everything. Kind of faking over towards A. It is 4v4 for Sector 1. You got to see the minimap and think, hey, if we go push Fake over at B site, we might have success, but it's hard to tell when you don't have that info over there, because no one's really been holding it. Fake's all the way pushed up through Fountain and going to have an even tighter hold, not letting them come through Courtyard here.
Yeah, they're scared, and rightfully so, because every time I think there's an opportunity that gets battered down by an Endpoint player in a better position, but Neilskir is cautious, checking his angles, figuring out Willie. Oh, just about blood coming off him, but somehow not getting killed. Replan here, chiming in to help his teammate. Again, taking the advantage of the Endpoint side as Fake. Oh, it does get picked by Koshe, and Replan not there to help him this time, as the B site will be open for them. And Rob in a really crucial position here. If he can get a frag or 2, this will really open up the round.
Oh, perfect smoke for him. It was kind of an accident thrown by that CT player. Sees the first, gets the headshot. P Dizzle goes down. He's able to make it out with his life. Looks for the second, but Replan is able to trade it. So a 2v2 now. Blues sitting on top of the site. His teammate Kosje playing at the car, fighting for their life here as they need 2 rounds to move on to the Axis side. We'll see if Cinda and Replan can get this post plant. Kosje with the first. Replan is on the bolt. And 25 seconds left. Kosje playing long. Replan kind of sticking this. Kosje with the first win. Something they need. I hear him screaming. Kosje with a nice 3K on the round. I wouldn't be too excited if I were down 110, but you know, maybe they need to get their blood flowing and, you know, win this next one.
I mean, at this point, it could be Sector 1 screaming. It could be the crowd. It could even be Endpoint, ironically. But at least they do have one on the board.
Yeah, Endpoint getting in their heads, cheering for the other team. Maybe saying, clapping, good job, guys.
I mean, it's entirely possible, yeah, especially with Replan here, 17-4. Doesn't look too uncomfortable. They won't really be minding one round going the other way.
No, certainly not. Robert on the scope here for the first time. Going to see how he opts to play it. We're going to see a 3-man Manor push. Replan, Cinda, and one other all getting frags as Robert tries to jump out. Endpoint firing right back with a crazy play, and it's going to catch them completely off guard as now it is a 2v4. Replan gets one more, and Kosje left alone over on B site. We'll see if the man himself, he's been styling with his nice picture on that bench outside, if he can do it. And he cannot. Replan with a nice 4K, and Endpoint, what, 11-1?
Yeah, indeed. That is a Yeah, pretty unconvincing half, quite close. No, absolutely dominant from Endpoint here. And yeah, did I say 17 frags before? I meant 21 for Replan. What a half from him.
21 kills in 12 rounds, only 4 deaths, and this guy is out of his mind.
Just styling on them there. Got the scope for the first time, like, killed in that 11th round. He's like, right, yeah, I'll just pick an SMG, just run, kill them all, fine. Hopefully Sector 1 gain a foothold here. We talked about building confidence, maybe a bit of momentum. Hopefully they have a plan here.
Yeah, I would like to see them bring this one back and feel strong going into the next round, but it just doesn't really look possible at this point. Maybe Robert can get this kill on A-Long as someone jumps into that white box and is going to peek it, looks for the flick and falls off as they haven't been winning these fights, so maybe they're a little testy and don't want to take them quite yet. Nice kill there from Blues, opening up with the headshot on the reflexer.
Reverse this time, Sector 1, the people not moving at all on the map. Just waiting to see what Endpoint do, all bunching up, grouping together for the take, and I think Sector 1 may have predicted it correctly. Lots of time here for Endpoint, however. Lots of confidence.
Not much to say because not really anything is going on. 50 seconds left and there still is a smoke, and they do have the guns, and this is kind of scary. Endpoint could potentially fake this, but Fake, speaking of him, has gotten very far up at this trough position. Dins is able to find him out, and Sector 1 looking good, sitting up at a 5v3 advantage. Bomb is still back here, not winning any of these headshots. Kajay in house thinks he had taken him low enough to re-peek, but needs to be careful as Endpoint have been punishing so far. Pete Dizzle with a kill of his own and is traded. 2 versus 4 now. Kajay does strafe around and get that kill. Din's just not even re-peeking there because there's only 15 seconds left. Replan at 22 and 4, not a guy that you want to give any space to.
Oh, almost gave him that frag straight away, didn't he? A bit more ammunition, perhaps that would have worked, but luckily Sector 1 double peek him and take him down, putting the rampage to a stop for a while.
2 to 11. Maybe we'll see that. Maybe we'll see that climb start happening.
It would be really nice to see, yeah, particularly from a mental perspective, just to get back in this game a little bit and not have too embarrassing a scoreline at the very least for this. But obviously, you know, still potential here. We've seen comebacks before. We've seen extremely long games today, nonetheless. And yeah, also, obviously, Sector 1 in that game yesterday against Endpoint 13-11, so they can definitely take it to them.
I don't think this one is going into overtime. I don't want to jinx it because I am good at doing that, but we'll see what happens.
Well, you've done it now, so...
Neil's going to be spraying through the smoke. Oh, gets the first hot shot, gets the second, looking for a +15 through the smoke. Can't go. Oh, he does get the third kill. Neil's coming up huge as there are only 2 players left alive for the Endpoint side. Robert gets the first, and now it's up to Fake. He does trade it off. Neil's looking for it, and a huge kill, and they are getting fired up. Hear a lot of woos here in the venue. It's not even Sector 1. I believe it's liquored up.
They've been having quite an entertaining day, haven't they?
They are just crushing the Coors Lights, joined by Triple himself. Yeah, they're having fun. And I'm glad to see it. I'm glad teams are sticking around to watch this grand finals. Haven't been playing since yesterday evening, and they're coming to support all the boys, whether they are North American or European. Sector 1, 2 in a row. This is going to be kind of a half buy coming out for Endpoint. Once again, carbines and the smokes. They do have lots of coins left over, so this is kind of a throwaway. Maybe they can just play slow, or as I was saying, Endpoint good with their ecos. Maybe they can get something accomplished with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Niels will be hopefully bringing with confidence there as Kosjay picking up that frag onto Sin, and things start to finally go their way. Fake here working towards the B side, lots of smokes around, and we know how much he loves to play around those angles. He might just have the timing work in his favor here. And Endpoint, meanwhile, eliminating his obstacles as he moves through B-Barn.
Fake is going to get this kill onto Dins here if he walks out, unless Dins has already pushed back into bottom manor. He actually doesn't find it. Fake looking to kill one in their spawn, missing some of those shots, and there is still a player on B site. Fake somehow just staying alive, being a nuisance here as replaying teams together. Now there's only one alive. It's Nielsk. He has been called out, and they are still going to try to go to this A bomb site. Nielsk with the STG. If he can shoulder peek this and find a headshot as he was earlier. No, replan. A little bit of a strange movement there on the minimap as he jumps up, but turns around, and he's 25 and 6.
Yeah, that looked like just a soundbite. Just read the situation perfectly, jumped up. Knew Niels might be tempted to peek out and shuts him down immediately. He is on fire. This is incredible. 13 for 9, the next teammate down. Almost half his frags.
They don't even have to do anything. Just give Replan a scope, give him another gun maybe, and he'll just take care of it, as that's an eco win. Going to knock Sector 1 down a peg. At least they have been able to get 3 rounds, but looks like they're going to try to take B by storm here. Replan with a nice spawn is going to see this cross. Doesn't even need the first kill as a nade gets it. Misses the second shot and is tagged up, I believe, by a Gaver of Dins there. Blues with 1. Din's not able to trade it off as they enter as 3. Endpoint Pete Dizzle gets another kill. Neil's trying to spray through the smoke as he did earlier, but not going to connect on the headshots like he hopes to do. And now it is a 2 versus 4 retake. Endpoint are up, and they have the advantage. Looking to close out this map 1 with ease.
Yeah, we're already on map point. It seems only a few minutes ago we started, but Endpoint absolutely trashing that B-side defense. And it just also shows the contrast there. Managed to get in so easily. Rob there claiming 1 frag, however. 2 versus 3. Can Nils and Rob claim something? Can they extend this map any further? As the smokes do clear. Rob missing the player on the site.
I'm not sure what happened there, but it doesn't really matter as Endpoint are going to finish this game off 13-3. Mark just smiling, kind of happy there. That's hard. That's a hard loss to take.
Yeah, that is brutal. That is Endpoint definitely setting the pace of this best of 3 and making a statement here. But hopefully Sector 1 has some cards up their sleeve for the next maps coming up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. As I said, or as you said earlier, we don't really know what the vetoes were. Excuse me. We don't know who picked that. I'm really hoping it's Endpoint that picks it.
Yep.
If it's Sector 1, then they may be in some trouble here on the second map. But that's going to do it for the first game. Endpoint just showing up.
Yeah, absolutely. Just replan particularly. You have to call out that sort of individual performance. Like, if you're looking for an MVP of this LAN, he has been so consistent throughout the tournament. This, perhaps his biggest game yet, is the first map of the grand final.
Yeah, the pace was kind of set in that first round as Fake gets a nice 2-man and just sticks the bomb, and then from there it went all downhill. I believe it took them, 9 rounds before they were able to get on board?
Yeah, perhaps even more than that. Yeah, too much.
Yeah.
Too much.
They let it get away from them. They did call the timeout, so they pretty much tried everything they could to reset, but it just wasn't enough. We saw some glimmers of hope. We saw Nielsk with 2 nice kills through the smoke, nice headshots, and then got a 3rd, and then Kosjay on some nice clutches as well, but just far too little, far too late, and that's going to be the first map done. It's only a best of 3 finals. Endpoint are looking to close this out on 1 more map.
Yeah, perhaps it'll be pretty short. Perhaps it'll be long. Nonetheless, stick with us. We'll just cut to a break for a short while.
We are back here in Huntington Beach, California. Tom, Levy, we've been here all weekend and potentially our last game we cast.
Potentially, if anything, if Endpoint can keep that momentum up, 100%.
Yeah, well,
Unbelievable from Replan, unbelievable from the whole squad here, and Sector 1 really going to have to search deep to think of something else.
a little bit of information there that was maybe not the best. Whose map pick was that?
It was Sector 1's.
It was Sector 1's.
It might
And
be
they
Sector
got 13-2'd? 13-1'd?
Yep. But there is some hope to be salvaged. Sector 1 did play Liberation against Endpoint last weekend. Obviously, Endpoint did win that one, but they know how they play, and they've got some information. Hopefully, not too much has changed. Maybe Sector 1, they think they should have won that game, that map last time, so hopefully they can take it here.
Yeah, I see them walking back. They're walking tall still. They're not too proud to admit that, hey, that one got out of our hands. Maybe we can jump back into the second game and prove ourselves. This is why we are on top of our game. This is why we are one of the contenders and consistently have been. So we'll see if they can keep it up. It's do or die.
Absolutely.
We'll see if Endpoint can make it to another grand finals, only dropping one tournament in their history. But we'll see if Sector 1 can bring it back, as we are going to hop into the second map. I believe all of the players are joining in now. Do you have any idea on what we're going to see?
I think we're going to see the Endpoint Pain Train taking it 2-0.
You think so?
Yeah,
And
how about you?
It's
got any hope
Liberation?
here? Yep, indeed so.
Now, I'm conflicted because we did see Sector 1, they had a lot of problems with it the first day when they played against Western Jesters, and then they pulled it back and did well. And then I'm not sure how they're going to play against them. You said we've already seen it, but we're just going to hop straight into it as we are now starting. Sector 1 do have the Axis side, and it looks like it's just a default coming out, kind of a B stack for Sector 1, so maybe they're going to be able to hold this if they push through, but Endpoint taking it slow for now.
Yeah, Utility get back for Endpoint, just trying to feel their way into this round. Koche getting punished for overextending here early on. That'll give Endpoint a lot more opportunities on this B site. Replan here still in spawn, trying to look for those opening picks. They spread around the map, got a lot of map control, a lot of options available to them. And not the way Sector 1 wanted to start this.
Now Fake taken very low, and with Koche going down there, it's going to be 3 people pushing long. It's going to be only Blues there. Can't quite find any of these frags. Needs to make sure he doesn't go down through that wall. Going to prone and reload. Just needs to at least find one before they're able to get onto site. I believe that's a smoke coming out upper. He's going to retreat back to Apples, and the smoke kind of messing him up. He's going to try to stand in it, but he will not. Needs to find a few here. Gets the first. Looks to get the +10 on half wall, but Cinda gets robbered. Blues still here playing in the smoke at Apples. They are going to make sure they clear this, but maybe it's enough time for his team to get there. It is not. If you're leading into that box, players can still see you as they entry onto site. Pete Dizzle. Oh, Din's actually up top. Gets a nice headshot and prevents the bomb from going down. Can't get the second kill there, Niels. And now it's up to Dins in a 1 versus 3. Bomb gets away from him, and they are running. There is a player on stairs, and a lot of players missing shots here. An ugly first round, but Reflex was able to pull his pistol out, win it, and Endpoint are up 1-0 starting on the Allies side.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully Sector 1 have a response this time. Try not to play too predictably and try not to play into Endpoint's hands and try not to let Replan get on that scope and get his engine running.
Probably the last time we're going to see Koche push that B long position without having the info. That was only maybe 15, 20 seconds into the round, so a little impatient, or maybe thought he heard a call that identified it as an A push, but just peeks out and someone from Nest is there to clean it up.
Yeah, and by himself, no option for that revenge frag, and I think that's something we've seen Sector 1 perhaps this grand final not do as well as Endpoint, is play together in those pairs and play for those revenge frag opportunities.
They're just entering onto site, but Blues does find some headshots. Reflex are making it his second kill. Nielska's going to run through the smoke, can't find anything, and just dips right back out. And there's now 3 Endpoint players on site, as it looks like Cinda is going to try to plant the bomb here. Reflex are trying to spray through this smoke. The Dark player not going to try to come out and prevent this bomb from going down, even though it was a fake, so wouldn't have anything to shoot out anyways. Oh, doesn't even shoot. Nielsk there with a nice headshot on the Reflex. You're tying this back up at 3-man.
These rounds certainly starting out closer than the ones on Manorhouse. So a little bit of promise here for Sector 1, but obviously this being really a side that needs to get at least 7 on, to be honest, on Axis, if not 8.
Here, Endpoint go. It's going to be up to Dins getting in top white. I love this position. Players can see a lot of the market position, or at least across to A, and that's what he's going to hold. But with this Gavera, if he doesn't hit a headshot, they'll be able to get to A without taking too much damage. 40 seconds left as the rest of his team are still holding down B together. So it's going to be up to Endpoint to at least either run past Dins or just frag him on their way over to this A bomb site. He does have a player under him. That's going to be P Dizzle, and we'll see if he can get alert kill or at least stop the rotation.
Oh, the timing just doesn't quite pay out for him there. Yeah, that lovely boost there from Replan and co. Nice entry there onto that middle area, and both the B players now with a lot to do. Starting to spawn out a couple of players here. Niels backed up by Blues. Missing down 3 important players on this A site retake.
Not really much going on here for Sector 1 in the retake. Blues, I'm sorry, is still just on this MP28. Maybe they can group together and find at least one of these kills, but it's looking dire here in the second round. Going to try to spray through, at least get in the green, but he cannot replan with the bar. As you said, strafing out of top green there. This Endpoint team is feeling confident replan with a nice 3K on the round as they rotate off an early B push to take A.
Yeah, working together. You can just see how cohesive Endpoint are. You can see almost the communication. Just working together, fields of fire overlapping. Meanwhile, Sector 1, you know, a bit lost, working as individuals more than a team right now.
Yeah, and that's what Mark was saying up here earlier, that Endpoint are just one of these teams that have been together forever. They've changed very little, if at all, and you can they just kind of breathe that team play style whenever they play. Everyone's peeking together or trading, or they know where each other is going to be, so really good to see. A nice smoke there from Replan up in the sky, just in case someone has no clip, but not going to come out this round. Not even sure what that got caught on, but doesn't matter as Reflector's pushing all the way up through mid. This could be a problem as we've seen this happen before. Nielsk earlier today got a nice +10 and Reflector's going to find one. He is tagged up and able to get into dark. Smoking upper and a player's just standing out in the open. Not able to get that frag, but is going to take control of this B site. Peeks at Kosjay's there and wins an important gunfight on the other end. P-Dizzle kills Dins, who was on A, so they have options, but they're going to opt for a B plant here as he is sticking it. Replan on the other end of the smoke with the bar, just so effective early here in this game.
Yeah, just Niels and Robert left. Niels quite far away from this B-side retake, and Rob's going to have to wait for him to at least make some ground. Maybe get an entry opportunity here on these lurking players. And work together, move towards the side, but it's not what she wrote. Replan takes him down. Just Rob now in the 1 versus 4, gets our revenge frag. Perhaps probably a little too much.
Knows he's there, and he still doesn't win that gunfight. Mark with 2 nice kills on that round. And Endpointer up 3-0. That was a buy round for Sector 1.
And you would have thought by now, like, people know with Endpoint on this map, Reflector is just going to be pushing up middle, playing super aggressive, and they let it happen again. He could have got both kills there and cleared out the side in a few seconds, but he got a bit luckier.
I think teams get tunnel vision and forget how quickly and how easily someone can just walk straight through that mid-tank position and just tear your team apart on B from inside out. He almost got a 2-ban and had that round 1 even earlier, but just getting the 1 kill. And we're going to see Force after Force here for Sector 1 as they do buy 2 STGs. The rest are MP40s, and Robert with a nice kill early on Replan. A good player to take out here.
Yeah, slick frag there. And that's the MVP of last map for certain. Taking him out of the equation, certainly confident for Sector 1 to maybe try and get their first round on the board here. Endpoint committing together, just one player lurking back. They gain that side control. Sin nicely taking down that player on B. They do have Windows control if they know it or not. Rob trying to spam through the smoke, get lucky, trying to get a pick, and that's the sort of thing they need to go their way here. And Niels really needs to get this frag.
Yeah, he's going to be met by a player holding it. If he swings wide, maybe he'll be able to find it. Sees one and thinks that's the only one there. Just kind of coincidentally baited out as Fake was holding that angle. Now only 2 players alive. Robert with his 2nd kill of the round on this STG, running all the way back down to the bottom of the street. Not sure if he wants to try to save this or not. It still is early in the game, but you don't want to throw away any type of eco advantage you have. Kosjay gets one as well, so now a 2v2 with 26 seconds left. Definitely doable. He kills Fake, who he knew was upper, but Cinda is still there. And they're going for it.
Yeah, surprising to see here. Could work out. A bit frantic on the retake. That smoke's certainly going to muddy the waters. Reflector takes down Robert. And it's just Kosjay now. First reflection instead, not enough time. Tries to fake the bomb, but instead picks up another weapon. And you hate to see it.
Needs to make sure he gets out alive here, at least finds the frag. Nice little flick on the reflexer there. Knows that there's one upper and is actually going to re-peek it. Starts spraying the windows, but can't find anything. Kosjay at least able to save an STG. A silver lining here in their 4th loss. Heading into the 5th round, Endpoint are up 4-0. And performance is coming out from just about everyone. Reflector setting up at 6-3, but nothing too special. It just seems like they're pushing on the sites together, getting the bomb down, and it's working.
Yeah, just a continuation of last map, right?
It really is. It's nothing too crazy coming out from Endpoint. Sector 1 just can't kill them before they get on site.
Really hoping Sector 1 have a plan here, do something different. Try and punish some of these aggressive plays by Endpoint, but right now, not looking so certain as Mark takes down Kosjay again, losing that B-side player early on at that 1:30 mark.
Oh, Blues pushes through and gets one. He is going to fall off. If he got +10 there, then maybe this would be an easier B hold. Looks like he's going to try to peek all the way around B, but someone's going to be prone, and he does get that kill. So coming up huge here is Blues. Looks for the 3rd kill. Fake finds it and falls off. Robert there at B arch with the car. And Sector 1 looking better than they ever have here early in this round. 45 seconds in, Sector 1 up 3-2.
Yeah, they need that kind of initiative that Blues are just demonstrating there to really propel them forward in this half, and hopefully they can convert this round now as Endpoint find themselves in a 2 versus 3, but replan is on the scope, and we all know what that means. Alongside Mark, the IGL, they'll be trying to figure a way to claim this round. Unfortunately, the bomb not in the best position, but Rob gets caught unawares by Mark, and he finds the site totally open to himself.
Pete Dizzle with a very, that's what I was saying earlier, that you forget how fast someone could just walk straight through tank and get on the site, and that's exactly what he does. A little strange here as it's going to be Replan that has to pick up this bomb and plant as Mark has control of site and doesn't want to give that up, but Replan is spotted. Niels can't close out that kill. MP40 from that far is so many bullets to take them down, sorry. And that's going to be it. It looks like Endpoint are now going to get this bomb down.
Dins on the SGG, we know he can do some work with it. Replan just about fine, but Dins does end up closing out that frag, and now it should be Mark versus Niels. 1v1 here.
Mark's going to lose this
running
round.
Down. Oh, certainly close there. Sector 1 just taking that by the skin of their teeth. Mark won't know how close he was to converting that round. Certainly unfortunate for him, but yeah, Sector 1 will be happy to get around slightly earlier than they did last map.
A little crazy that Sector 1's first win is going to come off the back of Endpoint running out of time there. Mark, he probably could have stuck that bomb, but was trying to play the nerves of the last player alive on Sector 1, and he does not. So they are getting on the board. S1, maybe they can tie some together after that last win.
A Wi-Fi coming out here in Sector 1, using a lot of utility early, just a couple of things in the back pocket here. Rob does have that Khan 88k, so trying to get some entries there. He has been good, consistently getting entries throughout this map, throughout this series, but it hasn't been enough yet. Replan absolutely slamming Rob, and it looks like those Sector 1 players are struggling on B-Long as well. As Fake picks up Blues, leaving his friend isolated, and Koshe goes down as well. And the site is completely open to Endpoint once again. Neil sort of suiciding himself through that smoke to no avail. Dins finds himself quickly in a 1 versus 5. There's still over a minute left. The bomb comes down, and Fake and Mark clean up shop.
Fake with the 4K there, and you saw the kill feed. There is an assist on just about every single one of them, and that just speaks to how Endpoint play. Going in as a team and fragging as a team, as it is a 4K, but it feels like every single player on that team had a part of it. Endpoint will answer back very strong after the first round that Sector 1 has been able to take in what seems like 45 minutes.
Yeah, you can see Dins there talking in the warm-up time to his team, going through the motions. They're still looking, I would say, pretty positive, actually. Not too tilted, but unfortunately not transitioning into rounds right now, which they really need to do. So hopefully their game plan is set for these next few rounds. And yeah,
it's an
nice
eco push,
to
and they're going all the way through Ivy. They are actually spotted out, though. Endpoint killing this off before anything too special happens, and maybe if they run through this smoke, they'll be able to find it. Koshe making a lot of noise here in market area, and this is just becoming a confusing round as to who's who. Dins finds a nice headshot onto P Dizzle, and the bomb is now going down, maybe on this B site, as the rest of them just kind of wrap down. It's a fake plant on B as they rotate all the way through A. Sector 1 do not know where to go. One's getting top green, and maybe they can stop this from happening. He's not going to be expecting them to be there. Dins with the car. This is his first shot. Can't stop this, and now the bomb's going down. Endpoint are taking the fight to Sector 1 as they run straight to site. Replan coming up behind him. Fake with one. Robert trades it off, and now he's in a 1 versus 3. Doesn't know where to look, and that is so much confidence from Endpoint there. They tap the bomb, run as 4 through their spawn street, and take the fight to Sector 1.
That level of team play just outclassing Sector 1 right now. Unbelievable, and sort of, yeah, a bit of a weird half-buy from Sector 1 there. And then committing to that street push, which I loved. But then when they see those players and beat back off into street, like, what did they expect? Obviously, there were going to be players than B, and I would have preferred to see them just like jump out there and try and take those fights. So perhaps a little bit of lack of confidence here, and Endpoint certainly not lacking confidence here. What a great rotation.
No, such a concise call. You didn't see any hesitancy. Someone made the call, let's go to A, and they did. That's something that we really haven't seen all that much. That being said, Robert does open the next round with a nice kill on his car onto Replan. Anytime you get that guy down, it's a win for your team. And a second one on a Reflexer. Robert coming alive here.
Great to see. This is exactly what they need from their star player there. Scope and Sniper. They're hoping another guy peeks him, getting an easy frag, but Mark will equalize 2 there, undoing the work of Rob in just a few seconds. Koshe taking him down. 2 versus 3 for the Endpoint side as utility is expended to try and open up the map a little bit. And they will be honing in on that B site area. Fake.
We heard just about 5 smokes going down. Dins playing on the edge of the smoke, gets the first shot headshot onto Fake. Sending a plant, or Fake plant, throws a nade upper, not going to get the kill, is going to tag him a little bit, but Robert with the 3K, and that is exactly what they need.
Yeah, brilliant play from here then. And just like seeing a little bit of confidence from him, which is absolutely fantastic, and hopefully he can carry that through for the rest of the map. Fake sitting on top here with Mark on 9 frags, Rob on 8 on his side, so certainly not wanting for star players right now, but really just it's a team effort coming out of Endpoint here, and we just need to see Sector 1 raising the bar, or maybe someone like Rob producing a replan level performance.
And if he can, and maybe start to give some confidence back into his squad, but it's going to be a big uphill battle for them to take. Blues killed through the smoke. It's so hard to push down that mid street when you have replan spamming it every round if it's smoked.
Yeah, Endpoint absolutely dominating that mid street. Reflexer pushing out when he wants to, and otherwise shutting down, push through, and Reflexer, speaking of, takes Kozde down through the smoke with a nice bit of spam there. Dims chimes in with one, but he finds himself all alone in that B site as Sector 1 struggle to defend the entire map in this 3 versus 4.
How do you play against a team that is killing you before they even see you? 2 players die through smoke there. And it is equaling out a little bit. Endpoint with a 1-man advantage as they look to maybe swing over to A site. P-Dizzle probably making the call, telling them to come over here, but it's going to be hard as Robert has not been missing shots the past few rounds, gets the first, and now it's a 3v3.
Yeah, and again, those 2 frags that went against them was just players playing by themselves rather than playing together, and we see Sector 1 banding up a bit together and seeing some success here. As Endpoint try and get their plant down. Will Niels and Co be able to shut this down? Tentatively trying to look around this corner. Little they know Mark's there. Mark picks up both, even though Rob does get down fake. Now Dins finds himself in a 1 versus 1 versus Mark. Oh, tags coming out.
Up to Mark here, and 1v1. Dins as well. Looks up in the air to see if there's a nade coming out. Is strafing around, trying to start shooting, and Dins with a huge clutch. Sector 1 really starting to play here as Dins clutches. Mark doing his best, gets all the way through A site, gets a 2K for his own name, but his team's not able to clean it up. And that's going to be a 3rd round for Sector 1, maybe starting to find some energy here.
Yeah, 3 versus 5, not to be shaken out. That was really good. So hopefully they can continue this momentum, maybe even take, well, 5, if not 6 rounds and bring back into the series. So we see Rob breaking on the top there, 10 for 8, but Mark on 11 for 4 right now. A different player coming alive for Endpoint and leading the way forward for the squad. Good levels of utility both teams. Bold actions on either side. Looks pretty even here, so quite an important round to decide these next 3.
Robert, I feel like, has been key. As soon as he started, turning it on a few rounds ago, they've been winning out, but Endpoint changing it up a bit. A lot of focus on this B site. They've strayed away from it a little bit the past couple rounds, but they do have a lot of utility and may just opt to push into it, but there is going to be a little bit of a surprise as Blues is playing up in that attic position. We saw Fake clear it earlier when he entered onto site, but not sure he's going to do that again. Getting ahead of myself as Endpoint really haven't made an effort to get onto site, but there's 4B long. You got to expect them to start committing.
Yeah, Sector 1 already soft rotated here. They're ready for the retake. This should be a good round to watch, if not a frantic one, as those smokes come out. And we begin to lose vision on where people are. But Blues, such a pivotal position. Dins and him chiming in with frags. And Blues, another great position to take down that half-wall player and almost takes down more, but Cinder Reflexer equalize back into 3 versus 3.
Anytime a player jumps out of that heaven position, they go for something big. Would love to have seen him. Oh, Robert with a huge kill on to replan. 2v3 here for Endpoint. It's a fake plant, and they're trying to bide their time and find some frags. Robert goes down that huge fragger for Sector 1. Reflexer gets Kajay. He's trying to peek around, and this is turning into Endpoint's round to lose. Only Nails Kier and B-Arch with the MP40 holding a tight angle. It's so hard to play from here, but Endpoint with this much time left in the round are going to have to commit. No, are they going to try to run A?
Wow, what a call hit. It's going to be pretty tight on time, but I think Neil's going to start sussing out this situation. Surely he's heard this. Surely he knows. Probably. Yeah, that bomb is now just a bit too far away for him to really make an impact with MP40. He's going to try and close the distance, hoping they don't realize he's already not.
Oh my goodness, such a play
over
here coming out from Sector 1. Neil's trying to push in, needs to check his right side, and finds one. Oh my! Takes a little bit of time to get that kill, and this player on Shed has already jumped off, and this is doable. It's going to be a huge round if Sector 1 can win it. Get some damage done, keep shooting, and Cinda jumps back around. A huge frag as Endpoint just sucked the life out of Sector 1 there.
And another great rotation call, and again, no indecision, no worrying about the time. They're just committing and making it work perfectly, and yeah, almost saw Reflexer maybe taking a frag he shouldn't there, but his teammate does clean up shop. 7 for 3. Again, not a good scoreline for Sector 1 starting out, particularly on the Axis side. Really needs to claim these last 2, but the economy is down in the dumps. Just a couple of smokes apiece, and then MP40's wielded ready to meet this Endpoint charge on the B side.
Kajay and Robert teaming together, though, getting a nice kill. Din's trying to find this frag. Looks like he wants to push and does get the kill onto P-Dizzle. Mark making it hard for me to say his name. would rather just call him Mark, but just read what I see. Replaying with a nice kill onto Blues. Kosje looking to spray a little bit and just shooting back and forth, not sure where he wants to peek. His teammate is walking through that smoke now.
Sector 1 doing work here, yeah. 3 frags from 3 different players.
Baiting for his teammate, just
round.
shooting at the wall there. And they're flanking. They do have bomb down, just like that. Reflexers now on a 1v4.
Totally different round here from what we've seen from Sector 1 before. Great stuff to see, and hopefully indication they can perhaps claim that 5 on the defensive side and, yeah, take it to them on attack. Reflexer here in quite a forward position, however. Perhaps they won't be expecting this, as he has plenty of time and lots to work with. Throws that fake smoke out, trying to draw some players away and feed a bit of misinformation. Hoping to play off some sound cues here and pick up a frag to open up this clutch for him.
You see him running around there a little bit, and then you see Dins looks back and says, I still have the bomb. You guys don't need to do anything. Nothing's going to happen as long as this guy is just playing on the other side of the map. He's going to have to get through me if he wants to win it. And doesn't really look like Reflexer's trying to win this round. Maybe just get some eco damage done. Not sure if he's going to cheat on the ground here, and does. Doesn't even take a single bullet of damage from Nielsk there. So nice gunfight to win. Going to strafe around and maybe try to fight another one half wall. And is taken out. Robert with a nice round. Dins with a 2K of his own. And Sector 1, if they can win this round, be sitting at 7-5, it'll be at least, I think they've already gotten more rounds in this first half than they did all last map.
Yeah, and Endpoint have absolutely no money here, so it's going to have to be a complete force. 2 coins, and just 3 on 2 players. Meanwhile, Sector 1 absolutely stacked here, putting everything they have into all that utility, trying to shut down that next attacking maneuver. Sind and Repan will be picking up those Thompsons, looking to leverage that as Fake, Reflection, and Mark pick up a bit of utility. And looking for an A hit this time, something we haven't seen yet. Wonder if Sector 1 will be prepared for it and ready to shut it down.
Yeah, it's been some mid-smokes that they really haven't seen all that much of. Dins with the first kill on the Fake. That's huge. Looks for the second. A nice +10. Niels does go down there in bottom green. Dins going to peek around the other side with his M1. Feels like he is hitting all of his shots. He's sitting at 12 and 8 now, really turning it on. The calls have come out. Reflexer walking through mid there. Gets the kill onto Robert. And he needs to be careful. Reflexer's flanking all the way through. He could get a lot of damage done. Blues gets the kill onto Cinda. So now only one left, and that's going to be Reflexer playing in this top white position. We'll see what he can do.
Yeah, certainly can't be counted out. Lots of time here. Bomb isn't in the best position right now, but certainly not out of reach entirely. Have to go through a few Sector 1 players, but he's got a lot of map open to him, but he might be getting outmaneuvered here. Time will tell if he can expect this, as he does jump off just in time. Getting tagged up by their player in White House, and yes, Dins will take him down. So 5 rounds of Sector 1. Not what they wanted exactly, but definitely enough to work with as they go into the second half.
Yeah, really good. I'm really glad that we get to see Sector 1 get 5 rounds on that half. This is Endpoint's map, and they took allies, or they lost the knife and got allies. I say it's allies-sided. Maybe Sector 1 will be able to at least win this first round and get some guns in their hands, tie it up, and potentially take it. But Endpoint only 6 rounds away from securing themselves another first-place finish.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be feeling pretty confident, even if the scoreboard shows it a bit closer than that it is. Obviously, that last map was pretty decisive, and I imagine we might see Replan warming up on scope here, trying to get some picks as Fake moves into the speed side. He's got Reflex for backup, and Replan just in that middle, getting tagged down real low, but somehow surviving. Pretty crucial there, not to give away that entry flag too early. Sector 1 sort of move to gain this B and mid control. Still holding 2 players towards that A side. Endpoint again. Not over-rotating, but those smokes coming in and the call will be coming in. That is a full B hit as Sector 1 still not getting that entry, but certainly tagging Fake down quite a lot, putting a lot of pressure down on him in that dark area. And the bomb does start to go down.
Oh, they do get in. He gets 1 knife, and the bomb is now planted, so a 4v4. Going to be on Endpoint to retake, but it's going to be hard as Dins gets his second on the round, or his first, but was able to help on the kill on the Fake. Reflexer taken very low. Niels and Kosje teaming together, so this could be the start of a nice comeback. They're able to get guns second round. Kosje gets the kill onto Sind, and now it's just Mark left alone. He's sitting up at 11 and 7. We'll see how he ends this game, and he's trying to 1v4 here from heaven. Maybe gets a nasty one tap. It goes for it, but it's going to be a hard round. Oh, he does get the nasty one tap.
You called it. He delivered, and those players aren't exactly out of reach. There's definitely opportunities here, and he will be going for it, just the there in hand.
I think he knows that at least one's out here. Probably going to find this. Oh, looks for the wrong one. Gets the first kill. Looks for the second. Can't find it. Mark doing some damage, though. And Sector 1 looking good. They get that first round. They're going to have half of a buy. I say you fully invest. Buy the STGs. Feel confident in yourself and just try to win this one out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm starting to believe they might have an opportunity in this map. Obviously, the way it started, we thought it was going to go the same way as the previous one. But Sector 1 clawing the way back in, starting to build some momentum. But you know, Mark was very close to claiming that last clutch. That was a absolutely nasty one-tap and almost picking up the +10 as well.
Mark, one of those players, likes to be humble and say he's not that great. He's just teammates around him. But man, when he turns it on, he can really play. Replay going to walk all the way through this smoke tables, and this may be what Endpoint needs to shut down and push before anything comes to fruition. But no, he's not going to see it. Reflexer getting the kill, but does go down. Now only 2 players alive on Endpoint, Fake and Cinda. Cinda's just kind of spraying, no guns to pick up, and retreats back into green. Fake going to try to push through the B arch, and will probably spot the bomb unless it's dropped behind the wall, but should have a free kill here onto Niels. He does get it and gets the Thompson, so Fake on this SMG, maybe going to do some damage here in the middle of the map. Nope, Kosje kills him before he even sees him. Kosje with 3 on the round. Sindo with an MP28 and a pistol, and a lot of ambition.
Yeah, Sin trying to make something work here. Another disciplined eco coming from Endpoint, but they always seem to make it work somehow. Always have a plan with some secret sauce, but Rob takes down Sind and brings it level for the first time in the series.
Yeah, Sector 1 looking to take their first lead in a while since they played Western Jesters. I'm sorry, since they played... Was it London Esports earlier? I'm confused.
I think it was Western Jesters.
Western Jesters?
Yeah. Yeah, it has been quite a long time. That seems like a lifetime ago this morning, but yeah, Sector 1 starting to build some momentum, looking happy there, cheering. And starting to build up some bank as well, as Rob has just that carbine to work with. There's some Thompsons on the rest of his team. Endpoint with the first big buy of this half.
Kosje opening up. A nice kill, gets taken very low, but is able to kill Mark, and trying to regen and maybe get some damage done over on A site. Rest of his team kind of getting market control. We haven't seen this all that much on this map, and I love when they do have it. Kosje looking to get the second, but Replan trading back. It's the +10, turns on Niels as well. There's another play that's pushing through Mark. He gets some damage done onto him and then falls off. So Replan answering back very quickly, makes it a 4v3. Din's getting taken low, but not low enough to secure that frag. And it is 7-7 here, but Replan with a 3K. This man is all over this map.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him shut down with the scope and the SMG equally last round, and last half, and this time picking up with the SMG and getting to work in Mark again. His hands dirty. Sector 1 try and get that bomb down.
Oh, spraying, but not enough to take him down. The nade comes out. We'll see if that gets the kill. No.
Oh, unlucky not to claim that there, but yeah, luckily Sector 1 getting out of there just in time. Plenty of time in the retake here. Utility to work with as well, with both nades on Sind here. But Blues does nicely tag down Reflexer, and now will be a 2v2, but Sind putting that utility good work, and the smoke comes in, and this looks pretty difficult for Rob here as he gives his position away. And Sind does claim that
Starts
frag.
stressing out a little bit. He knows where it's planted. He starts tapping, doesn't get the headshot or any type of tag, so he drops out. And Endpoint really getting on the board off the back of Replan with 3 kills in the middle of the map there that maybe he should not have had.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just all over the place, isn't he? And the second we start to think Sector 1 are coming back into this map, Replan stepping up to the play and taking it right to them.
And it's been the Din show once again over on Sector 1, but I think that's off the back of Robert. He's really been the one that's opened them up. He started getting kills with those car on defense, and I want to give him props just for kind of amping his team up and letting them claw their way back, but we'll see what they can do. This is another buy round and a huge one as Replan opens it up. I was going to say Robert bought the scope, but it doesn't matter as he is already down.
Oh
Maybe a
my
teammate can
God.
pick it up, but
The
what a
shot
shot
from Spawn, the BM as he goes to that risky jump shot, somehow connects on Robert. Rob will be absolutely gutted as a result of that.
And they actually killed Niels as well. Fake with 2. Kosje's got to be careful. He may get pushed through the smoke, and he does. Oh, only 1 alive now. It's going to be Dins, and he's on the other side of the map with a bar. Let's see if he can maybe at least get 1, and he does not. P Dizzle jumping around the corner. And what seemed like to be Sector 1's favor for a few rounds, just Endpoint closed it out. They shut it down quickly.
Oh, I'm still a bit speechless, like Replan taking it to them with the SMG and Market the round before, and then going for that crazy like pixel peek from Spawn and taking down Rob, like his key opponent. That is incredible.
When you watch these guys play, it's no wonder that they've won so many titles and so many championships because every single person on their team can perform. And Replan,
Going
go
for it
that
again,
same
the
pick.
BM. Oh, that was closer than Sector 1 would have liked.
A default coming out for them this time. Going to play it a little more slow than they are used to, or than they have before at least. They are used to these slower peaks. Robert opening up with a nice kill onto Fake. Reflex are going to push through this smoke and maybe going to find one as they run through. Missing some of these sprays and going to be patient. Good play for him and make sure that he doesn't get too aggressive just chasing after a kill, but can now potentially walk through this smoke and catch Robert off guard if he's not careful. But he is. Turns around and gets that frag. Send it in the middle of the map. Gets 1 onto Nielskin. This is going to be a 4v2 advantage for Sector 1. Maybe they can group up and get this bomb down, but we will see what both Replan and Cinda can do.
Yeah, the Finnish duo working towards that A site. But Sector 1 do have a lot of map control here. Seem pretty comfortable for Replan. Wow, got himself such an aggressive position here.
Yeah.
Not sure that Sector 1 will be expecting this one at all.
Can have an early commitment, and he gets that kill mid. Scoping in on this post-plant nade, just because he is aimed in with that scope simultaneously. Gonna maybe try to walk through, and they do spot him on the stairs. Replan gets a kill. Now it's a 2v2. They're gonna try to chase him into the middle of the street, and they do not find the frag. Both are gonna change spots of where they were. Replan does spot him out. Looks for the wall bang. It's dangerously close. Can't quite hit it. Now has the pistol out, and this player walking through street is gonna be huge. He's not gonna be expecting. Yes, he does expect him. Goes down, and now a 1v2 for Blues, and he goes down. Endpoint are gonna take it. 10-7. Sector 1. So close, but so far.
Was that the 2v5 from Cinder Replan there?
I don't know what it was, but that's nasty.
Unbelievable. Sector 1, yeah. They took it back 7-7. Endpoint have absolutely shut down the momentum since then. 3 massive rounds coming out from Replan with such pivotal frags. And Cinder also chiming in equally.
He picks up that Thompson. It looks like he's going to keep sprinting, but his reactions are so quick. He just starts hip firing, and every shot connects when he needs them to. Endpoint up 10-7 heading into this 18th round. 3 away from securing themselves a first place finish. We will see if they can do that or not. Really rooting for Sector 1 to at least come back and put up a fight, but tagged up there is Replan.
Yeah, Rob's trying to punish that. Bit of a cocky peak from Replan, and fair enough with the performance he's putting on so far.
4 rounds in a row now.
Love to see Rob perhaps get some more of those frags he was chiming in with earlier on this map. Sector 1 got a good amount of control on the B side, but Endpoint really changing up how they're playing it, giving them much more space to breathe and going for that retake instead.
They have been able to take control of this B site, so it's going to be up to Endpoint to see if they can retake. The bomb is still yet to go down. A deep mid smoke. Replan going to throw a nade up here. We'll see if this can hit. Going to accidentally watch this smoke, as you can't choose which nade you spectate. And bomb is just now, about 30 seconds later after they've taken site, going down. Reflexer not sure he knows. Oh, Cinda actually does get the plant, and Reflexer with a kill through the smoke. Robber able to trade it off a little bit, but Endpoint just getting kill after kill. Another nade comes out. We'll see if this can get the kill at Woodwall. It does not, but it's up to Robert and Nielsk. It felt like an even round, and then Endpoint just explode and get 2 kills.
Yeah, textbook retake scenario there, but Sector 1 still getting a few frags, a little bit to work with here. If the smoke clears and Rob can get some work done. Not over yet. Interesting, you can just about see below that smoke here, trying to spec some intel on the site. Unfortunately, missing that player back at Oranges. Will be smoking out that heaven side to try and narrow his options.
They should know where that comes from. Not sure they're going to clear apples or not. He's going to stick this plant. They have a player walking through the smoke. Endpoint so smart in how they play this, and Endpoint, Reflexer, and Fake, I'm sorry, teaming together. And what does Sector 1 do? How can they pull this back?
Yeah, I mean, they're only 5 rounds away from taking that 12th round lead, or 6 rounds away from the win, but you know, Endpoint have the momentum here, and Sector 1 really need to find their way back in. They found it earlier on this series, and I just think they need to, you know, just work together cohesively, try and take those trades, play off each other, and yeah, if Rob can wake up, that'll be a great too.
Certainly capable of it, but we just haven't really seen it come out. Replan once again going for this jump peek, and he does die. Finally, Robert's able to clean it up, and that's maybe what Sector 1 need. We hear some woos coming, probably from the boys sitting down in front watching that TV. Big shout out to them. Kajay with a kill as well, so Sector 1 up 5-3 already. Robert missing the second shot, but coming dangerously close. He's going to get repeat, needs to be careful. Almost finds the head there as P-Dizzle gets the kill onto Dins meanwhile.
Yeah, Mark picked up the scope there after Replan got downed in spawn, putting it to good use as Kajay might have given his position away here, and Reflexer will claim that frag. So 3 versus 3 as Fake picks up another here. Endpoint looks to secure that match point and series point and grand final point as Fake picking up another frag yet again, but Rob shuts him down. 1 versus 2 here.
Very close there. Fake almost getting a 3K to shut that down, but it's up to Robert. This is the player you want alive for Sector 1 now. He's sitting up at 19 and 14. Smokes off the entire bomb site and will get the bomb down. Will have the coins for the next round, but can't really afford to lose this one.
No, he doesn't connect, and now Rob, if he can isolate these players and take the 2 gun battles 1 by 1, there's definitely still options available to him. He's been playing so well, taking down Replan early in this round, shutting down their star player. He is reading the situation, but Reflexer does claim the frag, and that will be match point, Endpoint.
They are so close on a lot of these rounds, but P-Dizzle, Reflexer, not going to let it happen. Endpoint on match point. We've only seen 30-some rounds come out between these two.
Yeah, it's been a quick game for sure, but, you know, Sector 1 aren't out yet. It's only 5 rounds to go. It's not too big a hill to climb, but certainly you got to favour Endpoint here, obviously. You know, Rob sitting on top scoreboard, they're really doing work for his team, but Endpoint, each of them delivering right now, and yeah, I don't know how Sector 1 are planning to do this, but they need to do something magical.
Going to be just another slow default. Robert not going to get the early kill on this one. Oh, actually, almost does, but Replan doesn't need a scope to get a headshot. Gets the one tap onto Robert through the smoke. Just demoralizing at this point for Sector 1 as they cannot find these kills. Things just not going their way here today in this best of 3 grand finals. Replan going to throw that nade straight up in the air. Gets some damage done, spraying through the smoke, and they're going to try to actually walk through it, and they may have some success. It's going to be P Dizzle, Mark on this with the Thompson. Maybe they're going to be able to clear out sight if they look to the left. Dins does enter on, and not sure you know. Oh, flick from Cinda, absolutely dirty. Looks to get the second. He knows there's going to be more here as they are trying to pressure this. Looks away at the last second. This guy shoulder peeking, almost toying with him. Can't quite close that out, but Sector 1 in the 3 versus 4 need to have something special happen here.
Yeah, aggressive relocation from him, and they've really got that A site sort of held down from that green area. I wonder if Sector 1 can find a way back into this round. Sin just has a frag gifted to him. Blues is going to hate to see that. And Niels and Kojay, all that's left for Sector 1 against a stacked 10-point side. Replan takes down Kojay, and now it's all on Niels. 1 versus 4, 30 seconds to go. And is this it? Is the Endpoint round going back? And yes, it will. Replan claims the frag, and Endpoint are our Fragadelphia Winter Wartide champions.
Man, what a showing. That is probably one of the more convincing wins that we've seen here this weekend. Endpoint just not really showing signs of slowing down. I didn't, maybe they were right. They weren't lying that they had a rough weekend last and they'd come in first. This weekend really didn't struggle at all.
Yeah,
Did they drop a single map?
No, don't think they did. Not at all. I think Western Jesters came closest to it.
That's funny because Sector 1 took them to 11. I'm not sure if it was this map or what, but yeah, Western Jesters took 11. Sector 1 took 11. Otherwise, I don't think anyone got more than 7 or 8 rounds. Yeah,
absolutely. Just so dominant here. They had a point to prove. They've done it. And yeah, proving that once again they are the champions here. But obviously, Game Age have a little niggle after last weekend, but Mark will be certainly be happy.
Yeah, you're going to see all these guys hugging. It's a friendly rivalry. They have met each other so many times in this LAN environment, but Sector 1 just not really going to be able to close it out. Two second places in a row. You got to be upset, but you also got to be happy, man. That's nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, you got to congratulate all our finalists. I think London, Western Jesters, Sector 1 and Endpoint all been playing fantastically this weekend. I think any of them really could have taken it to this final right now. So yeah, shout out all the teams. It's been a great weekend of competition.
Yeah, it's been a blast casting, and that's going to do it for our matches here in Huntington Beach. It's been a good weekend, man. Some good games going on.
Hell yeah. No, I mean, we were building up that final, and obviously Endpoint taking a pretty convincing fashion, but ultimately, what a great weekend.
Yeah, not much. I don't think you can ever really live up to a 4 OT match. It's going to be hard to meet that same level of back and forth, but Sector 1 really showing glimmers and getting so close to at least eking out maybe 10 rounds on that last map, but Endpoint just far too strong, and they are going to take it. But we're going to hop into replays and see what we have for this finals. This was Fake with such a nice 2-man and then gets the clutch. Doesn't even need to do anything. He just sticks the bomb.
And Replan there, yeah, holding that B side convincingly with the Thompson and then the no-scope to finish it off.
This was dirty. Yeah. Niels with 3 kills through the smoke here. 1, 2, waits a little bit, reloads, and gets the 3rd. I'm not even sure they won that round, though.
I think they did, yeah. Then he goes on to site and gets the 4th here. So, yeah, luckily they did. That would have been an absolute devastating morale blow if they'd lost that one. Dintier does claim this round, taking down Mark in a really closely fought clutch battle there on the A site. Mark here, what a shot this is. Bang.
Some aim lock there. Would like to see the keyboard cam, see if he has the aim lock key punching or what.
Obviously.
And then Cinda just on this last round started style on him. A nice flick here and just doing it with ease. And then this movement onto Blues, jumps up. Blues can't even turn around by the time he gets that kill. And yeah, this once again, Fake, it's just everyone on Endpoint really showed up in this grand finals, and Sector 1 obviously had some key performances, but it was just not enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Just everyone from Endpoint setting up, and yeah, unfortunate for Sector 1, but we did see some glimpses there. You know, Rob was certainly taking it to Replan at times, but I think overall, you know, obviously Replan dominant in this series, in the scope battle.
Yeah, and that's going to do it for us for games as of yet. Maybe we'll get a player interview, and I can talk to Mark and maybe someone else from Endpoint and see how they're feeling, what they feel their future is, and I want to hear how they're feeling. There was a lot of trash talk there between the games, telling each other to turn their monitors on, and we'll close it out that way. But we are going to cut to a short little break, and then we'll be back to close this tournament out. Make sure to stick around, and we'll be back in just a bit. What is going on, everybody? I have a very special guest up with me today. This is Kevin Reflexer from Endpoint, coming off a hot victory over Sector 1. Obviously, last week you had a little bit of a struggle. Things maybe not going your way. How's it feel to be a champion once again?
It feels super good. Like, I'm still super hyped about it that we made it one more time.
Yeah?
Like, it felt like we were losing the champions title by just losing one LAN after we won just 3. But it felt super hot, losing a LAN. And now coming back to this one is super amazing.
I was talking to Levy earlier, and we were saying, did you guys drop a map this tournament?
No, not a single map.
And the teams that took you close were Sector 1 and Western Jesters. Were you surprised at the level of competition here? Obviously, maybe you ran through the other NA teams. Was it cool to come over here in North America and compete? I know you've been over here before, but first LAN in the country, right?
Yeah, that was the first LAN in the country. Like, yeah, we knew the competition is going to be quite high, as we got also like London and Sector 1 coming from Europe teams. And we didn't know much about the NA teams. We knew like Western Jesters are one of the top contenders here in NA. And that game was kind of close. And really good shout out to those guys. They played very well. Like, it wasn't just like we couldn't figure out how they play. They just play individually very good. And we had a tight match against them. Yeah. Maybe could close it up a little bit faster on Vanguard. I don't know. That game was in the groups. But yeah, it was still tight. And it was cool to compete in here after we figured out how we can solve the jet lag. Yeah.
You guys have been here a little while, and I know you were hanging out with Lens for a bit. Did you enjoy the area? Were you staying close to here, or were you able to get out and see the beach and things like that?
Yeah, the area is cool. We were staying, I think, 10 minutes by car, like in Westminster. It was just a little bit of a problem that we had to take everywhere with the Uber because we had no car.
It adds up.
Yeah. So we had like a 30-minute walk to Jack in the Box one day. That was the crucial mistake, I'm telling you. Not going to do that one more time. But everything else was fine. Oh, when you like the Airbnb we got is super, super cool. We got a jacuzzi.
Yeah? Yeah,
a jacuzzi in the garden, and we had like separate bedrooms. So special shout out to you, Pete. Thank you for doing all that stuff to us. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, and this is going to be the last tournament of the year, and maybe a little while before we see another battalion tournament. Do you guys have plans as Endpoint, just going to stick around and keep playing your games? Do you have other ventures that you're interested in for video games, or just sticking to battalion for now?
I mean, we will stick as a team, of course, and we're going to see what's coming up next on battalion. We haven't made like plans in detail, but for sure we're going to stick around. Like our lineup is, I think we got it for over a year or something by just changing one player. And we're super good friends. We had such an awesome time in NA, such a good time in Belgium as well. Like, we all like each other.
What a concept.
Yeah, it's so cool. It's just super cool. We can just say we're not flying out as LAN just to play on the LAN or something. We're flying out as friends, having a good time, taking it serious, taking the trophy, and just having a good time, and it feels super cool.
Well, dude, that's awesome to hear. I'm glad you guys had a good time, and it's almost where everyone's back to normal. The equilibrium is settled as Endpoint do pick up another championship, and that's going to do it for us here in Huntington Beach. Just want to give a big shout out to all the teams that did fly out. Obviously, the European guys, Sector 1, Endpoint, and London Esports.
Yes.
Did take the 3rd place, so stepping up a rank from the last tournament. Western Jesters taking 4th, and then the other teams, Sentinel, Blue Squad, Liquored Up, and MAGA. All the guys for flying out, everyone that's been in Twitch chat watching, just everyone at home. It's been such a blast to meet everyone, and hopefully we'll be doing it again soon. But that's going to do it. I am Tom Pollock.
I'm Kevin Reflexer.
And that's going to do it. Make sure to follow the stream, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Loaded.
Yeah. What? Yeah.